If you are planning to learn Playwright with JavaScript and if you don't know from where to start, what to cover, when to end, then you're at the right platform. Today I have compiled all my essential videos which is required to learn Playwright with JavaScript. I have combined into a one video where you will start right from how to download, how to install till the integration with Jenkins and GitHub. I have a dedicated series which I have combined into one video, and I have also given you timestamp. Timestamp, basically this video is little longer, so you can skip the chapters. Let's say you want to start directly from Playwright, you can switch to Playwright. But let's say if you are completely new, you don't have any setup, you can go to download NodeJS in Windows, how to download VSCode in Windows Mac. So I have combined both the platforms. So I have given you all the chapters. You can click on the chapters and you can navigate to a specific chapter for quick access. Obviously, it's not possible to watch 8 hours lengthy video in one go. So you can decide your goal that today I will be watching one chapter or two chapters or three chapters. But make sure after watching every chapter you have to practice. Practice is the main key. If you just keep watching the videos, you will never get confidence, plus you will never get any issues because you're not practicing. So I would highly recommend, let's say you have completed 3 chapters today, try to practice all the chapters one by one. Once you're done with these 3 chapters, then move to the next. Try to implement, then only you will remember, then only you will have the confidence. Otherwise, even if you watch this 8 hours of lengthy video, you will not have confidence. So please make sure, go through chapter by chapter, don't skip the chapters. After chapter, take a break, practice and come back and resume the same. And chances are very high that the moment you start working, the moment you start practicing, you will be getting a lot of doubts. So don't worry, whatever doubts you have, let me know in the comment section. If you're looking for more videos like this, let me know. If you think a specific topic is missing in this video, please let me know in the comment section. I will try to make another video and I will add in this playlist. So yeah, best of luck. Please start resuming. You can visit chapter wise and make sure if you have Windows, skip the Mac chapter. If you have Mac, you can skip the Windows chapter. Hey everyone, this is Mukesh Otwani once again from learn-notion.com. So guys, from today onwards, we are going to start a new series which is on Playwright. If you have heard of Playwright, it's good. If not, then don't worry, because in this series, I'm going to talk a lot about Playwright from the scratch till the end. Okay, so in this video, I will just quickly brief about what exactly is Playwright and what exactly Playwright provides, why it is getting popular. It launched 2 years back, but if you see the growth, it has picked up a lot of growth. Many people are adopting Playwright because of its features. Then this video, I will talk about what exactly is Playwright, what are the different features it offers, and how exactly Playwright works. So in order to get started, if I talk about official Playwright website, which is playwright.dev. So Playwright is one of the automation framework which help you to automate your web application. Okay. Now, if you talk about what is new in this, then don't worry, just stick to this video till the end. I will talk more features which Playwright provides, and then you will get to know how powerful Playwright is. Now, Playwright is not the only tool in the market which does web automation. There are a lot of tools in the market which does the same thing, but Playwright offers few more features which you will get to know within a minute. Okay, so Playwright is a separate framework which majorly supports all the, not all, but yeah, in the plan they might have the different languages, but as of now it supports Node.js, JavaScript, Python, Java and .NET. Soon we might get additional languages, but these are the majorly used programming languages, which is a big part, because till now, apart from Selenium, whatever tools we have used, right, they hardly supports Python or JavaScript. But after Selenium, Playwright supports Playwright support Node.js, Java, .NET and Python, which is again a very good advantage. Second thing, it is also free and open source. It means you don't have to pay a single penny. You can get started right now after this video. Now, Playwright supports all the major browsers that we use in real time. So it supports all the Chromium based browsers. So whether you talk about Chrome, Edge or any other Chromium based browser, it also supports Firefox. It also supports Safari. It actually supports WebKit, which is a Safari engine that is internally used. So cross browser, it supports all the modern rendering design, including Chromium, WebKit, Firefox, which we discussed just now. This is the major important part, cross platform and the cross languages. Cross platform, you can work on Windows, Mac, Linux, locally on the CI. So suppose if you are running on a CI server, you can run your test on any CI server in the headed mode or in the headless mode. It supports all. This is the feature which I love. Suppose if you already have a good experience in Java, then you don't have to learn any separate programming language. You can also implement Playwright with Java, Playwright with C#. This series will continue Playwright with JavaScript because in the last series I covered Cypress with JavaScript. So this series will be on Playwright with JavaScript. But if you want the separate series on Java, please let me know in the comment section, and I will try to create a separate playlist on Playwright with Java. Test mobile application. So when you talk about native application, no. When you talk about test mobile application, yes. For example, I want to see how my application will work on Chrome in my Android device. That emulation part I can easily do in Playwright. So native mobile emulation of Google Chrome for Android and mobile Safari. Second important point about Playwright is no flaky test. If you see this auto wait, this is the part which was missing from a long time in all the different frameworks. It means suppose if your test is failing due to synchronization issue, we have to add the waits manually. But here it comes with inbuilt feature auto wait. So suppose if element is not enabled or not clickable, or maybe it is not visible due to some events in the background because of the JavaScript events, but it is coming after some time. So in the traditional automation tools, it used to fail, but here because of the auto wait feature, it will wait until that particular condition is not true. Once we move forward, I will talk about how Playwright waits for that particular activity. So there's something called actionable state. It means until that element is not in actionable state, it will keep on waiting. It has a default timeout that also we can configure, that you will get to know once we start the complete series. So once we discuss about the timeout in Playwright, I will be touching about this as well. Web first assertion, you can put the assertion on the fly. It also has some default assertions for a URL for a specific page and for WebElement, but if you want to add your own assertion, that also you can do that. Tracing, this is again amazing feature where you can actually do the tracing of your test. You can capture the screenshots, videos, and a lot of things that you can do in the tracing part. And this is again a very important part which is called no limits. It means now it does not have limitations which Cypress have. Main thing here, it supports multiple tabs. Okay, if you remember, Cypress have this limitation that it does not allow multiple tabs or windows, but here we can easily switch between the windows and the tab, and we can perform how actually a user will perform with our web application. Test frames, auto piercing of shadow DOM. This is again a very great feature. So once you talk about the shadow DOM, we'll talk about what is auto piercing in Playwright. You can also switch to the frames within just one line of code, and you can easily handle the frames in Playwright. In Cypress, we have to do some workaround, we have to use some plugin, but here no need to use any kind of plugins for that. Fine. Now faster execution. For faster execution, it works in the browser context. So Playwright actually create a browser context for each test, so fast execution will be faster. Now these are little technical topics that you will get to know once we start the series, right? So then you will get to know what exactly is context and how Playwright works faster because it works on the separate context. Login once, okay, if you have certain scenarios where you want to perform login part, so you can actually save the authentication state to the context, and you can reuse in all the tests. Okay, for example, login, logout, these are some basic activity that you will be using. So let's say you have 100 tests and all the 100 tests leads login. So what it says, you can log in once, you can save that state, and you can continue with the remaining activity, so you don't have to perform login again and again. Powerful tooling, so it also provides Codegen, a Playwright inspector, trace viewer. All these things you will get to know one by one once we start going through this series. Okay, if you go through the one by one, it actually, as the name says, Codegen, which will generate the code, and you can save them into any language, whether it's Java, C#, Python, or JavaScript. You can inspect the elements, you can inspect a page, and you can actually run them. Trace viewer, you can capture all the information in case if you want to investigate the test failure. It provides a lot of things. So once you start the trace viewer, you will get to know about this. This is just an introduction video. Next video will be more about how to get started. This is just the introduction part, so that you should not be very new to Playwright. The only prerequisite before starting the series, you should have some idea of JavaScript, because from day one we will be playing with JavaScript. But if you're completely new to JavaScript, then don't worry. I will give you a dedicated playlist which is recorded by me. I will give you all the links in the description. Go complete that JavaScript series, so that at least you can connect the dot, because from day one we will be using async, we will be using await, we will be using import. Okay, we will be dealing with pages. So until you don't understand what is async, await, import, what is variable, then again you will find little difficulty while learning Playwright. So it is important for you to at least have the basic knowledge of JavaScript. I'm not asking you to go to the advanced level and where you have to design something. No, just basics of JavaScript will be enough. So please go through that series also, which will help you to understand Playwright in a more fun way. Now before we end this video, I want to highlight a couple of things. In case if you want to get started right away, then you just click on the get started, and here you can follow the instruction and you can continue. This is a very good documentation, but if you compare with Cypress have more rich documentation. This is also very good documentation, but few things are missing personally from my side. So maybe they will improve this documentation later on. So go through the documentation. They also have a lot of things. Okay, getting started, Playwright test, guides, migration, integration, and so on. Coming to the APIs, what Playwright provides, everything is available here, so you can explore the APIs as well. And again, this part, don't worry, I will be taking care of this. But in case if you want to explore few things from your side, these are the things which is available. Playwright test, Playwright library, all these classes is again in the classes are different sections, and so on. Again, in case if you want to work with Java, then this is a documentation for Java, this is for .NET, and so on. Main part, community. Okay, so again, if you found any bug, because it's a free and open source, let's say you got some bug, or maybe you want some enhancement, maybe you want to work on the documentation, anything that could be improved with Playwright, you can actually go to their GitHub profile. Okay, GitHub repository. Okay, you can see right now 35 issues which is open. In case if you found any issue, you can create an issue and you can submit. Now it could be bug, it could be a feature, it could be a question or anything. It's a community driven project, so you can even contribute. Apart from that, they have their Slack channel, there's Stack Overflow, plus they have also their YouTube channel, plus they have mentioned couple of other YouTube videos as well. So if you go to their ambassador page, these are the official ambassador, so you can check their ambassador as well. And yeah, this is their Slack channel in case if you want more frequent updates. Again, documentation is the main key. Even whatever I had learned directly from the documentation. So if you understand how to learn with the documentation, you can learn any tool from the internet. Yeah, so yeah, from tomorrow onwards I will continue with Playwright, how to get started, how to download everything, but I need your few minutes so that at least you can get comfortable with the UI, their documentation. Yeah, rest everything I will take. Today in this lecture we will talk about how you can install Node.js in Windows. So I'm using Windows 10, but if you're using Windows 8 or 8.1 or even Windows 11, the process will remain same. I'm just following for Windows 10 as of now. So the first thing that you have to do, let's cross check, do we have Node.js in my local system or not. So I will quickly open the CMD. I will just type node space -v. It says node is not recognized as internal or external command. It means I don't have Node.js in this system. Okay, so what I will do, I will close this and I will just type download Node.js. Okay, so you will be getting their official website, which is nodejs.org. So I'm just getting the download section because we have just typed download, but this is their official website, which is nodejs.org. As you can see, they have multiple sections about download, documentation, certification, and all the updates. And one thing that you have to notice, it is just a JavaScript runtime which is built on Chrome V8 JavaScript engine. Okay, so it's just a runtime environment for your JavaScript. So do not get confused with Node.js and JavaScript. So it's just a runtime environment for your JavaScript. So again, this is the LTS version, which is 14.17.3 at the time of recording, and this is the current version, which is 16.5.0. So I'm going to go with LTS version. So click on this and you can see it's directly starting for Windows, but if you're using different operating system, then you can just navigate to download section, and as you can see, for different operating system you have different option. So suppose if you're using Windows or Mac or different operating system, it will automatically start downloading. So you can see they have multiple options. For Windows, they have MSI zip file. For Mac, they have .pkg file, .tar.gz, and same for Linux. And if you just come down further, you can see Docker images as well. So depends on your requirement, you can download the respective one and you can start using it. Right now we are using Windows, so I have downloaded this MSI file. So once downloading part is done, you will find something called a small installer. Okay, it was in my download folder, so I created a new folder Node.js and I kept here. So just double click on this installer, click on next, click on accept the agreement, click on next again, and this is the main path, guys. Okay, so just keep a note of this path. It is going to our program files Node.js. Click on next, click on next. By default Node.js runtime is selected. Click on next again and click on next and click on install. It will take few seconds and Node.js will be installed in your system. Now once it is done, you just need to click on finish and Node.js is installed in your system. Now in order to cross check, let's quickly start the CMD. I will just type node space -v. As you can see, I got the same version, which is 14.17.3, which is the one that we have downloaded. And again, one thing which I want to see, which is npm. So I will say npm space -v. So now I will be getting npm version as well. So let's wait, which is 6.14.13. Okay, so we will be using this npm. So npm stands for node package manager. We will be using multiple npm commands once you move it. So if we just type npm space -help, okay, so you will see a couple of commands, and we will not be using all of them, but yes, we will be using few of them. So if you see, we will be using for basically update, install, uninstall, start, stop, test. You can see there are multiple commands. So if you need help for any of the command, you can just type npm. Let's say you just want information about this test. So just type test and first type help and just type test. Okay, so you will get the information about this command as well, what exactly this command will do and how you can use it. So you can see it's opening the documentation and you will get all the information that what kind of argument you can pass and so on. Okay, so we will be using npm multiple times. It is installed successfully. Now you can execute JavaScript without browsers as well, because it's a runtime environment, right? So in case if you're not getting these options, okay, so let's say you have typed node space -v, you're not getting node version, you're not getting npm version, it means the path you need to set manually. Generally it should set the path automatically, but in case if you're not able to get this, you can just cross check. How you can do that? For this, what I will do, I will show you. Just go to your my computer, click on properties, click on advanced system settings, click on environment variables, and just come to system variable and search for path variable. Okay, you can see this path variable, click on edit, and if you just expand this, you can see just now we installed, right? So it has automatically added this path, which is C program files Node.js, and this is exactly where our Node.js is located. So if you just want to go and cross check, just go to C drive, go to program files and just type Node.js, and yes, here it is located. So you will find all the node modules and npm everything. In case if you're not getting node version, npm version, it means you need to set this path manually. 90% it should come. In case it is not coming, just come to system variable, set the path here and click on OK, and just restart your system once. So even if it is not working after restart, please let me know, I can help you out. Now everything is set, so let's try to run a small JavaScript. It will be a hello world program. Our main intention is to run using Node.js. Console.log. Okay, now inside parentheses I will just say hello world or hello JavaScript, and I will simply close this parenthesis. So let me save this file. So I will press Ctrl S, and on my desktop I have created one folder called JavaScript examples. So I will just go inside this folder. Now I will save this file as .js. Okay, so let me just type this as hello.js. Extension should be .js, guys. Okay, so now if I want to execute this JavaScript, I don't need any browser, so I just need command prompt. So I will just use the same command prompt, and I will navigate to first of all desktop. Then inside desktop we have created JavaScript examples. Now I will just type node and I will give that file which is hello.js. Okay, and you can see we got the output hello.js. Okay, so let's say again, if I want to make any changes, I will just go back to the same file and I will say hello Mukesh or hello world. Okay, just save this file, come back here again, just type node space that file name, and you can see now it's got updated and it says hello world. So this is how the file will look like. This is the exact location where we have kept our .js file, and you can see it's a JavaScript file. And if you don't want to navigate directly from there, just go to that particular directory where your JS file is located, type cmd here, and it should start command prompt with the same location. Okay, now if you want to execute, just type node space hello.js and it should give the hello world. So it's very easy. So in the upcoming lectures, we will see the different concept of JavaScript. Right now we are just trying console.log, okay, which is kind of printing something on the console. Once we move ahead, we will discuss about the different data types, operators, classes, objects, loops, control statement, whatever is required for our test automation, we will be covering it. So right now I'm just using this notepad, but in the next lecture we will use Visual Code. There we will be writing all our code. Okay, but yes, it's up to you. If you want to use different editor, it's totally up to you. At the end of the day, we just need to write JavaScript code. Okay, today in this lecture I will show you how you can download and configure VS Code in Windows. So we will be using VS Code for our JavaScript tutorials. So in case you already have, you can skip this tutorial, but in case if you don't have any other editor, please go ahead with VS Code. It's very easy to use and there's a lot of plugins available which will make your task very easy. So I will just go to Google and I will simply search download VS Code for Windows, or just type download VS Code. You will be navigating to this website, which is code.visualstudio.com. They have this Visual Studio for Windows, Mac, Linux. I'm using Windows 64-bit, Windows 10. So as you can see, we have these options, right? So I will click on 64-bit. I will click on the system installer and it will download a small exe file. Now just double click on this installer and it will simply start installing in your local system. Now you can see this agreement page. So click on I accept the agreement, click on next, and this is the location where it is getting installed. Do not change this. In case if you want to change, you can do that. And you can see it requires minimum close to 300 MB of disk space. So make sure you have that space. Click on next and click on next and just click on next install. So it will take few minutes and Visual Code will be ready. You can start using it, whether you want to go with Python, Java, C++, Node.js. So once it is done, you can see we have a checkbox, launch Visual Studio Code. Click on finish and it will start this Visual Studio. Okay, so you will getting something like this where you can click on select language to get started. So if you want, just click here and you can get started with a specific programming language. I will click on cancel this. So now you can see we have something called Explorer, then we have something called search, then we have source control, and here you can see we can do the debugging as well and we can execute from here. Most important part, you can see we have a lot of extensions here, and this is one additional thing which I have installed. Okay, and if you come down here, this is your settings. The moment you click on manage, you can see we have multiple settings here. If you click on settings, you'll get a setting page where you can do a lot of other settings. So once we move ahead, we might jump into the settings. We might do some small changes here. As of now, not required. So you can click on this setting, close the settings. Apart from that, there you can see we have a section terminal, run option, go, view, selection, edit and file. We might use couple of them in the upcoming lectures. Okay, so the first thing that you need to do, click on the Explorer and you can see we have two options. One is your open editor, second is no folder opened. So basically you need one folder, okay, where you can do all this operation. So in our previous lecture, we have created one folder, right? So I'm just going to select the same folder. In case you are starting from this video, just create a folder, blank folder, and you can open that folder here. So I will click on this open folder and I will be using the same folder that we have used in the last session. So I will go to my desktop and we have created one folder called JavaScript example, right? click on the select folder, and that folder will be opened here. Okay, you will be getting this option now. Do you want to trust the author of the files in this folder? Say yes. So click on this and click on yes, I trust the author. So this is the file, guys, that we created yesterday. Okay, where we have just written a small console.log, which was simply printing some hello world. Now let me create a new file so that you will get one clear idea. I will just type this as my first JS code.js. okay, extension should be .js, and you can see we have a new file. You can see this extension, right? JS means JavaScript. Now you can just type console, and now you can see you will be getting auto suggestion, right? The moment you say dot, now you will be getting a lot of suggestions again. So you can see we have log, error, warn, info, assert, clear, count, so many other things. As of now, let me just try again log, and inside the log let me just print 12. Okay, and let me also print something in string form. So I will say log, and let me just type Mukesh here. So I'm just giving one number and I'm giving one string. Now how do we run it? Very straightforward. Click on this terminal and click on this new terminal. So right now it is available inside my directory, right, which is JavaScript example. Now just type node and give the file name. Our file name is my first JS code.js, and you can see it is giving 12 and it is giving Mukesh. Fine. Now you will also see just like log, we have some additional methods as well. As you can see, we have error, we have warn, right? So even if I use error now, if you just see that something went wrong, just a second, something went wrong, you will not see any major difference in the console, but when you do the same thing in browser, you will see a different behavior. Okay, that I will show you now. So I hope it is clear that first of all we have created a JavaScript file here with .js extension. Now you can write the complete code, and in order to run, just type node and give that file name. Now let me show you these two additional things in the browser. Okay, suppose I want to execute the same JavaScript code in the browser. You will see a major difference. Just click on this console and just type console.log and just type hello. Okay, you will get hello as usual, but the moment I say console dot error, okay, and this time I will say hello, can you see something? Now it is coming in error format. So basically we have log, info, error, fatal, warning, right? So if I just type console again, and if I show you warning, so just type warn and again type hello. Okay, so actually we just need to write the double quotes. Can you see this warning? So this is warning, this is error, this is just a log message. So you might not see major changes here, but when it comes to rendering the same thing in the browser, this will change its behavior. So once we move ahead, we will discuss a couple of things. Okay, this is just a beginning where we are just running our first JavaScript code on Visual Code, and I hope you're able to do that. Now if you don't want to write every time console.log, just type log and it will give you this option, right? Log on the console. The moment you select this, automatically it will write console.log. In a similar way, if you just type error, log error to console, and it will automatically give you these options. So we will be exploring a couple of this autocomplete features as well, and it's very handy. It will save a lot of time, plus it will make you a little more productive. So please try from your end. I'm using Windows, but yes, you can try with Linux and Mac. In case if you face any issue, let me know in the comment section. Today in this video, we'll talk about how to install NodeJS in Mac operating system. Very easy process, but let me tell you from the scratch so that in case if you're completely new, you should be able to follow it. For the reference, I'm currently using Mac M2. So in case if you have M1, M2 or even M3, the process will remain same. And the current version which I'm using is 14.5. Now, even before we install Node.js, let me quickly check, do I have Node.js in my system or not? So I will start a terminal and let me search NodeJS version. So if I type node space hyphen version, it says command not found. It means I don't have NodeJS in my operating system. So what I will do, first of all, I will just go to their official website. I will type NodeJS download. So you'll get their official website, which is nodejs.org. You can directly visit this website as well. And please go to download section. Now you can see the multiple options. You can go with package manager, you can go with pre-built installer, pre-built binaries, and source code. What we are going to use is pre-built installer. And at the time of recording, I can see the different versions. So I will go with LTS version, which is stable release. And I'm using Mac, so I'm selecting Mac, but in case you're using Windows, go with Windows for Mac and AIX. I'm using Mac, and this is the architecture. I'm using ARM64, but if you have x64, please continue with that. Continue on Node.js. Now it will ask you where exactly you want to have this PKG file. Let's say I want to keep in downloads. Now once it is done, open the download folder. So this is the PKG file. I can directly click on it. So you can see this is the installer, which automatically it will start. If you want to go to download folder, then double click, it's okay. Right now I just double clicked on it and I can see the package will get installed. So it says it's going to install 20.17.0 and it will also download and install npm. Please note down the location, because in future if you want to uninstall or if you want to do any modification, you will be going to this location, which is basically usr local bin node and usr local bin npm. This is our primary location. So click on continue. Again click on continue. It says agree, disagree. I will say agree. And now it says it will take around 257 MB. So make sure you have enough space. In case if you want to change the location, you can do that. Right now I will continue with the default options and click on install. Now it is asking my system password. So I will quickly enter my system password and click on install software. It's taking few seconds and we're good to go. And now I will also copy this, and it says make sure you add usr local bin in your path variable. Okay, so by default it will not add, so you need to add it manually. Now if I click on close, now it says do you want to keep this installer? If you want to keep it, otherwise you can move to bin. I generally don't prefer, so I will keep it move to bin. Now in order to check, what I will do, I will open the terminal again and let me type node space hyphen version, and now I can see 20.17.0, the one that we installed just now. And even if I want to check npm, I will check npm space hyphen version. I can see it's available 10.8.2. Today in this video we'll talk about how to install Visual Studio Code in Mac operating system. Very quick video but very important. So just for reference, before we begin, currently I'm using Mac M2 and I'm using the latest version 14.5. But if you're using Mac M1, M2, M3, doesn't matter, the concept will remain same. So go to Google, search for Visual Studio Code. You will be getting their official website, which is code.visualstudio.com. And again, depends on the operating system. Right now detected I'm using Mac, so it's directly giving me option download for Mac OS. And automatically you can see it is asking me where do you want to install this. So right now it's going to keep in my download folder, so I will click on save. Now once the download part is done, you can see this has downloaded. Now I can directly click on this, or I can unzip this. So basically this is how it will come down. Okay, this is a zip file. Now the moment I double click, it's basically doing the unzipping, and you can see Visual Studio Code 2. In your case you just see Visual Studio Code. The reason why it's coming 2, because I already have one older version of Visual Studio Code, so it says 2 now, but in your case it will be 1, but you can have multiple versions. So if I just double click on it, you can see it's starting. It says it's an app downloaded from internet. Do you want to open it? Say yes. And this is the release note. Basically it's July 2024 version, which is 1.92. But if you're using older version, no need to basically install the new one. In the new one, every time they keep changing the UI, the extensions. So it's good if you update. Even if you don't update, you can still continue with the older version. If you want to continue, so create a new folder and we're good to go. In the last video, we discussed about what exactly is Playwright, and I just gave you the brief introduction about Playwright. Now in this video, let's continue with the Playwright installation, and I will show you the folder structure and everything so that you should be familiar how you can get started with Playwright. As I said earlier, that in order to continue, you should have NodeJS on your operating system. Now it could be Linux, it could be Mac, it could be Windows, doesn't matter. The process will remain same for all of us. In case if you're completely new, then I will be giving these two links in the description, which will help you to install NodeJS on your operating system. I have uploaded a video for Windows, but the process will remain same for Mac as well. You just need to download a DMG file and you can continue. Once the Node.js has been installed in your system, you need a Visual Code, or I will say Visual Studio Code, where actually we will be writing the code. So that also have created a separate video. So please have a look, make sure everything is up and running so that you can continue with Playwright. Okay. So this is the official website, which is playwright.dev. Now, in order to cross check whether I have Node properly configured or not, I will just quickly see my Node version. The moment I say Node space -v, I'm getting the version which is 16.15.1 at the time of this recording. Let me quickly see what is the latest Node version. So if we just type Node.js and click on the Node.js official website, the current version is, okay, this is the latest version 19.0.1, and the recommended, which is the LTS version 18.12.1. So any version which is above 14 should work. So I have 16, but if you have the latest version also, please go ahead. There's no issue with this Node version. Okay, so now Node is properly configured in my system. Now let me open the Visual Code as well. So this is my Visual Studio Code, and I will show you. Let me open once again. I will just open Visual Studio Code. So this is the fresh instance. You can see the get started window as well. Now let's create a new folder, and that folder I will open here in my Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to create a new folder on my desktop. So I'm using two monitors right now, so you will not see any folder here. Let me just create a folder called Playwright. Just a second. Let me rename this Playwright, and I will write YouTube. Now you can give any folder name. Make sure you are able to remember the folder name, and give some meaningful folder name. Don't give some ABCXYZ. So I created a folder called Playwright YouTube. Now let me open that folder in Visual Studio Code. So I will go here, and you can see this option called Open Folder. Click on it, and now I will click on Desktop. This is the folder which I created just now. How to create a folder? Just like right click, create a new folder, and we are good to go. So this is the folder which I have opened here. Now there are two options. You can start the command prompt, or I will see in Mac it's terminal, and in Windows it's a Windows command prompt. So I'm using Mac right now. I will use new terminal directly from here, or I can use this existing terminal. So what is the command that we need to execute? Let's go back, click on get started, and you will get this detailed article, or I will say the blog post, where they have mentioned everything how you have to continue. Good thing here is we don't need to do anything. You just need to execute one command and everything will be set up in your system. Okay. So I will copy this command, npm init playwright @latest. So the moment I say latest, it will download the latest version for me. In case if you want to downgrade or you want a specific version, after you can mention the version as well. Okay. So as of now, I will continue with the latest version. But in case, let's say due to some compatibility issues, or maybe the few features are not working in the latest version, I might have to degrade, right? In that case, we'll write playwright and the specific version number. So come back to the terminal. In your case, if you are on Windows, it will be command prompt. First of all, I will check pwd, which is present working directory. Right now I'm in my user folder. So first of all, I will go to desktop, then I will say Playwright YouTube. Yeah, again type pwd. This is exactly where my control is now. I will clear this, and now I will simply paste the command which we copied, npm init playwright@latest. Now just hit enter, and now it will ask you a couple of things. It is asking, do you want to install the following packages? I will say yes. Now by default, okay, when you start installing, it will give you two options. Do you want to continue with TypeScript or JavaScript? When you don't select anything, by default it will take TypeScript. So if you are working with TypeScript, go ahead with TypeScript. Right now I will be using this complete series will be on JavaScript. So I will just press the arrow button and I will click on JavaScript. Now it is asking where to put your end-to-end test. So guys, the moment you install Playwright, Playwright also gives some sample test. So it is asking you where do you want to keep your test. By default, when you don't do anything, you can see the folder tests, right? It will dump all the tests in this folder. So I will not change anything. I will press enter. Now it is also asking add a GitHub action workflow. Later on, we'll talk about what exactly is GitHub Actions. So GitHub Actions is another service which will allow you to build your CI/CD on the cloud. So as of now, I will say no. By default, it is false, which is no. Hit enter. Now again, it says install Playwright browsers can be done manually via npx playwright install. So it is asking, do you want to install Playwright browsers? By default, it's true. I will hit enter. And now you can see it created one package.json file, and this is the JSON file. Okay, it was too quick. I will just show you. So it says wrote to this folder and it created one package.json file. So let's have a look. See, the complete Playwright is available now in the same folder, Playwright YouTube. If you want to see this folder, let me go to my desktop, and yeah, this one, Playwright YouTube. Everything is already available. So whatever you are able to see on the left hand side is exactly it is coming from this folder. Now this is a very, I will say, good feature provided by Playwright, that it is giving you everything, you know, on the fly. You just need to execute and see how it is running. Later on you can start customizing. So let's see one by one. It's very easy. Just stick with me for the next 10-15 minutes and you will understand everything. In this video we will be going through the folder structure. In the next video we'll start writing our own Playwright test. Okay, so first of all, it created one playwright.config.js file. It also created one test folder, and inside the test folder we have example.spec.js file. Again we have one more example, test examples. We have one more test here which is for to-do app list. Then we have one package.json file. So let's start with package.json file. So this is the main file. So let's say you want to upgrade the Playwright version, or maybe you want to add any additional dependencies while working with your project, you will be modifying your package.json file. So right now by default these values are available, like name, version, description, okay, scripts, keyword, author. This is the main part. So at the time of recording this video, I'm using Playwright 1.27.1. In case if you're watching this video at later stage, you will have a different version. That's fine. But in case if you want to upgrade and downgrade, this is the place where you will be upgrading. Okay. So the second file is playwright.config.js file. Now this is the heart of Playwright. So whatever project level changes you have to make, or whatever project related configuration you have to make, you will be touching this file. Now if you see here, we can define many things. If you want to change the test directory, right now all the tests are available here. If you want to change the test directory, if you want to define the timeout, you can make the changes here. Whether you want to run in the parallel mode or not, which reporter you want to use, okay, what browsers you want to use, everything is available here. Okay, we will be changing this configuration file once we start working with Playwright. As of now, just go through this. Even if you're not able to understand, it's fine. Just go through this configuration file once so that you will get some idea what this file can contain. The one thing which I want to highlight in today's video is the projects. Okay, now don't get confused with the project and the browser. You can see here one projects, and you can see the browser here, Chromium, which is actually a desktop Chrome, Firefox, which is the desktop Firefox, WebKit, which is desktop Safari. It means whatever test I will be running, they will run by default on 3 browsers, that too parallelly. Okay, now if you talk about Selenium, we need to use TestNG in order to run the test in parallel mode, but here by default it runs all the tests in 3 browsers, that too parallelly. I will show you now within a minute once we start running our test. In case if you want to run your test against mobile viewport, you can make the changes here. Okay, again this part we will be touching later on, but as of now I would ask you to focus only at this part. Now coming back to this test, they have given one sample test which we will execute. The moment you run this sample test, it will open this playwright.dev web application. It will verify the title, then it will create a locator, and then it will have one assertion. It will click on a link, and again one more assertion. Again, this is very basic test which we will execute just to make sure that everything is set up correctly, everything is working fine. Once we get the confirmation that yes, everything is running fine, then we will start creating our own test. As of now, we will run this sample test. They have created one more end-to-end test. You can see it's a very lengthy test. Okay, this is just for our reference, but anyways, we'll continue with our own test. And the last part is the node modules. So you can see Playwright is coming as a module. So the moment you start Playwright, this is what exactly it comes. So it has basically 2 parts. One is Playwright test and one is Playwright core. Both is required in order to continue. Now it's very neat and clean, right? No fancy stuff, just one configuration file, one JSON file, which is package.json, one folder for the test, and one our node modules, which comes by default. Now how to run the test? For this, again, I will go back to the documentation. Just come down here. See, whatever I have explained here is already part of this documentation. Now, in order to run your test, you just need to run one command called test. So you will say npx playwright test. What it does, it will go to this test folder and will start running your test. So let me copy this. Now same thing, if you want to execute the test, directly you can execute from the terminal, or you can open the VSCode and you can execute from here as well. So I will simply paste here npx playwright test and it will start running. But the question is which test? So for this, let me show you this part. If I open this config.js file, can you see this folder test directory? Dot means current working directory. Test folder, it means it will go ahead and check this particular folder. Now inside this folder, whatever spec file that you have created, it will run all of them. Okay, right now we just have one, so it will run one, but suppose if you have 5 spec file, it will run all of them in parallel mode in 3 different browsers. As of now, the moment I execute this command, which is npx playwright test, it will pick all the tests from this folder. In our case, this is one, and it will be running in 3 different browsers. So can you see this part? Fully parallel to true. Run test in files in parallel mode, and it will be running on 3 browsers: Chromium, Firefox, and WebKit. So let's execute this. The moment I hit enter, okay, you can see 3 tests using 3 workers, 3 passed, and it was very quick. It was very quick because we are running a very basic test and it executed very fast. But the moment you see the console, let's say it's passed, but where's the browser? We are not able to see anything, right? It worked in the background. So by default, all the playwright test runs in the headless mode. When I say headless mode, it means you will not be able to see anything. It is running in the headless mode and it's running and giving you the result. It is pass or fail that is a different part. Everything is passed as of now. One test executed in 3 browsers, so totally 3 tests. All are passed. Now what about the report? You don't have to do anything else. There's one separate command called show-report. The moment you run this, it will show the report as well. Everything is self-explanatory. It is directly giving you the command at the terminal itself. The moment you hit enter, see the same test, example.spec.js file. This is the file that we executed. It executed on Chromium, Firefox, WebKit. Now if you see the performance wise, 1.8, 1.2, 1.7. Surprisingly, Firefox was faster. Generally, I see tests run slow in Firefox, but in this case, Firefox was the faster one. Now, if you click on each and every test, let's say click on this, it will show you what exactly steps it has executed. Before hooks, after hooks. Again, hooks are a little technical. I will talk about what exactly hooks in Playwright. As of now, no need to worry about all of this. And these are the steps which executed. Like it started with this application, verified the title, attributes, then it clicked on some link, then it verified one URL, and it ended the test. All 3 tests have passed. The tests are same but running on the different browser. Fine. Now it is giving you that serving HTML report on this port number. If you want to stop, press Ctrl C. I'm using Mac, so I will say Command C. Okay. In your case, Ctrl C. Now I will clear everything. So it was very easy, right? We quickly installed Playwright. There was some sample test we executed. It got executed by default parallel. Then we have seen the report. But still, the question comes, what if I want to see that how it is running, what kind of operation it is performing? If I want to see how we can do that, then instead of just running say test, add one more option called --headed. It means I don't want to run in headless mode. I want to run in headed mode. So just add --headed, hit enter, and yeah, it started very fast. Okay, it started 1 here, 2 in my secondary monitor. So let me run once again, and I will quickly shift here. Okay, I hope you got the concept here. So once we have the test, which is little lengthy, then I will get some time to bring that browsers here. But right now all the tests are running in the headed mode, just after adding this --headed. Now, why these commands are important, how we can utilize this command, all of that we will see one by one. As of now, by default, the reporter that we are getting is HTML reporter. So if you see here, reporter, right? If you want to use some other reporter, that is also available. So these are the reporters that you can use. If I open this, okay, so these are the different reporters available: list reporter, line reporter, dot reporter, HTML, JSON, JUnit, GitHub Actions, annotations, and so on. And third-party reporter showcase as well. So it's totally up to you. Slowly, once we move it, we will use few more reporters if required. Fine. So this is just to check everything is working fine, which is working fine in our case. Now in the next video, let's continue with some more tests, and we'll see what exactly is test, what exactly is this require Playwright test, what is test, what is expect, how we have to write steps one by one, how to put assertions, and so on. Okay, so again, a quick recap before we end this video. In order to continue, make sure you have NodeJS properly installed. If NodeJS is properly installed, you just need to execute one command, node space -v. If you're getting Node version properly, it means everything is configured. Then open a Visual Studio Code where you will be writing the code. Before that, I created a folder called Playwright YouTube just for my reference. I created on desktop. Then I opened my terminal. I went to that folder and execute only one command, which is npm init. It created couple of folder structures and files for me. We have seen this file one by one. In order to run the test, we have seen two different commands. One is npx playwright test, which will run the test in headless mode, by default parallel in 3 browsers. If you want to see in the headed mode, just use headed, and in order to see the report, just say show -report, and it will show you the report. Yeah, that's all about this video. So please give a try and let me know if you face any issue. In this video, I will be talking about how you can write your first script in Playwright. Now, this is the third video. Before this, we already discussed what is Playwright, how you can download and install Playwright on your system. If you have done that, then you can continue from this video. But if you have not done the previous setup part, then I will highly recommend you to watch the previous 2 videos. I will give you the link in the description, and let's get started now. It's very easy. You just need to follow the same thing which I will explain you, and I will also give you enough document in case if you want to explore a few things from your side, you can start doing it. Okay. So before we move ahead, you will find some predefined tests. If you don't want, you can delete this. So this comes by default, so I am going to delete this. Okay, we'll create everything from the scratch. We also have one more test example where they have given so many tests. Again, I don't need this. We will be building everything from the scratch. So I will delete the complete folder which have one spec file. So now we just have one test folder which is blank, and this is the reports that we have. So even if you want, you can delete this, because after our test execution, we will be getting the reports as well. So we just have test folder which is blank, our config file, package.json file, and now let's continue how you can get started. Okay, now let's continue. So there are 2 ways. One is without using any plugin, which we will do today. In the next video, I will talk about how you can use the official plugin which is published by Microsoft. So we'll use one Playwright plugin for writing our test. Even for execution, for debugging, you can do that. So as of now, I will create our first spec file. I will give any name as of now because we are just getting started, but once you move ahead, you will be giving the spec file in a more meaningful way. Suppose you want to test the login scenario, you will write login.spec.js. Suppose you want to check the payment part, then payment.spec.js accordingly. So this is my first one, so I will say sample.spec.js, and our file is ready. Now I can start writing here whatever things that we need to import or whatever things we need from Playwright. So in order to continue, I will use require. Now what exactly is require? So require is actually a built-in function in JavaScript, which is the easiest way to include modules. So the moment we have installed Playwright, you can see we got this Playwright module, right? So we need this module in order to continue. So I will use requires. Now in the require, you can simply mention what modules you want. So in the single quotes or double quotes, the moment you add double quotes or single quotes, you can see we have a lot of modules that you can use. The modules that we need to use is Playwright test. Fine. So again, here we have a lot of things that we can use. Now if you come to this library, we can use any module. Okay, but what we need for this example, for today's example, is this test, and I need the expect. So now I will be using, actually I will be storing them in a separate variable. So I will say const, and I will just say that I need test and I need expect. That's all. So this is the first statement where we said we need this and we only need test and expect, which is coming from this node modules. Now once we get this node modules, now we can start using them. Now what exactly is this test? What exactly is this expect? So basically they both are functions. So test function is to declare the test, and expect function is to write assertion. We will be using expect for writing our assertions, which I will show you now in a minute, and we will be using this test function to write our test. So let's continue. In order to continue, I need to use this test. So I will use test, and now the moment I put pair of parentheses, you will see first thing it is asking, give me the title, which should be a string, which is nothing but a test name. So I will say my first test. Then we need a async. Now In JavaScript, we have something called promises. In order to handle promises, we will be using async and await. Throughout the series, you will be dealing with async and await. So we will be using async here. Then I will be using something called anonymous function. And inside this anonymous function, I will be using one of the fixture called page. Okay, these things will be little new to you, but I will show you the documentation, then things will be a little easy for you. Fine, so what exactly this page is? So it's isolated page instance, which is created for each test. And this page will help us to automate our applications. So once we get this page, we can call all the methods and we can start automating our applications. So this is my first test. I'm not writing anything. Okay, this is just a blank test as of now. In a similar way, if I want to create one more test, I can do that. Again, I will write test. I will write my second test. Again, async. Then I will create one more function. And here I will be taking one fixture, which is page is one of the fixture. And this is again a blank test. Like this, I can have one more test. I will say my third test, and that's all. Now how to run all of them? You can see in my case, I'm getting this run option, right? In your case, you will not get this option. So once we install that plugin, which I was talking about, you will also get this. For the time being, ignore these run options that you're getting. Now in order to run from command prompt, I will say npx playwright, and I will be using something called test. Now, if you go to their official documentation, you will see how to run example test. We need to use npx playwright test. The moment I run test, it will pick all the tests from this directory. In our case, we have only one. So it's going to run all the 3 test cases. So let's execute, hit enter. Okay, all are running in headless mode. So you can see total 9 tests executed. Again, why 9 test cases? As I mentioned yesterday, we are using 3 browsers, right? Chromium, Firefox, WebKit. So total 3 tests, 3 into 3, total 9. So first 3 tests on Chromium, 3 tests on Firefox, 3 tests on WebKit. So total 9 tests executed. Again, they all are dummy test cases, but yeah, I hope you understood what exactly this test function is doing. It is helping us to write the test cases. Whatever you write inside the test, it's a different story, right? We will be writing our web automation, or I will say web automated test, but we will be writing within a test function. Now let me use, this is what we use, right? Now let me use this expect. Now what exactly this expect is, as I told you, it will help us to write assertion. And let's say if I want to have some assertion, I will say expect 12 to be 12. Okay, this is just my first assertion. I'm expecting 12 should be equal to 12. So obviously in this case, it will be pass. In the same way, I can write one more assertion here. I will say expect, let's say 100 to be, let's say 101. So obviously in this case, it's going to fail. And the third one, again, I will write one more expect. I will say, let's say 2.0 dot to be 2.0. I don't want to fail all the tests. So this one will pass, this one will pass, but this one will fail. Again, I don't want to run all of them. So what I will do for the time being, I will remove this. Okay. So I will remove them. Later on, we will be adding them. So now my test will be running only on desktop Chrome. Yeah. Let's go ahead and execute. You can see now. Immediately, it was a very basic test. So it executed within 1.6 seconds and we are getting the results. So if you just open this, it says running 3 tests using 3 workers. It is running on Chromium. This particular test got failed, which is my second test, which was actually forcefully we have failed, right? It says expected received to be expected. Expected was 101, right? But received 100, and it is giving this and it's failing. 1 failed, 2 passed, and automatically it is generating the report as well. So if I click on my first test, it executed successfully. Second one is failing, and you are getting the same thing that we saw exactly here. So this is how the basic expect works. Let me show you a few more examples so that you should be comfortable with the expect. Now I will be creating one more test. I will say my 4th test, and this time let's say I want to use expect. Let's say there's a string, okay, Mukesh Otwani. Now I want to check whether this string contains, okay, so I will say to contains Mukesh. If this string contains Mukesh, it will pass, otherwise it will fail. So let me first execute this. Now, is there any way that I want to execute only this test, because these 3 tests we already executed, it's working fine, right? Is there any way to execute only this? So answer is yes. If you put dot, you will see we have a couple of options here. If I just say test dot only, it means I don't want to run these 3 tests. I want to write only, or I want to run only this test. So now it is asking me to quit. I will press Ctrl C, clear, and execute this. And yeah, it executed only 1 test. And since we are not getting any failure, right, it is asking that you can simply run this command and you will get the result. We know it will pass because we are giving actual versus expected. So if I want to fail this, let's say I will say Mukesh 1. In this case is going to fail, and yeah, it failed immediately. Same thing, expected string Mukesh 1, but received string is Mukesh Otwani. It does not contain Mukesh 1. It failed. Same thing you're able to see here. Now, is there any way that if I don't want to run maybe some of the tests, for example, this one is failing, okay, maybe I want to skip this. So I can do this way as well, where I can skip few tests. In my case, I will execute 1, I will execute 3, and I will execute 4, and only this particular test will get skipped. So when you don't define anything, all will run. When you say test dot only this particular test will run. But if you say test dot skip, it will skip this test, rest everything will get executed. So if I run this test now, this will pass, this will pass, this will get skipped, and this will fail again. I will change it to Mukesh again so that it should not fail. Suppose you want to compare now some true false values. For example, I want to compare, maybe I will give just expect true to be, sorry, dot to be truthy. So right now I'm just giving the dummy values, but once we start running our automated test, these values will be coming from the web applications, okay? And let me create one more test. I will say my 5th test, and here I will remove this, not required. I will say expect false to be false. Okay, so as I mentioned, guys, don't worry about this part. We will be taking this data dynamically from the web. So as of now, in order to show this, I'm saying expect false to be false. It means this value should be false. If this value is not false, this particular test will fail. In the same way, expect true to be true. It means this value should be true. If it is getting false, our test will get failed. Now, if I execute now, okay, let me clear once again, and let me write. Again, very fast. Total 4 tests, 1 skipped as expected, right? Total 5. Okay, just a second. Okay, so there's a small mistake from my side. If you see, I have not saved this file. Can you see this symbol? It means I have not saved this file. So it is taking the last 4 test cases. So let me quickly save this file using Command S. Now the file has been saved. If I execute the test now, yeah, total 5 tests executed. So 1 skipped, 4 passed. Now let me show you the report as well. So I will just use this command npx playwright show report. Sorry, I missed the T here. And yeah. So if you notice, this particular test got skipped 0, and you can see there's no symbol. All these are successfully executed. So you can see green check. Total 4 passed, 1 skipped. Now if you click them one by one, you will get the proper steps. So we have just added one step, right? The before hooks and after hooks added by Playwright, which is for setup and tear down. Now one more example before we start using the page. Till now we are not using this page, right? So what is the advantage or why we need this? We actually need this in order to continue with our automation. But before that, expect is important. One last example, I will create one more, which is my 6th test. And now suppose there's a string. Again, I will use my name, Mukesh Odwani. I'm expecting this string. So I will say again, does this includes Odwani? So is this string includes Odwani? Answer is yes, right? So this will return me true. What we are saying, it should be falsy, so which is wrong. So in this case, it will fail. So if you want to make this test pass, we need to give here to be truthy. So I will say to be truthy. And yeah, this time it will pass. So now we have 6 tests. Let me save this file, Control C, and test. Yeah, total executed report. So this one passed. Expected this to include Sotwani, yes, so true, and we are saying to be truthy, so it's working fine. So now let's continue. I hope you're comfortable with this expect now. Basic of expect, what exactly test function, test.only, test.skip. Now let's continue, and I will again create a separate file this time. So I will create second, or I will say google.spec.js. I will just launch the Google. I will just want to make sure that everything is running as expected, and I already shown you this, so I will copy this, maybe the first test and this require with const, and now let me write. So I will say test name verify Google title, or maybe I will say verify application title. Now in order to start, I will be using this page. Okay, now the moment I say page dot, you can see we have couple of methods here. Now a lot of methods we will be using, but in order to continue, the first method that you need to understand is goto. Let me just hide this. Goto. So it's simply asking you, give me the URL which you want to open. Along with that, if you want to pass some additional options, that is optional. If you want, you can pass. You can see we have a timeout here, we have wait until, and couple of states that you can pass. Now let me pass one URL. In our case, http://google.com. Now I will be highlighting few points here. So if I open google.com, okay, you can see the title is Google, right? This is actually our title. So I want to just load this google.com, and I want to just verify the title is equal to Google or not. So I will go back here. It will launch now google.com, but for each and every step, you will be using await. Now let me capture the URLs. I will say page.url. So this will return me the URL of this particular application, which is google.com. Now again, I will be using await. Now this particular method will return me a string. So I will store this into a URL. Okay. And now let me simply print this. So again, I will use console.log, and I will print the title. I will say title is this URL. Now everything is done. Now let's execute the test and see whether it is giving us the title or not. Okay, so again I will write, maybe I will press upper arrow. Yeah, so this time when I say npx playwright test, it is going to run these two spec file. Okay, by default it scans the test folder and it's going to run all the spec file. So I'm going to execute both the files later on. Once we move it right, I will show you how you can run a specific spec file. Suppose you want to run only google.spec.js or maybe the sample one, you can do that. We just need to provide one option here, and you can provide the file name which you want to execute, and it will execute. For the time being, since this is a very first session, I will execute all. Now the moment I execute, you can see running 7 tests. One is skipped as usual, one is skipping from here, this one also got executed. And now let's quickly see the report part. Again I will just press upper arrow. Let me check the report. So this is the one that we created now, right? So this is the spec file name, and right now we executed two spec file, sample.spec.js. Since we're not doing any activities, it took 1 second. In the second spec file we just have one test, verify application title. Again we are just opening Google, right? So it took hardly 2 seconds. So these are the steps, only one step that we executed. And you can see this attachment called standard out. This is actually the console.log that we have written, right? So one thing that you can see here, it's printing here, title is, this is the string that we have added, URL it is capturing at runtime, and it's printing. In the same way I can capture the title as well. So everything is coming fine, and the same output we're able to see in the standard out as well. Standard output, which is console.log. Now as the test is verify the application title, which is google.com. So in the same way I can capture title as well. So I will say const title. I will say again await page.title. So it will capture the title, and then we will use for printing. So I will say title. But printing will not help, right? Printing is only for our understanding. Main thing that we need to do is the assertion. How we can tell that we want only this title. If anything else will come, it will fail our test. Now I will be using expect. So I will say expect what we are expecting, the title, right? So I will say page. This page I can directly call like to have title, and I can provide the title here. Title is Google. So now instead of doing this is just for our understanding. Now when you say to have title, we can directly give the expectation here that the title should be Google. And since we are using Playwright methods, okay, we need to use await here. So it will print the URL, print the title, and it will do the assertion as well. So let's execute once again. Yes, executed, title is Google, and it is able to verify. And if I check the report, yeah, to have the title, expectation is done. Now purposefully, let me change this to Yahoo. Now obviously this will fail because what we are saying, page should have a title Yahoo, but the actual title will be coming Google. So obviously it will fail. This I did purposefully just to show you that if you add assertion and if something goes wrong, it will actually fail your test. Okay, you can see it's taking some time, right? And I will tell you how much time it is taking and why it is taking. So first of all, see this part which is called errors. It did couple of retry and it says expected string Yahoo, right? This is what we were expecting, but the actual thing is coming Google. So it did the retry up to 5000 milliseconds. It means it waited till 5 seconds. And how this 5 seconds has been configured, now this actually is defined in our playwright.config.js file. Can you see this? Expect, we are using expect now, right? So expect by default timeout is configured 5000 millisecond, which is 5 seconds. Within 5 seconds, if this expect is not getting resolved, then it will simply throw an error. So if you come down here, exactly till 5 seconds it did, and since the title is wrong, it is failing, and this is the standard output that we are printing here. Yeah, again, very basic test we executed, and now once you're comfortable with this, now we can continue and we can start interacting with the web elements. But very important part, few things I want to highlight here. First of all, let's say you missed this part. Okay, maybe you just said www.google.com. Will it work? Let's see. This time it will fail. Okay, so it says cannot navigate to invalid URL, which is protocol error. It means you have to provide protocol. You cannot skip this. You have to provide HTTP or HTTPS, depends on what application you have. What if I don't write this await? Okay, let's save this, Control C. Again, you can see here it says error name not resolved. So if you don't use await, it will not work. So whenever you deal with Playwright methods, you have to use async at the function level, and you will be using await whenever you will call any Playwright function, or I will say Playwright method. Yeah, so very basic example, but it is very important in order to get started, because after this we will start interacting with web elements, then we will have more assertion. This is just to make sure that everything is running as expected. Yeah, so one more thing which I have to add here, but that would be good if I add that in the next video. Okay, so before we end this video, let's have a quick recap, because we discussed a lot of stuff in this video. So we deleted everything, we started everything from the scratch. We created our first sample.spec.js, we used require, and we used test and expect. So using test function, we can create test cases. We have created 6 test cases. We have seen test.only. If you put .only, it will execute only that test case. If you say test.skip, that will skip that particular test cases, and the other test will get executed. After that, we have discussed the expect. You can have assertions. Using expect, you can have assertion. You can expect any kind of values. We'll have more assertions. So we discussed expect without any page. We have also discussed one expect to have title, right, with page as well, which is coming from Playwright. So this is actually coming from Jest. So once you move ahead, I will show you this Jest documentation, and I will show you the different expect which they have. After this, we created a new spec file, which is google.spec.js. Again, we used require. Again, we used only one test function, and we have written the actual test, which is verify application title. This example, we have used this page. Using goto, we navigated to that application. We have seen that if you miss the protocol, you will be getting error. So please provide the protocol. Then we have seen how to capture the URL, how to capture the title, how to print, but printing will not help. So we have to provide the actual assertion. So we have used expect. We are saying this page should have this title, Yahoo. Let me change to Google, because again it will keep failing. So I will change this to Google, and this assertion should pass. So I would highly recommend you to try this. Please practice the basic test that I discussed today. In the upcoming videos, we will be automating few applications, and we will discuss a lot of things from the report part, from the data, taking data from the JSON file, running the test in headless mode, headed mode, CLI commands. A lot of stuff is coming in this series. Please give a try. If you like this series, please share with your friends and colleagues. And if you face any issue in the installation or writing the test, let me know in the comment section. Today in this lecture, I will be talking about how you can interact with web elements in Playwright. Okay. So in the last few lectures, we discussed what is Playwright install and how to write the first script in Playwright. So if you're completely new to this series, then I would highly recommend you watch this last 3 videos, so that you can set up the environment and you can get started. Okay. Now in this video, I will be taking a login form. So it's not a complete registration form. I will just show you to the login and logout activity. But once you're comfortable with that, then you can easily fill the registration form and other details as well. Right now in this form, we just have buttons, we have input fields, and we'll try to do some assertion as well, that let's say if login is done successfully or logout is done successfully or not. Once you're comfortable with that, then we'll talk about how to work with radio button, checkboxes, drop down, links, and etc. So in order to continue, I'm using this particular application. This is only for demo purpose, but if you have any application, you can achieve the same thing, whatever approach I will show you. Okay. So in order to continue, first of all, I have to create a new spec file. In the last 2 lectures, we just created the sample and google.spec.js file. So in order to continue, I will create a simple one called login.spec.js file. And now I just need the Playwright, right? So I will be using require. So I will just use require, which is a node function, and I will say I need Playwright test. I will simply store them. I will just extract page, not page, I will say test and expect. So test function, which help us to write the test, and expect is basically for assertion, because I need to perform 2 assertions, before login and after login. So this is the credentials, admin 123. The moment I log in with this credential, I need to verify the login is done successfully or not. So I can do multiple assertions. I can check URL contains dashboard or not, this image is available or not, this search option admin is enabled or not, or maybe some charts are displayed or not. It could be anything, right? Our main purpose is to make sure that we are logged in successfully. And same thing, if I just do the logout part, I just want to verify maybe this username should be available, or maybe the URL should have the login part, right? So I will use the same. So in order to continue, I will use test function, and I will just provide a name called valid login, and I will use function. Inside the function, I will take the page fixture, okay, which will help us to interact with the web page. I will write await page.goto. So goto is another method which will help you to open a particular URL. So in our case, let me copy this and let me just enter this here. Fine. Now the main part. Now I have to interact with the web elements. So I want to show you a couple of things. So right now at the time of recording this video, I'm using the latest version of Playwright, which is 1.27. And in the latest releases, they have added a couple of locators. Okay, I will show you now a few of them. So previously this was not available, so we were using locator. I will show you both, so that in case if you're still on the previous versions, you can still go ahead with the locators. But these are the new APIs available for interacting or locating with the web elements. Now let's go with the traditional manual first, or maybe I will do the combination. So let's say I need to interact with this username. So first of all, I will right click on this and I will click inspect and just see the DOM part. If you see, we have a class here, we have name, we have placeholder, and there's some autofocus and some other attributes as well. I'm going to use placeholder because in the new API, we have a dedicated method for placeholder. Fine, so let me copy this placeholder, and I will tell you if you don't have placeholder, what else you can do, okay? So stick with me for some time. I will write page dot and just type get. You can see we are getting a lot of methods, right? So get attributes if you have to capture the attribute, but if you just type get by, you can see we have get by all text, get by label, get by placeholder, role, test ID, text, and this is get by title. Right now I copied the placeholder, right? So I will select this and I will use double quotes and I will pass the placeholder now. Now I need to type, so I can use either dot type or dot fill. I'm going to use type, and in double quotes, this is the username, which is admin. Now if I inspect again password, now you can see again I have a placeholder, right? I have a class, I have a type and name and other stuff. If I want, I can take the placeholder, so you can go ahead with that, but let me show you other ways as well. Now I'm using one of the plugin called Selectors Hub. Let me drag and drop here. So if you're completely new to Selectors Hub, then it's a Chrome extension which will help you not only write the XPath, you can validate, you can do debugging, you can generate the code out of this, right? There's so many features available in the Selectors Hub. It's a browser extension. Please go ahead and install, and you can start using Selectors Hub. Now the moment I inspect this, you can see here I'm getting a couple of suggestions, right? I can use CSS selectors, I can use XPath, I can use index based XPath, right? And even I can use jQuery. Later on in Playwright, we'll talk about how to use jQuery with Playwright. For the time being, let's say I want to use this name. Okay, so I will use copy this name. I will write input. See, this is giving you auto suggestions. If you want to go ahead with the auto suggestion, you can go ahead. Otherwise, I will directly type name and find a password. This is exactly what I have written called CSS. So I have dedicated videos on how to write XPath, how to write CSS selectors. If you're completely new to XPath CSS, I would highly recommend you to watch my last 3 videos. I will give all of them in the description. That is actually mandatory, not only for Playwright. Any automation tool you work, you need the locators. So I'm using a selectors path. I have written a CSS. I will copy this. Third one, I will show you how you can go ahead with the XPath. Okay. Now, if I say get by, we don't have any method, right, where I can use CSS. So you have to use called locator. It's a separate method. And in double quotes, the moment you open and close this parenthesis, you can see it is asking you, give me the selector in a form of string, right? So whatever selector I have written, I will paste here. It's showing one matching node. Now again, I will say dot type. Again in double quotes, admin 123. So username is done, password is done. Now I have to click on this login button, right? Now again, if you notice here, we have a type equal to submit. I have a class, even I have a text. So I can use this, let's say type equal to submit. Now I will generate one XPath. So I will use double slash and I will say find a button. Okay, you can see we got one matching node, but still I will give where type equal to submit. I got again one matching node. I will copy this, come here, page dot locator, and in double quotes I will paste the XPath. See, I'm not mentioning whether it's XPath, whether it's a CSS. It's automatically understand that this is starting with double slash, it is a XPath. If it is not starting, it will take the CSS selectors. Now I will use click and it will perform the click. Okay. Now after this, I need to verify, right, whether I will be able to log in or not, or whether script is able to log in successfully or not. So let me take this dashboard, that if I'm able to see the dashboard, it means login is done successfully. So URL based assertion and title based assertion I showed you in the last video. So I will use the same. I will use expect. Okay. See, we have used this expect, right? So test I have used here. I'm using expect page dot to have URL. So basically we want to check URL, right? Now I will use to have URL. Now I can give here the URL or the expression. Okay, if you want to verify the complete URL, you can give the exact URL. Otherwise you can give a pattern too. So I'm expecting that it should have a dashboard. Okay, so just add one forward slash, give the pattern that you're looking for, and again one forward slash. Right now I'm just expecting dashboard, nothing else. Now let's run this and see whether it's working fine or not. Now in order to run this, I will open a terminal from for this Mac, or I will just open the terminal from here. Right now you can see terminal is already open. In case if it is not, then you can just go ahead to this terminal, click on new, and it will show you. So right now we are on, you can see this is my actual main folder, Playwright YouTube. So now I will just type npx Playwright test. Now the moment I hit enter, what it will do, it will run all these spec files, right? So it will run google.spec.js, login.spec.js, sample.spec.js. But right now I'm more interested into this login.spec.js. So what I will do, I will just say dot slash. Right now all our scripts are available inside test folder, right? So I will say tes, which is tests, then one forward slash. Now I have to provide the file name, which is login.spec.js. So I will say login.spec.js, and we're good to go. But here's a small disclaimer. The moment I hit enter, by default the test will be running in the headless mode, right? It means I will not be able to see the execution. So I will add one option here called -- headed. It means I want to see my test in headed mode. It means the normal execution. Now let me execute this, hit enter. Okay, so something went wrong. It says no test found. Just a second. Login.spec.js. Just a second. Let's see this part. I did a small mistake, guys, and this is how you have to understand what mistake you have done and how you can fix it. So if I see something here, it says one error was not part of your test. See above for details. No test found. Okay, let's move ahead. It says unexpected reserved word await. So basically, in order to continue, if you want to work with the promises, you have to use async for the function that we have actually missed. So I have to use async here, then I have to use await. So I was missing this async, that is the reason it was not running. So let me clear this, and I will use upper arrow from my keyboard, and let me hit enter. And yes, you can see it's running our test. Started the URL. Okay, and here we go. This is a small issue with this application. You will not come across this issue very often. If you notice, when I was showing you manually, it was coming in English, right? But now it's coming in a totally different language. So our test will fail, obviously, and let's wait, and I will show you what error you will be getting. Okay, so let's wait. It will wait for 30 seconds actually, and yeah, here we go. So first of all, what happened? First of all, you can see it says test timed out of 30,000 millisecond. It means the test got timed out after 30 seconds. And how it is coming? Because in our configuration file, we have a timeout of 30 seconds. If you want to reduce this, you can reduce. By default, it's set to 30. Then it says waiting for selector, and it is actually waiting for this placeholder username. Actually, since it's in a different language, it is not able to find username, and it got failed. And you can see here line number 7, it is giving us this particular error. Same thing you will find here. After login, it was not able to locate this placeholder called username, and it failed. It's just a temporary issue only for this application. In your case, you will not come across this kind of issues. So let me wait for some time, so that, because generally what I have noticed, it comes back to English after a few seconds or minutes. So let me wait once it is back to English, and we'll resume the video. Okay, so we are back now. I waited for a few minutes, and this, as you can see, it's coming in different language now. The moment I refresh, okay, yeah, it's come back. It's actually coming in English now, so we can continue. So again, I will be running this. Last time it failed, and it was expected, okay, because if some weird behavior is coming, it should fail, right? And it failed. So let me run it once again. This time, start it again. Yeah, load it. So until the page is not loaded, it will keep on waiting. The page is not loaded yet. Yes, it did admin use, clicked on admin 1 2 3. Okay, and it failed. Okay, again, as expected. We entered admin as a username. Okay, and admin 1 2 3 as a password. So this is again mistake from my side. A password is admin with small a. I made it capital A. Okay. See, every failure is giving you some output, some learning. So it's okay. Let it fail, because every time you make a mistake, you will learn. I did a mistake from the credential side, and it was failing. So this time it should work as expected. Yes, it entered, and yes, can you see it passed? It was too quick that after login, the moment it found the URL contains a dashboard, it actually passed, right? So if you want to put a wait, you can do that. I will show you how. Okay, so let's say you want to see, you can put a await page dot wait for timeout. See, this is not recommended. This is only for the debugging. If you notice here, it should be used only for debugging, and I want to show you whether it logged in successfully or not, right? Because it passed and we could not see anything. So you have to give the time in milliseconds. So wait for given timeouts in milliseconds. So maybe I will give 5,000. only for debugging, not recommended. So after click, it will wait for 5 seconds. Once the dashboard comes, at least you will be able to see, and then it will run. Yeah, let's run it once again. Yeah, it did username and password. Now it will wait for 5 seconds. Okay, now dashboard, as you can see, after 5 seconds it will close. Perfect. Now let me show you that if I want to do logout also, what else I can do. So you can see here that if I have to log out, I will click here, then I will get this logout, right? So let's say I want to click this guy, and if you see the DOM structure, we actually have SRC. If you want to write XPath or CSS based on SRC, you can do that. If you want to use class also, you can do that. You can write XPath or CSS. And now you can see I have one more alt attribute. So basically in image, you will be having the alt tag. So in case this image is not visible, at least you will see this text. So we can take the advantage of this, which is alt attribute, but the value is profile picture. I will copy this, and now I will use await page dot get by. Can you see I have a dedicated method now called get by alt text in case if this is available, go ahead. So let's take the advantage, and I will use click. Okay, so it will click on that, and after that I want to click on actually logout. You can see here this is the text. Now again, multiple options, go with XPath, CSS, but there's a direct text available, so I will copy this, and let's use the new locator provided by Playwright, page dot get by text. And this is actually very handy method, right? Because most of the time you will be getting a text and you just capture the text and continue. After click, or I will say after logout, again I need to verify, okay, the title contains login or not. So I will copy this, and await page, sorry, I have to do expect page to have URL, and I will just say /login/, and again it will be very fast. It will click and it will exit. So again I will put a timeout after click. This I will keep for 3 seconds maybe, and I will remove it later on after this demo. Run it once again. It's hope it should not come in different language. Okay, it's back to English. Okay, after 5 seconds, okay, something went wrong, it failed again, and let's see. Now there's another very interesting feature called strict mode violation. Okay, in Playwright, what it says, if you just notice here, strict mode violation, it actually found 2 elements with the same alt text. We have given alt text called profile picture, so it is able to find 2 elements with the same text. So it found 2. Now it says now where to click, right? Now Playwright got confused whether to click on the first one or the second one. So now here either we can write a unique selector which will find only one matching node, or basically this is returning you 2, right? So I can say that maybe this is returning me 2 elements. I will say okay, select the first one and then click. Okay, now let's run it once again. See, in this small example you have seen many issues, and you know the fix also, right? So yeah, after 5 seconds it clicked, and it clicked on logout, and it came back to this, and after 3 seconds it verified the login part, and it is working as expected, right? We'll talk about what is first, what is last, what is nth. For the timing, for the temporary workaround, it found 2 elements. It was not able to understand where to click, so we said okay, select the first one and continue. In case of a unique one, you will not come across this issue. Now finally, let's see the report. I will copy this command, or I can just type npx playwright and show -report. Okay, so this is the spec file that we created, right? Which is login.spec.js, and just notice one by one. So before hooks, after hooks is by Playwright for opening the browser, closing the browser. These are the actual commands. Okay, so it started with URL, typed admin123, then we did login, and this is externally we have done not required, but still it is capturing here. We verified the URL. Now notice this part. Okay, nth was 0. So basically it found 2, we clicked on the first one, then we clicked on logout, wait for timeout, and we are doing the verification. Okay, very interesting and very easy to understand this. Okay, and right now we just have one. It took 14.5 seconds to execute all of this. Fine. So I hope you got this some clear idea how to interact with web elements. These are just type click I have shown you, and in the next videos we'll talk about Dropdown and other web elements. If you're watching the video till then I want to give a small trick, or I will say tip. So first of all, let me remove this timeout, right? Because it's making my scripts very slow. If I don't give this, my script should have been executed in hardly in 5 seconds, right? Total 14. So I'm removing now these 8 seconds additionally. Now the trick here is, see, it's typing very fast, right? But as a human, we don't type so fast. So I want to actually emulate the real behavior, how a user will type. I will type admin123, means I will type slowly, right? So I'll put comma here, and you can see here I can pass multiple options. So one of the option is called delay, like how much delay you want to provide. So you can see delay 100 millisecond. It means for each character 100 milliseconds. So if I just type, let's say curly braces delay colon 200, it means for each character I will just give it a time of 200 milliseconds, which is 0.2 seconds. So now it will type slowly. Same thing I will do for this guy, curly braces open and close, delay, and here I will put 100 millisecond. Don't put 1000, because for let's say if you have to type Mukesh, it will take 6 seconds to type. So 200, 100 is okay. Now let me run this again and let's see. Yeah. Now just notice the behavior. It will type slowly, just like a normal user. See? Now you're able to see what is happening. Initially it was very quick, and yeah, it's executed as expected. Today in this lecture, I will be talking about how you can capture error messages and how you can verify the same. Okay, this is going to be a very small topic, but very important, because in testing, we all have to do the verification, right? Because if your test does not have the verification, it will not make, or it will not add any value. So I'm taking one example, which is from Orange HRM, but you can take any application. The concept will remain same. So I want to show you the scenario. Suppose if I enter the valid username password, I'm able to log in and I can continue the rest of the test. But suppose if I don't give the proper username password, and if I click on login, as per my test, I should be getting this invalid credentials message, right? And I need to verify the same, whether this message is working as expected or not. So the concept which I'm going to show is not going to be helpful only for this scenario. Now, whenever you have to verify the messages, now it could be the tooltip messages or any other kind of messages, you can use this concept. Okay, so I will use the same, and I'm assuming that you have seen the previous lectures, because in the previous lectures I took the same application and I showed you how to do type and how to do click, right? So let's continue. I have already created a spec file, which is verify error message.spec.js, and I already have the Playwright with me. So now I can continue with the test function, and let's write our test case. So I will write test here, and I will just say test name is verify error message, and let me create function, and let me take page fixture, which I will be using for the complete test, and let me use async. Okay, now let's continue. Now in order to open the page, I will say await page dot go to, and I will pass the application URL that we have to automate. In our case, it's Orange HRM. Now let me quickly do enter username and password, and let me click on login. So I will click on inspect. I'm using selectors hub right now, but if you want to directly take from here, you can go ahead. You can see I already have placeholder here. So we also have a direct locator in Playwright called placeholder, right? So I will go ahead and take the placeholder. So await page dot get by placeholder, and I will just enter admin. Okay, it's a proper username, but password I will make invalid, and same thing I will do for password field. Just a second, let me scroll it down. Yeah, same. This time I have a placeholder called password. So await page dot get by placeholder, and let me type again, which is the wrong username. Okay, I will give some random password, and let me click on this login button. Now for this login button, you can go ahead and use anything because we don't have placeholder now. So I can go ahead with the type equal to submit, or maybe this class. So you can see I got this CSS and XPath. So I will go ahead and take this XPath. Await page dot, since I'm using XPath now, I will use page dot locator, and I will pass the locator, and I will say click. This is what we have done in the last video as well, and this is what exactly I showed you in my last example. Yeah. Now the main part is this error message. So let's say some random password. I click on login, and yes, I got this invalid credential. So if I inspect this, you will see it's having a p tag, right? It has a class. It also have XPath equal to 1. The moment I expand, now I can see this invalid credential. Now you can go ahead and write your own XPath. Okay, I can take this relative XPath as well, or this relative CSS. So what I will do, I will just search for p tag. Now this class is little lengthy, so I will use contains, and contains, I will say look for a class, and I will provide the class name. So class, I will just say alert content text. Okay, one matching node. It means I'm able to find this particular message, which is invalid credential. Now let's see how to capture it. So I will say await page dot locator. I will pass this XPath here. Now you will be using something called text content. So you can see now I have two methods here. One is text content and one is all text content. So if you have to capture only from one, you will use text content. But let's say you have group of messages, or maybe let's say you have a header, maybe you have multiple options, you want to capture all the text content. In that case, you will be using all text content. This will return you one string array. Okay, as you can see, this is a method which will return you string array in return. This will simply return you the message. Put mouse over and it will return you string. Now let me store this into a variable. So let me create a variable called const, and I will just print the message here, which is error message. Yeah, let me print. I will say error message is error message. Let me just run this and let me see whether I'm able to get the result or not. Once I get the result, once I get the actual string, then I will put assertion. Okay, and I will show you two assertions. One, how you can verify the partial message. One, how you can verify the complete message. Both I will show you. So depends on the requirement. You can verify the partial message or the full message. Now I will go ahead and say npx playwright test. And if I simply run this command, it will run all the spec files which I have, which is Google, login, sample and all. But I want to only run tests. Which one? Verify error message.spec.js. I'm using tab here from my keyboard, so it's auto populating. And I want to run in headed mode, so I will say -- headed, and let me hit enter. You can see it started. it will enter wrong username password. Okay, and here we go. It actually captured the error message. It says error message is invalid credential. And now just a matter of assertion and we are good to go. If you want to see how it will look like in the report, so either you can run this command, which is show report, or you can open directly. So this is the standard output that we are getting. Since we are using console.log, it's coming here, invalid credentials. Now let's say I want to verify this partially. So I will be using expect. Okay, you can see we are taking expect from Playwright, right? Now I will say this message which we have, which is error message, does it includes invalid or not? Okay, so I will just copy this. So if the error message contains invalid, this particular expression will return me true, right? So I will say I'm expecting true, to be truthy. We have to use to be truthy. It means if I get this message, it will return true, and if I'm getting true, I'm saying it should be truthy, so it will pass. But due to some issue, maybe it could be the application issue or maybe some random issue, if the message is not displaying or maybe message is coming something else, your test will fail. In that case, you will report, obviously, right? So I will save this and let me run again. Obviously it will pass, but let's see. Let's run this and it will be very quick. If you want to slow down the type I mentioned, right, you can put a delay. So it will type character by character slowly. As of now, no delays, it will immediately type. Yeah, again, test executed. Now let me use some random thing. Obviously in that case it will fail. So I will say I'm expecting this thing. So does error message, which is invalid credential, does it include error? No, it will return false. And what we are expecting, it should be true. So in this case, it's going to fail. So execute the last command again. And it failed. Can you see this? Expected this one, but to be truthy, received false. So actually we are expecting it should be true, but what we received is false. So it's going to fail our test, and you are able to see this failed here, right? Same part. So let's make this, let's revert this, because actually we want to pass this test, right? So I will change it back and I will make it invalid. Now this is what I'm checking partially, right? But what if I want to check the exact message, the complete string I want to verify? In that case, you can go ahead and use expect error message equal to, and I will expect the complete message. Okay. Now if this is true, again I will say I'm expecting to be truthy. If even a single character is missing, it will fail, and I will show you that in the next iteration. So let me run it once again. Yeah, it's loading. Yeah, it's passed again as expected, right? If you want to see the report will be exactly same, no changes. But let me remove this S now. Let me save this and let's run it once again. This time it should fail because S is missing. So that will show you in a proper report what is missing. And yeah, see, this is the default feature with Playwright, that if there's a test success, it will not open the report. But if there's a test failure, it will automatically open the report for you. But if you want to customize this feature, let's say you don't want to open this report always, or maybe you want to open always, like even the test is getting passed or failed, you want to open it. This small setting we have to do that I will show you. Okay, let's look at the report now. As you can see, it received false. We were expecting true, right? But it received false and it started failing because this expression is returning you a false because we removed S, so it is false. We are expecting true, so it failed. And if you come down here, see, this step got passed. The previous expect, this expect has been failed, and this is a standard out because we have used console.log, right? So yeah, this is not the only way. There are multiple ways to verify the error message, but this is one of the way to verify not only the error message, any message that you capture. Yeah. So yeah, that's all about this video. Please give a try and let me know if you face any issue. Today in this video, I will be talking about how you can maximize your screen or how you can change the viewport in Playwright. Okay. Now you must be thinking why I'm covering this video, because it looks very easy, right? Ideally it should be yes, but here we don't have any direct method in Playwright where you can maximize the screen. Okay, if you're coming from Selenium background, there we have a dedicated method, right, to maximize the screen, like driver.manage.windows.maximize or full screen. Unfortunately we don't have, but here we have something called viewport. So let me show you one example. Take this example that if I change, see, this is the full screen look like, but the moment, let's say my application is opening here, or maybe in this, you can see the scroll bar, right? So many times the scroll feature will get added if you are opening your application in a different size, right? So if you don't open in a maximize mode, again you might have to add the scrolling feature, or you have to add the extra methods. Plus sometimes the test might get failed because that element is not visible if you have not handled properly. So generally when we do when a user tests the application, they test in a maximize mode and they do it, right? So now depends on your requirement, you can change this screen size accordingly and continue. So let me show you the current resolution. Okay, so this is the previous test which I have written. I would highly recommend you to watch my previous series where we have discussed all of this in detail. So let's say after opening this, I want to maximize. So maybe if I type full, there's no such method called full screen, or even if I type maximize, it's not available, right? But if I say viewport, can you see viewport size, where I can even set, I can get. So now I'm going to use viewport size, and the moment I say dot, you can see I can get the width and the height of the page. So basically of our browser. So if I just say, okay, let me take the width. So this is my width, this is the height. Okay. So depends on your resolution, depends on your requirement, you can change the width and height. So let me capture this width and let me print this in console. So I'm going to capture width and let me capture the height as well. And I will show you two different ways how you can set the width and height. So let me capture the height as well. Okay, so let me run this file and let's see what is the width and height I'm getting. So let me run this login.spec.js file. One thing that you will notice, it's coming in a specific size, right? So this is my width, this is my height. So you can see it's coming in a space width and height, and we'll get the values first. Yes, it executed. So this is the width, which is 1280, height is 720. Now maybe I want to change it to a different size. Okay. So first of all, let me show you one very interesting website which will help you to get the viewport. Just type what is my viewport and just open this. So it says my screen size, which I'm using a monitor. I'm using two systems. So for this system, obviously the viewport will be different, but for this screen, the size is 1920 and 1080. Fine. So now let me change it and let's see how it works. So I will set this width. This is my height, not my height, actually the browser, the page that we're opening. Now how to do it? Two ways. Let me show you one by one. This is not required, or maybe I will print this just to check whether it's setting properly or not. So the first option is you go to the projects. Right now I'm using Chromium for execution, right? So I can set the same thing for other browsers as well. I will show you for one. Remaining you can give it a try. So just type here V and automatically it will populate and it will ask you, give me the viewport size. So okay, let's go ahead and let's give the viewport. So curly braces open. First you will give width, and width I will give 1920, and height, which I will give :1080. Okay, I set the width and height now directly in the configuration file, which is playwright.config.js file. Now when I make this changes at the configuration level, it means it will be applicable for each and every spec file that I will be creating, or the each and every test which I will create. But suppose you want to change the viewport for a specific test, how we can do that? That also I will show you. But let's run this first and let's see. So I will put a comma here. Come on, save this, execute once again, and this time, did you notice complete viewport? It has captured, and now it's running my test in 1920-1080. So it will execute my test, and yeah, I got the proper viewport. So this is the first way, which is for the complete configuration level or complete project level. But suppose now I want to change for this particular test or for this particular spec file. Now I can come here and say test.use, and now again you can see I can give multiple things. I can give the locale also, and I can give the time zone and many other things. As of now we are interested in viewport colon, then I will say width. I want this time I will change the width. Okay, so maybe I will give a random width, maybe this much. Okay, 1500, 1000 I will give. So 1500, then height also I will give 1000, and let me run this test again. The moment I run, did you notice the viewport? Now the viewport has been changed and it will run the test, and anyways we are printing, so we'll get to know the width and height value in the console.log. So it's running, yes, executed, and here we go. Now if you create any other spec file, the configuration file that we have changed, right, playwright.config.js, that will be picked up and it will take this viewport. But for a specific spec file, you can go ahead and use this. In this video, I will be talking about how you can enable screenshots, videos, and the trace file in Playwright. Trust me, you will be amazed by this feature because Playwright provides these features on the fly. You don't need to write even a single code to enable the screenshots or the videos or trace file. Okay, there's a dedicated methods also available, which I will show you how you can capture the screenshot of a page or of a specific web element. That is also available, that we will use in the different video. But in this video, just 3 configurations you have to change, actually 3 properties you have to add, and you can start capturing the screenshots, videos, and the trace files. So let me show you. In order to do this, just you have to navigate to this playwright.config.js file. Right now other browsers I have commented, so if you see I don't have any other browsers, I'm only using Chromium. So now if I just type here, put a comma so that you can add a next property, just search or type screenshot, okay, colon, now put double quotes. Now it is giving you 2 options, off, on, and only on failure. So I will make it on. It means I want the screenshot. By default it is set to off. Second thing which I need the videos. So I will just say video, and I will just type video here, colon, and again we have multiple options, off, on first, retry, retain on failure, retry with video. I will make it on for each and everything. Similarly, the most interesting part is the trace file. So I will just type trace, and let me again add trace is on. So 3 things: screenshot on, video on, trace on, nothing else. Now since we are making change in the configuration file, it will be reflected in each and every spec file that we have created, so it will be applicable for all these things. So instead of running a specific spec file, let me run all of this, and once the test will get executed, we'll see the report. So total 9 tests executed using 4 workers. It's running all of this. So yeah, once the test is successful, you can see it captured the screenshot, trace, and everything, and we'll get the report now. Okay, so all the tests executed and it started the report automatically. So let's go ahead and see. You can see 4 spec files, so we have the result for all the spec file. So let's open the first one, verify application title. Here you can see this test has been failed. The moment I click on this, it says it is not able to find this, okay, because I was using Google and I was looking for this label search, so it could not find, and it says it is not able to type. You can see it is not able to search, waiting for selector. This is not important. The main important part is this part. It captured the screenshot automatically. It has added into the report as well. Along with that, if you see, we have a video. So how the test executed, you will find the complete video. And the most interesting part is this trace. I love this feature of Playwright. It will give you the complete trace, what happened each and every step. And I will show you the different trace, because here we just have 4 steps. But I will show you another test where we have a lengthy trace. So go back. This is the one which is a verify error message. Okay. Here also in the last tutorial, I made this mistake purposefully so that I can show you the report, failure report. See, open image in a new tab. What is the error message? Invalid credentials, right? And what we were expecting, invalid credential. So actual message is credentials, but here what we have given for triple equal to is credentials. So obviously it will fail. And again, same thing, you'll find a video. If you just go ahead and see this video, you'll find the video and with the proper message. Same thing, and this is what I want to show you. This test executed successfully because we have done proper login logout here. Screenshot is fine, video is fine. Now come back to the trace. The moment you click on this trace, you can see first of all what exactly happened, okay, at what step, and you can see the complete trace, right? It did the login, it did the logout, it clicked on this, and so this is the complete trace that you're getting. At each and every step also you will find that this action got executed. This was the call. This is the source. It is not showing because right now this is just a page. Network call console, nothing is there. Then it opened this particular URL. Okay, console find network. This is all API call internally it made, and all is 200. So we are getting success. And this is the source, like it is hitting this particular step is executed by this particular statement. Same thing, this is for username. Now notice here guys, see one by one. Maybe I will open this pen here so that I can show you this particular step, right, which is finding the username. So it is showing this is the highlighted part. If you see the source, it is coming from this, and if you click on before is this, after is this. Can you see before and after? It means it did the type after you executed this command. So before after is very, very important, because in case if you want to debug, maybe your test got failed and you want to check what happened with your test, why it is failing, you can easily check this trace file and you can easily identify what went wrong. Same goes with this, right? This is your before doing this, after typing password, this is the source code. Same thing, this will click, and this is actually, it's clicking here, right? It's not loading yet properly. If you go to the logout, before and after, and finally this is the expect that we have added, right, for URL based assertion. Very important, and step by step is showing this is what exactly happened at 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4. The actual thing started from this step, okay, 6 seconds. And yeah, if you just scroll one by one, you will be able to see what exactly happened. See, this is exactly we did logout part, right? So come back here, you see it clicked on it and you are able to see the logout part, and after this logout happened, and finally we got the main page. Yeah. So please try this from your side. No coding involved, just change this configuration file and you will get everything. This is only for Chromium, but same thing you can do for other browsers as well. Again, Playwright also provides you a dedicated method where you can capture the screenshot of a web element of a particular page also. That also I will show you, but in the next video. But here if you want to see, just go to Playwright official website and just search for screenshot. You just need to call a method called screenshot, and you can give the path, and you can also give one additional option called full page to true. So it will capture the screenshot of a complete page. You can capture the screenshot of a particular web element as well. So first you will find that element, then you will call screenshot, and you can provide the path. Okay, you can capture into buffer also. So rather than writing into a file, you can get into the buffer, and depends on the requirement. If you want to add into the report part, or maybe you have created a custom reporter there, you want to use it, or maybe you have some other reporting where you want to use this screenshot, you can get it easily into the buffer, process into a string or any other format, and you can use it. Today in this video we'll talk about how you can generate your code automatically in Playwright. So Playwright comes with this feature called Codegen, which is also known as test generator. So what exactly it does, it will record your steps and you can run as it is. Okay, you can also export the code into different languages and you can run as it is. Now you must be thinking what's new about it, because Selenium IDE also does the same thing, and other tools also provide the same features, right? But I think Playwright has extended few more functionality, and it's actually captures the locators very smartly, and I don't think you will find much issues with this record and playback tool. Okay, I will show you its features and you will be amazed. Apart from recording the steps, it also adds the assertions. Okay, so you don't have to add assertions separately. On the fly while recording itself, it will add few assertions from its side, but in case if you want to add more assertions, obviously you can get the code and you can change as it is. Okay, so it will have few assertions, but you can have multiple assertions. I will show you how you can do that. So I'm assuming that you have already everything installed, pre-configured. If not, then I would recommend watch my playlist, because in my playlist I have already covered how to download Playwright, how to install, how to continue. Even we have written few tests here and they're working as expected. Yeah. Now in order to start Codegen or test generator, you will be writing first of all npx playwright and first type Codegen, nothing else, just hit enter, and you can see here I'm getting two windows, right? One is my Chromium browser, it's on my secondary monitor, so let me drag and drop here, and you will also see something called Chromium. This is actually our Playwright inspector. This comes automatically the moment you write Codegen. Now you can see it is by default in a recording mode. It means if I just do some activity, right now it's a completely blank page, right? So see, it's not showing anything, but if I click on the, I will say HTML page itself, it says locator body. Let's say if I go ahead and type google.com, so first thing that you will notice, it's already adding await page.go to google.com. You just pay attention here. The moment I, let's say, just put mouse over, it's showing me that Playwright is going to use get by role. That's a new locator has been added in Playwright in the latest feature. So it is taking a role called button and it's taking the name Google search. Feeling lucky, it's again taking a get by role button, and you can see all these things it is able to capture very smartly, right? I'm not going to show you on google.com. I will show you some other applications so that you can relate easily. But let's say in case if I click on, let's say type something called Mukesh, just come on. So you can see it is able to capture this, right? And it is able to perform the same thing. I will show you with a different application, but let me show you a couple of features here. The moment you click on this target, okay, it means in which language or in which tool you want to implement this. So by default, let's select test runner. So you can see it's importing Playwright test and it's giving you the test. But let's say I want maybe in the standard library, which uses Playwright as a module and use chromium.launch new context. This part we haven't touched. Okay, so in the upcoming lectures, we will cover the same. Now, if you click on, let's say I want in Java, you can see the complete Java code is ready. And same goes with PyTest. This is going to give you the code for PyTest, okay, which is for Python. And same goes with C#. Let's say I want an N unit. This is what exactly I'm getting. Now I can click on this button called copy to clipboard, and the code is copied. I can use in my any favorite editor and we're good to go. Okay, very smart. So let me show you this. First of all, I'm going to close this. Notice the moment I close this, complete two windows closed, one is the browser, and one was the Playwright inspector. Now before we move ahead, I want to show you a couple of options which Codegen provides. In case if you want to use any one of these options, you can directly mention in the CMD and you can get started. Now how you can get this? Just type npx playwright Codegen space --help, hit enter, and you will see couple of examples here. Now this is really very interesting. Now depends on your requirement. You can select a respective option and you can continue. I will show you a couple of them, but as per your need, you can add any option and continue. So they have given few examples, as you can see here. Right, let me make it right. Yeah. Suppose if you want the code in Python, while starting a Codegen, you can mention target called Python. So if you see this target, you will find target. Just a second. Yeah, this one. So when you don't provide the target, by default it takes the Playwright test and you will see the code in Playwright test. But in case, let's say you want in Python or maybe C# or even Java, you just need to mention --, target equal to Java, --, target equal to Python. Now suppose you want to open a particular URL, you can mention the URL. Now if you see -b means which browser, when you don't mention anything, by default it picks up the Chromium browser and it will start recording. It's a Chromium engine actually, so it will start with Chromium and it will continue. But let's say you want to record in WebKit, Firefox, or even standard browsers, that option is also available here. So I will show you one by one. Now let's say you want to use the standard browsers, you can see --, channel, and you can mention Chrome, Chrome Beta, MSHDev, etc. Apart from that, if you want to change the locale, you can change the locale as well. You can see --, lang, and couple of other details. And this is what I actually like, which is called -o, which is output. So what is happening here? Let's say if I click on copy to clipboard, I have to create a file. Again, I have to paste here. If you don't want to do that, you can directly mention that open Codegen with specific language, use this URL, and once it is run, dump the complete code into this directory. You can do that. So let me show you that. So let me clear everything and let me clear. So this is my Codegen. I'm going to use this particular application so that I can show you the login part. Okay. Now I will say -o. If you don't mention, you just need to copy, create a file. I'm mentioning -o because I don't want to do this manual step. Now it will ask me -o means output directory where you want to dump your code. I will say once it is done, go to this Playwright. Okay, by default we are in the same folder. So I will say // go to this test folder, TESTS, and the file name. Let's say I want to give this file name is Codegen. Okay, so I will say codegen.spec.js. That's all. And I will give you all this command in the comment or the description of this video, so you can copy, paste, and continue. Let me hit enter. It started again. Yes. So it started this application, the Orange HRM. And let me also bring this Playwright inspector so that you can see parallelly. Now notice one by one. By default it's on. I'm not going to change it. In case if I want to stop, I can do that, but not required at this moment. First of all, I will click here and type admin, not this here, admin. Can you see on the right hand side? First it clicked, then it is calling one method called fill. Okay, you can see here. First it clicked, then you it's calling fill. If you want to remove some additional steps which you think it's extra, we can remove it. Now again I will go. Again I'm putting mouse over. I'm getting get by placeholder, because for these two elements we have placeholder as well. So in Playwright, again with the latest version, if I'm not wrong, 1.28, all this get by label, get by text, get by placeholders already added. So I'm going to enter the password called admin123. Then I'm going to click on login. it's taking get by role. And notice the moment page got navigated, right, it added one additional expect for me, which is basically for assertion, and it is checking that after navigation the page should have a title called this title. Okay, if you want to give the partial one, you can change it. As of now, I will keep it aside. Now let's say I want to continue here, but let's say I want to click on this image. So click on it and I can see this option, right, about, support, change password, logout. Now let me click on logout and we're done. Can you see, even after logout, it again, since the page is navigated, so again it is trying to verify that after logout the URL should be this. Now if you want, you can stop this or you can close this. Let's say I'm closing it, and just notice right now already file is present. The moment I click on it, close it, and here we go. The complete test is ready. I'm not changing anything. I will run as it is, but personally I think few steps are additional, so let me remove it, because as you can see, first it is clicking then filling. So even if I remove this click, okay, it's not going to impact. Same goes for password. I'm going to fill password, but before that Playwright is trying to click. I can remove that, and now let me run this. Now as a human we can see this line number 14, right? It has taken the span tag, then it is checking this text. Okay, this might change in future, so in this case you can update the locator later on. As of now I am going to save this, and now let me run. How do I run? Npx playwright test. In which folder I have? Test folder, right? tsts. Which file? codegen.spec.js. I want to run in headed mode, so I will say ---- headed. If you don't mention, it will run in the headless mode, you will get the result. I want to run in headed mode, and just execute. Just notice it did the enter username password, and it was too quick because it clicked on login, the page got navigated, it found the profile picture logout, and it was too quick. So let me purposefully add page dot wait for timeout, and let me give 3000 or maybe 2000 enough. It means after this step it's going to wait for 2 seconds. Basically, if you put mouse over on this, it says wait for a given timeout in millisecond. It means after this it will wait for 2 seconds, then it will continue. Not required, but since I have to present a demo, so I'm just adding so that you can see the navigations. One small disclaimer: in my previous videos I told you how to maximize the screen. If you don't maximize, you will be getting a standard viewport size. In the last video actually I made couple of changes in the configuration, right? So if I show you this file, yeah, we added the viewport width and height, so that's the reason you are able to see full screen. Now let me save this, as well, and execute once again. Okay, enter username password, wait it for 2 seconds. It clicked on it, clicked on logout, and we are able to see the report. So reports you will find here. Okay, so if you just open this, open with live server, this is my report. So right now you can see the test is test. Okay, obviously if you want to change it, you can change. You will find a trace file, you will find a screenshot and the video as well. So if I show you the video, yeah. Now how to capture screenshots, videos, I have a video on this. Please check out that video as well. Now if I want to change it, I can say this is my login test auto generated by Playwright, and if I run it, I will get the report and it will get updated. Rest everything is up to you. Now apart from this, let's say you want on a different browser. So again I will show you So again, click on help. What else we can use? We can use -b or -- browser, and I can use WebKit, Firefox, or any other browser. And if I want to run on the branded browser, so when I say branded browser, right now it picked up the Chromium, right? But let's say I want to run on the distributed channels, like standard Chrome, Firefox. I will be using -- channel, and I will pass, let's say, Chrome. So I will go back. Okay, maybe I will clear everything first so that you can see properly. Just a second. Clear. So I'm just using upper arrow from the keyboard, and I'm able to see my previous commands that I have executed. So this was the last command, right? npx playwright Codegen. I want this application. Then -o in this particular location I want to dump. Now let me change it to branded. Actually, I am running on a branded browser. I will say -- channel equal to Chrome, and hit enter. Can you see this time it's not a Chromium browser, it's actually our Chrome browser that we use, and this is our Playwright inspector as it is. Same thing, I will quickly go ahead, type admin 123, click on login. Now click on this, click on logout, and let me close it. Yeah, this is available. Now when it comes to execution, here now I can execute in any browser, right? So it's up to you which browser you want to use, and in case if you want to change any other options, feel free to change. All these options are available for you. Yeah, so I hope you enjoyed this demo. In case if you need any help, please let me know. Now my personal takeaway on this, when it comes to quickly writing the scripts and executing, it's fine. But if you have to write a dynamic test, if you have to build a framework where you have to use page object model, you have to take data from fixtures, let's say JSON file and all, in that case you need to write the code. So this is fine. I totally agree, very good test generator Codegen. But if you have to build a robust framework and which should sustain in a long run, please start writing the code, right? Because when it comes to generated code or writing the code manually by using some standard locators, your own assertions, obviously that will add more value. Yeah, so please give a try and let me know if you face an issue. Today in this video we will be talking about how you can retry your test in Playwright. Okay, as the name suggests, retry, it means it will try to run your test again if the test fails. Now generally what happens the moment you start running your test suite, let's say you have 100 tests. Okay, when you started development, okay, or when you develop the script, it is all working fine, all the 100 tests were passing. But now when you execute, maybe next day or maybe after release, you noticed out of 100, 10 test cases got failed. And again, these tests are not failing because of a scripting issue. Sometimes it could be the network issue, sometimes it could be the temporary issues, and you want to give a retry once again. The moment you retry, the test case passed. Okay, so with the help of retry, you can avoid all of this. Okay, so generally what happens, we have to run these test cases again, right, manually. But Playwright gives you this feature where you don't have to do it again like manually. You can just mention a small flag, or I will show you one small configuration changes that you need to make. Playwright will automatically retry your failed test cases. Okay, and how it works I will discuss now one by one. But retrying is one of the most important part, because many times, because let's say the network is slow or maybe the application is temporarily not available, but within seconds, if it is getting fixed, retry will run your test cases and it will pass. Because not every time a script will fail because of the application issue. Sometimes it could be XYZ reasons as well, right? So let's see how we can do the retry scenarios, or how to run the same test again with the help of retry feature in Playwright. Very easy, not even a single line of code. You just need to make a small configuration changes and we are good to go. So if you go to playwright.config.js file, so this is the configuration file that we have, right? If you just come down here, you will find one separate property called retries. Right now it is for the CI only, but we will try to run right now this retry scenario on the local system. Then second way, I will show you how you can pass this retries via CLI. So this part I will comment as of now, and let me just copy this, or maybe I can directly write here, just write a retries, okay, then colon, let me give retry 2 and put comma again. Now when I say retries 2, it means first it will run my test. If it is getting failed, it will give one retry. If this is also getting failed, it will give one more retry. If this is also failed, it means the final test has been failed. For example, you have executed your test and you have given total retry count is 2. So if it is success, no need to do the retry because it's already passed. Let's say one more scenario. You have again a test. This time it got failed because of some issues. So retry 1 will get activated. It will try to run a script again. This is retry count 1. If it is getting success, let's say this got passed, it will not give the second retry and it will go to the next test. Let's say one more scenario. This is a test, got failed. It will give a retry count 1. If it is also getting failed, it will give one more retry, which is retry 2. If this is success, it will continue. But let's say one more scenario, script is working fine. Script got failed, give a retry again. If it failed again, give one more retry. So total 3. 1 is the original, 2 is the retry count. If this is all getting failed, it will fail and continue. So this case is happy scenario, nothing is getting failed. This one, if the test is getting success in the first retry or the second retry, the test will be marked as a flaky test. If it is all in one go, it is all getting pass. If it's getting failed. But if the test is getting failed at once, but in the retry, if it is getting success, it will mark your test as flaky test. Remember this category in Playwright. Now how we can do this? So right now whatever test I have, all are passing. So in order to show you this part, I will go to this one of the scenario which we have discussed earlier. So if you haven't watched that video, I would highly recommend to watch that video, because in that video we discussed how we can perform the login, logout, how we can verify whether login is success or not, logout is success or not. So right now everything is fine here. So if I run this, let me run in from the terminal, or I can directly click on this. If I go to testing, I can simply select its specific file and I can run. This we haven't discussed as of now. In the next video I will show you how you can install this plugin and then you will get this option. In case if you're not getting this option, no worry, go to the terminal. Right now you can see it's having right now it's already focusing on the same folder. I will write npx playwright test. This test that I am going to talk about, login.spec.js, it's available inside tests folder, right? So I will say go to tests folder, then here the script is login.spec.js and execute. Okay, right now it's running in headless mode, so you're not able to see the execution. What I will do, okay, let it run. It got passed, but I want to show you in a headed mode, so ---- headed. Now the moment I run, you can see the Chromium is getting started and it will enter username password and it will click on that picture, then it did the logout button and it's working. Now just to show you this retry, I will make a mistake here. This mistake, maybe I will enter the wrong password, which is idle is 123. I will make it 1234 and it should fail. And the moment it will fail, now it will give 2 retry. Let's see. Make sure you save this file, because many times when you don't save this file, the changes will not be reflected and you will not be able to see. So let it run and you can see it failed. It will fail within a minute. It will. Now you can see it's giving a retry 1. Again it will try to perform login. This time obviously it will fail because we are not making any changes. But let's say in case if your test is getting success in the second retry or the first retry, you will get to know. Right now it will fail even after giving the retry. So total 3 execution, 1 was the original, 2 was the retry one, and yeah, same thing. Now this is showing the test has been failed because we were expecting dashboard after login, because the moment you have successful login you will see dashboard, admin, PIM tab. Right now it is not able to log in, so our assertion failed. If I show you our assertion, we have mentioned that after clicking on submit button, if everything goes fine, user should be able to see dashboard, which is not coming obviously, and this is the screenshot. This is fine. Now you will see a new tab called retry 1, retry 2. If test is getting success in retry 1, it will not go to the retry 2. Then you will see a new category called flaky test. Right now it's only showing you the field, but if it is getting passed in the second or first retry, the test will be marked in the flaky category. So this is the first option where you can go to the configuration file, make the changes and come back. Second approach, let's say I don't want to make the changes here. Okay. If I run it now again, I can also mention here --retries. So you can see this is exactly same flag I will pass, which is retries. This time I will make it 3, just to make sure that we are getting these updated values. So it will try to run it again. Yes. See, by default it waits 5000 millisecond, which is 5 seconds. You can see now it's retrying 1, and I have given some delay while typing, so that's the reason it's typing slow. But if you don't have delay, it will be too fast. Just to present that how a user will type, I have given a delay, but if you don't want to give delay, it will be too quick. Yeah, expect will wait, and one more retry. So total 4. 1 was the main execution, total 3 more retries, total count is 4. Just a second. Yes, so this time retry 1, 2, 3 and all are getting failed. Correct. Now if you come back here and notice, it is waiting maximum 5000 millisecond. Why? Because if we come back to our configuration file, which is playwright.config.js, if you come here, what is the timeout for expect? It's 5000 millisecond, which is 5 seconds. In case if you want to customize, you can make it less or more, it's totally up to you. There's one more way to provide the retry part, and let me make it 3 now, and let me run it. This time no retry, because the test will pass and it will continue as it is. So this time done, login, logout both done, and yeah, no need of retry. So one is the configuration file, second while running from CLI you can make it. Third option, whenever you have a group of test cases. Right now whatever we discuss, we are writing individual tests, right? We are not creating grouping. So once we'll talk about the grouping, again for the group also you can give a specific retry. For example, if you have, this is your one spec file, this is another spec file, this is another spec file. Here you have a group of 5 tests, group of 10 tests, group of 15 tests. So maybe let's say for these 15 tests you want to apply retry 2, for this retry 1, for this retry 5. That is also possible. So once we talk about the grouping part, we'll come back to this topic again and we'll see how we can apply retry for a specific group of test. Yeah, so very interesting. No need to write any code, just make a small configuration changes, or while running from terminal or from CLI you can pass this --retries equal to number of retries, and if while doing the retry the test is getting passed, it will be marked as a flaky. So you will easily get to know that these are the tests which are flaky and you can fix them accordingly. Today in this video we will be talking about how you can install Playwright using VSCode. In the previous lectures, we already discussed how to install Playwright using CLI. So in case if you haven't seen, we already discussed this video how to install Playwright, and we discussed Playwright using CLI commands. But now I will show you there's a dedicated VS Code extension available for for Playwright using VS Code, and it's officially published by Microsoft. Using this plugin you can do a lot of things. You can actually install, you can write your test, you can run your test cases, you can even do the recording as well, so which I will show you now. Very easy. So this is actually my another workspace. If you see, I already have this testing tab available. In your case you will not find it, but let me show you how you can actually enable this, and with the help of this plugin you can install. But if you already have installed, you can get this testing tab and you can start running a test directly from here. So I'm going to open one folder. I already created one folder before recording this video, so this is a blank folder, nothing else. Okay, completely blank folder, no files. And let me first of all remove this extension which I already have. So I'm going to remove this, and you will see I don't have that testing tab available here, right? Initially it was available, so same thing will be for you as well. Now how you can get started in case if you don't have anything, come back to the extensions and search here for Playwright. And you can see this is one Playwright test for VS Code, and it is published by Microsoft. Using this extension you can do a lot of things. You can install Playwright, run tests using a single click, you can run multiple tests. Okay, it will show you the browsers as well. When you run from CLI, right, you have to add hyphen headed, or you have to change the configuration file, but here you will see the browsers will invoke and your test will run. In case if you want to pick a specific locators, you can do that. You can do the debugging, lot of new stuffs, okay, recording at the cursor, recording a new test, and so on. So let me click on install, and it got installed very quickly. Fine. So once your extension is done, you can see we have a new testing tab available here, right? But we don't have anything. Obviously it's a fresh project, fresh folder, you will not find anything. In case if you have already one, you can import and continue. But suppose now you don't have Playwright and now you want to get started. So first of all, click on view and click on command palette. You'll find all of this. Okay, so this is the one that I've used recently, so it says recently used. In your case, if you don't find, just type install Playwright. Okay, so you will be getting this first option. Click on this install Playwright, and now it is asking you, okay, select which browser you want to install. By default Chromium, Firefox, WebKit is selected, and you can also use this called use JavaScript. By default TypeScript is the default one, but you can click on this use JavaScript and click on OK. You can see it's done. Now let's look at the terminal. So you can see this is installing Playwright, all these browsers, okay, browser, Chromium, Firefox, WebKit install. Then it did couple of commands, and finally it created one package.json file with this, and then it has all these files that I will show you within a minute. And then it is giving that inside the directory, if you want to run few things, these are the commands which they have given. If you just say npx playwright test, we discussed all of this, right? So same thing it is showing. If you want to run all the tests end to end, you can run this command. If you want to run on a specific project, let's say Chromium, WebKit, Firefox, if you want to run a specific file, you can give the file name. If you want to run in a debug mode, -debug. If you want to generate code, all of this, guys, we have already discussed in this playlist. Okay, the playlist which I shared right now, right, that has all the videos. I would highly recommend you to watch that videos. So let me show you this part. Once it is done, if you come back to your workspace, you will find everything. See, they already have given one GitHub actions as well, in case if you want to run your Playwright test directly on the GitHub actions. File is already available, you can just run it. We'll talk about how to build the complete GitHub actions for Playwright. As of now, this is one example test which they have provided, plus this is one advanced test with lot of tests they have already given. So this is fine. This part is like coming as part of the Playwright repository or the Playwright project that we have. This is interesting part. This is our folder actually, test folder. If you see this test folder, right? So this is already here. If you click on example, this is actually our spec file. In that spec file, we have only one test. So if you click on this run, you can see browser got started. It will run the basic test. Okay. And it is running fine. Now let's say if you have multiple tests in the same spec file, you can run the complete spec file as well. Okay. Right now we just have one test, so we can directly run from here or here. It will run only one test, but in case if you have multiple, if you click on it, okay, it will run all the tests. Let me run it once again. It's too fast. It's a very small test. It's running very fast. Now you must have noticed that right now this is not detecting. Okay, this is one separate folder they have created, so it's only taking tests. So what if I drag and drop this? So this is a blank folder now. I can delete this, come back here. You will see in the same test folder, now we have another spec file, and this spec file have multiple tests, right? So if I click, let's say the first one, okay, success. But what if I want to run all the tests? So I can click here. Now you can see it's running all, and it's too fast, and all the tests got executed successfully, right? So this is the folder. Totally took 4.3 seconds. This took 270 milliseconds, and the total execution took 4.6 seconds. In case if you want to do the configuration, let's say you want to run on specific browser, let's say the same test I want to run on Firefox, you can see it's coming here actually on my secondary monitor, and it's running. Yeah, both the spec file executed and all the 25 tests executed. Let's say now I want to run the same thing on the WebKit. So select WebKit, running all the tests, yeah, and this is also done. Okay, along with that, let's say if you want to do the debugging part, again you can select which browser you want to execute and continue. Now this is actually your terminal, right? So this is the output which it is showing, that how many tests it is running, whether they have passed or failed, right? Everything it will show you here. Let's say purposefully I'm making one mistake here. In this particular spec file, if I go back, let me change this to intro to Mukesh. Obviously this should fail. Come back again and run all the spec files. Okay, let me just close it, all the unnecessary browsers. Okay, let me run it again. So it started Chromium. By default it's picking Chromium, but in case if you want to change, you can change. So this is the one end-to-end scenario which is running, and the second one which we made purposefully mistake, right? You can see it says waiting and it failed. And you will see expect this to receive to have this URL. This is the received string which is directly coming from the application, and this was the expected one, so obviously it got failed. And you will see here, if you want to run the specific test or the failed test, you can select this and execute, right? So it will not run all, only that particular test which got failed, it will get executed. So very handy plugin, very interesting. In case you are just doing the local development, feel free to take advantage of this plugin. Obviously once your execution is done, like once your script is done, obviously you will be using CLI commands to execute, right? So maybe let's say using Jenkins, GitHub Actions, or any other CI server. That time you definitely need the Playwright or command line. But here, while developing the scripts locally, take advantage of this plugin. Whether you are starting from the scratch or already you have a project, you want just this kind of features, please use this. And even if you go back, let's say here, you will get these options directly. Okay, for example this one, let me change it to intro again. See this option, right now it got failed. So if I click on this again, it will start. So yes, it got success, right? If I want to run it again, no need to go back to testing again and again. Directly, if I want to run this one, I can just click here. The test got executed, right? So please try this extension. Very handy, very easy to use, very good options available. So in this video, we will be talking about how you can handle Dropdown in Playwright using JavaScript. In our previous lectures, we have already discussed how you can handle radio button, checkboxes, input boxes, basically your text field, password field, right? But we have not discussed so far that how we can handle the single select dropdown and multi-select dropdown. So when I say multi-select, here I can select one state at a time, but when it comes to hobbies, I can press command from the keyboard and I can select multiple values. In case if you're using Windows, you will be using control and you will be selecting values. Now let's see how we can handle this. So in order to understand this, I already created one spec file, which is dropdown.spec.js, and we're using require, and this is my test. And the test name is select values from dropdown. And now this is the application URL that I'm using. I will give you this URL so you can also practice in the same. But again, once you understand the concept, you can implement this in any application. The concept will remain same. Only the locators will change that you can easily identify. So let's start with single select dropdown first. So I will quickly refresh so that the values will get deselected. Now let's say I want to inspect this particular dropdown. The moment I click on inspect, you can see this is a select dropdown. So the moment I say select dropdown, it means I'm using, or this application is using select class. So basically this app is designed by one of my team members, so you can use this for practice. This application have a dropdown called select tag. So I'm able to see the select tag, and if I open this, all the values is coming under options tag. So whatever techniques I will be showing you, whatever methods I will show you, that will be applicable if the tag is select. If the tag is not select, let's say if it is coming under div tag, span tag, or any other tag, then you will be using a different approach. That also I will show you in the upcoming videos. So let's say I want to select some values. Let's say I want to select from this Goa, or maybe I want to select Kerala or Karnataka. I can easily select, let's say Punjab. How we can do that? So let's see. So this is my select tag and the ID is state, name is state again. So I can write XPath selector, I can use name ID. Let me take ID this time. Okay, so its ID is given, and let me go back to VSCode and let me start writing the code. So first I will be writing await, then I will use page dot, then I will use locator. So guys, I'm assuming that you have visited my previous lectures, because in that I discussed what is page, what is go to method, and now we also discussed in the previous videos what is locator method. So basically locator method, as the name says, it will help you to select a specific element from your page. So selector to use when resolving DOM element, and you can use multiple selectors. So I'm using ID now. So I'm using hash. Whenever you have ID, you will be using hash, and I will give the ID which is state. So basically this will be a CSS value. Now, if I want to select any value, I will be using one particular method called select option. And the moment you put pair of parentheses, you will notice here, you can pass actually multiple things here. So you can select a value based on the value. You can also select a value based on label. You can also select drop down values based on indexes. So let me show you one by one what does it mean. So if I open this particular application, you can see we have something called visible text. So whatever options you see here on the screen, all these options are actually my visible text. Goa is my visible text, Gujarat is a visible text, Haryana, and so on. And you can also see we have something called value. So for each visible text, there's a value, right? For Bihar, it's Bihar. For Goa, it's Goa. Right now, in this case, they're exactly same. So you are not able to differentiate, but in few applications you will get this as a different one. Like visible text will be different, value will be different. Let me show you that as well so that you will have a bigger picture. So if I open facebook.com, if I click on create new account, and if I open, let's say this month, in this case for March it's 3, for June it's 6, for November it's 11, for December it's 12, right? You can see this visible text is different, but value is different. So that's where the value and visible text comes into the picture. In our case, they both are identical, but the concept will remain same. So let's see how we can do that. So first of all, I will go with the text. So let's say I want to select Goa. So this is my visible text. Here we call actually label. So I will put curly braces and type L, and you can see it is giving me one property called label, right? So I will type label colon, and now I will give the label which is Goa. Now once it is done, now let me run this. There are multiple ways to run your Playwright test. Right now I'm using one of the Playwright plugin. If you use that plugin, you will see this testing tab will be enabled, and you can directly run your test from this testing panel. Or if you click on this, you can directly run from here. But let's say if you're not using, you can also run from CLI as well, which anyways we'll discuss in the next lectures. Now let me run this and show you. You can see it's starting. Yes, loading. And it's actually selected Goa, but what is happening? Immediately once your test is getting exit, it is closing the browser. So what I can do for the time being, I will show you one command. Just type page dot wait for timeout, and let me give 5000. So it says a timeout to wait for. So it will wait for the given timeout in milliseconds. It's not required, but just to show you that it will select Goa, I'm putting 5000 millisecond, which is 5 seconds. Let's run it once again, and see, it selected Goa, and after 5 seconds it will close the browser. So this is our first way how you can execute or how you can select one specific value from a drop down if the tag name is select. In a similar way, I can also use values. So for that, I'm using the same drop down because I don't have multiple drop downs. So I'm still focusing on the same drop down. And this time I will say select option. This time, instead of selecting label, I will select something called value. Okay. Now, what are the different values? Now, anyways, as I mentioned, right, they both are same in this case. So I take, let's say, Himachal Pradesh. And in double quotes, again, I will pass Himachal Pradesh. And it will be very fast, guys. First, it will select Goa, immediately Himachal Pradesh. So just to show you, I will put 1 second of timeout here so that it select Goa. Wait for 1 second, select Himachal Pradesh. Let me make it 3000. And now let's see, are we able to select drop down values using label and values? Selected Goa, Himachal Pradesh. After 3 seconds, yeah, it closed the browser. Perfect. In a similar way, I can also use indexes. For example, again, if let's start from here. So this is actually my drop down, right? And if I say index parts, so index will start from 0. If you see the first option, it's actually hidden, which is called select state. So this will also be counted. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and so on. Now let's say I want to select based on the indexes, how we can do that. So this is my 0, 1, 2, 3. Let me use index as 3, and let's see whether it's able to select Assam or not. How we will do that? Very straightforward again. Let me copy this because drop down is same. But instead of selecting from label or value, let me use index. and index I will give number as 4. Let me keep it 1000 and let me make it 3000. Again, this is only for tutorial purpose I'm using it. In your case, you don't have to do it. You will continue. Now since we have multiple options, let me run this program, then I will show you which one is the best practice in terms of preferences, what you should prefer. Let's quickly run it first. Get started with Goa, Himachal Pradesh, and then Bihar. Okay, maybe index have changed. Let me quickly see. I'm giving index as 4, it selected Bihar. Okay, so let's say 0, 1, 2, okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so there was some mistake from mine. Actually, fourth one is Bihar only. If we calculate again, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it selected Bihar. Yeah, so this is how you can select based on the label, based on the value, and based on the index. Now if you ask me, Mukesh, you showed me 4 different ways or 3 different ways, which one is the preferred one? See guys, whenever you get a chance, always go with label, which is actually a visible text. Because values can change, depends on the developers, right? Developers can change the values. I showed you one example of Facebook, where values were different, label was different. Index also will be very dynamic. Let's say somebody have added few countries or states, or let's say some values, somebody have removed it, or depends on the client requirements, few values has been removed. So again, index will change, but labels will not change very often. If it is changing, it means there's some business requirement changes. In that case, obviously we have to change our script or update our script. So if you ask me preferences wise, first always give high preference to label, which is basically label, visible text. Then go with value. At last go with index. And I have covered in the same order. So this is one part where I have selected single select values. But before we move to multi-select values, now let's say I want to add one condition. That condition says, I don't want to select any values. I just want to put one condition and I want to quickly check if this particular state drop down contains Kerala or not. Okay, that is my check that I have to add. In that case, how we will do that, let's see. Okay, I'm not selecting, I just want to make sure that it contains Kerala or maybe Sikkim, Tamil Nadu, etc. Let me try with Kerala only. How we will do that? I'm going to use one more method called text contains. So I will use the same selector. Then I will say text content. Now what exactly this will do? This will return me the text from this particular element. In our case, it will return you all the state values and we will get the output. Let me store this into a variable called value and let me first print this. Okay, and I will say all drop down values and let me use plus and let's see whether it's printing all the values or not. Open application, Goa, Himachal Pradesh, Bihar. Okay. Ideally it should have given me, just a second, the values, right? So let me use view. Let me open terminal. Let me run it once again. Goa, Himachal Pradesh, once again Bihar, and it will close. But right now if you see, I'm not able to see where exactly is my output, right? I'm able to run from here, but when it comes to logging values, I'm not able to see. Now let me introduce one command. Anyways, we'll discuss this in our next video in detail, but for the time being, I want to run this from my terminal so that I can see the values which is getting logged. So the command is npx playwright test, and then we have to tell which particular test I want to run. So right now I'm already in this folder called Playwright YouTube, right? But my dropdown.spec.js is available inside test. So I will write first tests, then dropdown, first dot, then test, then dropdown.spec.js. Now if I hit enter, it will run my test in headless mode. Okay, but I want to run my test in headed mode, so I will say ---- headed. That's all. Hit enter. It's running my test. So it will start the same Chromium browser. Now it will return me everything. And yeah, using text content, I'm getting everything into a value, which is actually a variable of string type now, and we are printing, right? So all drop down values, then it has printed everything which is available inside this drop down. Can you see Andhra Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, and so on? So one by one it has printed all. So it actually captured everything as a string and is returning me. But we don't want to print, right? We want to put an assertion. What I will do, I will say await expect. So this is my value, which is nothing but a string value, and this value, or I will say list of values that we got, it should contains Kerala, right? So where's Kerala? Yeah, here. So I want to verify whether this dropdown contains Kerala or not, and if yes contains, then I will say to be true. So basically what is happening, if the values that we're getting, if that value contains Kerala, this will return true, right? If I will say I'm expecting this value to be truthy, means I'm expecting true. If it is true, my test will pass. If it is not, it will fail. So let me run this. First I will do a positive test where I will mention Kerala, it will pass. In the next iteration I will change it to something else, and in that case it should fail. And since my script is running little slow, I will comment this because this part we have already seen, right? So instead of giving this, I will comment. Let me run this again. Can you see it was little fast, and this time we got the value and the test is passed. But let me change it to Mukesh. What I'm expecting is this drop down should include Mukesh. Obviously not, so it will say false. If false we are passing here and it is expecting to be truthy, it will fail. Let's run it once again. Okay, now why it? Okay, I did a very small mistake, guys. Can you see I have not saved the changes? So that's a small mistake. Let me save this first. Now this icon is not here. If I run this, and yes, here we go, it failed. The moment it failed, we got the report also. It says this particular statement has been failed. Error is expecting received to be falsy, sorry, to be truthy, received false. Basically we were expecting true, but we received false. It is failed. So I hope you got the idea what exactly we are trying to achieve. So this is using single select, and this is how you can put assertion too. where you want to verify whether this dropdown contains this value or not. Now, one more interesting feature I want to show you, where I want to print, or another cool way to verify that particular value exists in this dropdown or not. This is one way, right? That was very straightforward. Now let me show you one more way. For this I will be using a different strategy. So let me comment this. Now depends on you how you want to use it. So what will be my strategy in this case? First, I will select this drop down, get all these values, run a for loop, and I will check. I will get the values one by one. If value contains, let's say, Tripura or Telangana, pass, otherwise fail. So basically, now you will understand how to run a loop in Playwright. So again, await, this is my page. Now I will be using $. So basically $, and double dollars now I will be using. So if I use $, and if I use, let's say, the selector CSS, I am passing actually state, which is IDS state, so I'm using hash state. Now this will return me one element, right? To be more precise, I will write state. Inside this state drop down, you will see we have options, option. So if I again inside this, if I try to use options, it will return all the options, right? So now basically I will be dealing with multiple options. So again I will say await state. Now I will use $. So $, basically the moment you use, you will be getting array of element. So this method find all the elements matching the specified selector. So if I give just option, what it will do, it will find all the matching nodes. In our case, all the options it will return. And now I will be getting one array of elements. Okay. Now once we got the array, now we know how to run a for loop. I'm assuming that you know how to write a for loop in JavaScript. If not, then I would recommend watch my JavaScript series, where I've discussed how you can run a basic for loop, enhanced for loop in JavaScript. So I will quickly show you once again. You need to write for, and now I will start my loop from 0. Then I need to keep on running till the number of elements are not done. So I need to get the length. So I will say elements dot length. I will get to know how many elements I have. Then I will say I++. So basically this for loop will run from 0 till the number of elements. In our case, till the number of states. Now I need to fetch values one by one. So this is my array. So I will say array. Then I will be passing the index, in our case I. Let me store this into again one variable called element. See, await not required here because this is not from Playwright. We are just using array. I can remove that. Now the next part is capture the text, right? Because we got all the values, but we want the actual values one by one. So in this case, I have to use element dot again text content. I will be using await, and here I will say value. So one by one I will get all the values, and let me print this just to make sure that we are on the same page. Value from drop down using for loop. Let me add this value. Let me stop the previous one, save this file, run it once again. And now you can see it has actually captured everything one by one. So it started a loop. It selected select state Andhra, Andhra Pradesh, Rajya Pradesh, so on. It went till Pondicherry or Puducherry. The name is changed now. It's changed to Puducherry. So we are able to fetch all the values. Now I will just put a condition that if my dropdown contains Rajasthan, the test pass, otherwise failed. Okay, how we can do that? Very easy. I'm going to take one variable and let me put this variable as dropdown status. I will make it false and I will check here if the value that we are getting one by one, if that includes Rajasthan, then assign true to this variable. So I will say dd status equal to true, right? And once it is done, I will break. If I don't break, it will keep on running. I don't want to continue. So basically I want to run or close this immediately the moment I find Rajasthan. So it will stop after this. I will not be getting these values. Yeah, now let's run it. But before running, we need to add the condition too, right? So I will write await expect the status part. See, once we get the value, definitely it will assign true. So our condition here will be to be truthy. It means I am expecting status to be true. If it is true, it means this value is present in the dropdown. If not, it will be false always. If it is false always, my test will fail. Okay, so let's run this and see what is the output we are getting. Let me run this. Started. Selecting values and it actually failed. Expected received to be true, they received false. Okay. So guys, I did a very small mistake once again. What I did, let me explain you. By default it's set to false. It captured the first element, it captured the text. Okay, and now since this value is already set to false, so first value is obviously not Rajasthan, so it's not printing it. Status is false. So what we are saying, await expected false to be truthy, which is failed again. It is failing my complete test. So what we will do, instead of keeping it here, we need to keep it outside. It means now this loop will continue. It will keep running until it finds Rajasthan. The moment it finds Rajasthan, break. Once it will do the break, it will come out of this loop and then this status will be true, and then we can expect the result. Yes, perfect. So as you can see, it started from this, it went till Rajasthan. The moment it found Rajasthan, it is breaking and it's not running further. So this is another way to verify whether this particular value present in the dropdown or not. Either you can go in this way or you can go in the first way. Yeah. Now before we end this video, I want to quickly show you that how you can, let me close this report, how you can select multi-select dropdown. So as I mentioned, if I have to select multiple hobbies, so I will be using command for Mac. For Windows it will be control. I want to select playing and swimming both. How we can do that? Let's quickly see. So again I will use await. Now let me inspect this. This is a multiple, can you see this? multiple. It means I can select now multiple values. Name is hobbies, ID hobbies, I can take hobbies. Page dot locator. Again, since I'm using ID, I will use hash hobbies. Now I will be getting element, or you can directly say here select options, and now basically you can pass here array. Okay, for example, now I want to pass playing. I want to select playing, and I also want to select maybe swimming. Okay, let's see whether selecting multiple options or not. And again, it will be very fast, it will close immediately. I will say wait for timeout so that we can see the output. 3000, that's enough. So I'm not removing the previous checks because let it run. Only will focus on the last one, and playing and swimming is selected. Yeah, so that's how you can handle the dropdown. Please practice, very important. Dropdown you will be finding in each and every application. Again, before we end, this will work when you have select dropdown. If you have non-select dropdown, then this will not work. For that, I will show you different approaches. Yeah. So if you like this video, guys, then please support this channel. Share this video with your friends, colleagues, those who are working with Playwright, or in future they are planning to work on Playwright. This video will help them a lot. Today in this lecture, I will be talking about how you can run your Playwright test from terminal or command prompt, or in simple words, using CLI commands. Till now we have seen some basic test cases using Playwright, and we were able to execute them, right? Before we move further, it is important to understand what are the different CLI options we have and how we can run the test from the terminal, because once we done with the development, right, we need to deploy, or we need to run our test cases via Jenkins or any other CI server on certain virtual machines or containers. That time you might not have all these things, right, to develop the test or execute the test. You just need one terminal so that you can execute your test. So let's say if you are using Jenkins and you want to run your Playwright test, you will need CLI commands. Or maybe you want to run your Playwright using GitHub Actions, or maybe Circle CI, Bamboo TeamCity. Take any CI server, you need the CLI command. So it's very important. So let's understand which commands we have to use and how we can use the different options that is available. So let's get started. Now, in order to start, I will first show you one help section. So just type npx playwright --help and hit enter. The moment you hit enter, you can see multiple options. Okay, don't get confused with all the options. You don't need all of them at this moment. So you can see the usage part. Suppose if you need help for any specific section, you can do that. In our case, just now we executed npx playwright --help. These are the different options we have. So let's say if you want the Playwright version, you can say npx playwright -V or -- version. Or if you need any help document, you will say -h or -help. For example, if I use again npx playwright -version, I will be getting version which is 1.31.1. So this is the latest version of Playwright which I am using at the time of this recording. You might see a different version if you're watching this video at later stage. If you want to cross verify, if I open package.json file, I'm able to find the exactly same version, right? Now let me open this help document again. So these are the different commands you can use. Suppose if you want to open a browser in a specific with a specific URL, you can use open and you can pass URL. Similarly, if you have to use Codegen, you can use Codegen. We discussed about Codegen in our previous videos. So if you are completely new, please check out that video once. In a similar way, we have options, install, CR, which is for open the page in Chrome, then for Firefox, then for WebKit, screenshots, PDF, show trace. Right now, I need this particular command called test, which will help us to run the test with, actually it will help us to run our Playwright test. So let me show you these options, but I want to know more details about this command. So I will say npx playwright test, again --help. So you can see now this is the help section. How we are going to use it, you will write npx playwright test, then you will be using these options, and again if you have any filters you can add it. So these are different options available, and you can say a very good documentation. It will tell you what exactly this option will do and the different values which it can accept. --added if you want to run your test in headed mode, and all these different configuration. It will be very difficult to cover all of them into a single video, so I will make a dedicated videos on the different options that you can use. They have given some examples which we are going to use now. Suppose I want to run a single test or multiple tests. I want to run into headed mode. Which browser I want to use, I can use them in this fashion. Yeah, so let me show you now. Again, don't get confused with a lot of documentation which I'm showing you. I'm just giving you additional details in case in future if you need any other help instead of going through multiple blogs or channels. The official documentation is the best way to look forward. So I've cleared everything. Now let's continue. Now in order to get started, if I type pwd, which is present working directory, this is exactly where my folder is located. So this particular project that you can see, it's coming from a desktop. Desktop I have everything. Now all the CLI commands which I will show you now, you can either execute from here or you can open any terminal. Let's say if I open this terminal, I can execute same thing from here as well. I also have installed something called item. I can use this item editor also to write any commands. But if you're using Windows, for you it will be command prompt or PowerShell. So I will show you both, but I will continue with this. So let me open VSCode. Now imagine you want to run a specific test, okay, using CLI. How we will do that? First we will write npx playwright, and now I will write test. This is the command that I'm using. Suppose I want to run, let's say, the sample.spec.js file. If I open this file, this we have written at very beginning. If you are completely new to Playwright, then I have around more than 12 videos on Playwright, which I will highly recommend before you jump into this video. I will give you all the links in the description or in the first comment of this video. You can check them. These are just having the basic test where I'm writing few tests, I'm skipping few tests, I'm writing some assertion. Few tests are passed, few tests are failed. And other tests are related to login, verifier, messages, dropdown. I will run them one by one. So let me start with the sample.spec.js, and I will be using this command multiple times. So I will just copy it so that I don't have to type again and again, and you will save some time. The moment you write test and hit enter, what happens? It is going to take all your tests which is available, and it will run all of them on the different browsers. Okay, I will repeat again. If you just don't mention anything or type npx playwright test, hit enter, it is going to run all the tests in all the browser combination which is available in your project, plus it will run on the headless mode. When I say headless mode, you will not be able to see anything. So this part I will show you at the end because we will be running multiple tests. But in order to get started, I want to run maybe this sample.spec.js which I showed you. So right now my path is set to here, right? But all my spec files are available inside the tests folder. So first I will put dot, which is current working directory. Then I will mention go to tests folder. Then I will mention sample.spec.js. Let me hit enter and let's see what happens. So it's running. It actually executed 12 tests using 4 workers, 10 passed and 2 skipped. Okay, what actually happened? Let's see here. So this is what we will do. We'll write npx playwright show report, and it is generating this report for me. So each and every test, so in this spec file I have total 6 test cases. So ideally it should have executed 6 times or 6 test cases, sorry, but it is showing 12. The reason is I have in my configuration two browsers. So by default, every test is executing in two browsers, one for the Chromium, okay, one for the actual Google Chrome. So this is Chromium engine, which is latest release +1, and this is the channel, which is our local Chrome browser. So maybe for the time being, I will comment this so that you will see the actual count. So as of now, I don't want to run in Chrome, only one is enough. So if you see, first test is executed in Chromium and Chrome, second test is getting skipped, third test Chrome and Chromium, fourth test Chromium, Chrome, fifth and sixth. So total 10 passed. Purposefully we have done this skip, so it is skipping this test. How we are skipping? We are just using test.skip. So this is the reason second test is getting skipped. Just now I commented the browser part. So if I execute npx playwright test sample.spec.js, this time only 6 tests is getting executed, and this time only one browser. It is on Chromium, right? One is skipped and perfectly fine. Now don't worry about this worker part, that why this worker is coming, like why 4 workers, how we can change the worker, what is the meaning of this worker. We'll talk about all of this in the next videos, but for the time being, just stick to one command, playwright test, then mention the specific spec file that you want to run. Now if you want to run them in headed mode, so if you noticed, right now this is running in a headless mode. When I say headless mode, it is running in the background, your test is running, you're getting the result, right? But what if I want to see the real execution? So you will be using one option called --headed. This time you can see 4 browsers right here on this right side. It's getting executed and it's getting completed. Obviously we are not having any browser interaction in this inside this test, so it's opening and closing for you. But the moment you have real test, for example this verify error message, let me show you this one. So instead of sample.spec.js, I will run verify error message.spec.js --headed. You can see the browser started. It will do some basic checks. It is entering username, password. We will be getting one invalid message. It will verify, and yes, we are getting one success. So that is the advantage of using this --headed if required. But in most of the most of the CI servers, you don't need this --headed, but for debugging it's important. Now you must have noticed that, let me also show you from the terminal so that you can connect. So I will execute now again pwd, which is present working directory. So this is the location where my project is located, right? I will open this. This is item, but you can continue with the normal terminal, or if you're using command prompt, please use command prompt. I will use cd for change directory, and I will give this path. And if I say pwd, yes. If I want to see all the file, I will say ls. Okay, this is an issue with item. It's not executing ls command for me. But let me show you from the terminal. Yeah. And you can see we have all these folders. So we have test folder, node modules, package.json, test result, and so on. Yeah, this font size is better. So by default, when I don't mention, it's running everything on the Chromium, right? But if I go ahead and uncomment this, just now I commented, right, this one. So now I have 2 browsers. One is I can use either Chromium or Google Chrome. When I don't mention anything, so if I copy this command now, npx playwright test, I did not mention that run on Chrome or run on Chromium. So what it does, it actually executes on both the browsers. The same test with a different browser combination. In case if you have multiple combinations, for example, you have mentioned that you want to run on test mobile Safari, mobile Chrome, Firefox, Edge browser, right? It will run in all these browsers, which I don't want at this moment. So let's execute, and you can see two tests using two workers. It's actually executing my test here. It's running on my secondary monitor, so you're not able to see anything. Let me run it once again for you, because hardly it will take 2 minutes. Yeah. One on the Chromium, can you see this? And one on the Chromium and Chrome. It's executing parallelly. Both the tests got executed. We captured the message and we are getting the result. The reason why I showed you this once again, because when I don't mention anything, it takes all the browsers which is mentioned in my configuration file and it executes. But now let's say I want to execute on Chromium only. I don't want to use Google Chrome, I want to use Chromium. So I will say project equal to Chromium. Now suppose if you made any spelling mistake, maybe you added some additional characters. The moment you make any mistakes, it will give you an error and it says project Chromium not found. So it's not able to understand what is this Chromium, right? It says available project, either use Chromium or Google Chrome. So yes, it is giving us this information. So I will just say Chromium and hit enter. Now it's not running on two browsers. It only picked Chromium. It's running my test. It is verifying some error message and we're done. Similarly, if I don't want to run on Chromium, I want to run on Google Chrome. So what I will do, I will again select, let's say Google Chrome. Just type Google Chrome. And now you will see some strange thing. The moment I hit enter, it says projects Google not found, available named project Google Chrome. But we are still giving the same thing, right? Why it is not picking up? Because of this space. So whenever you have this kind of scenario, you will give double quotes so that it will consider this as a single string and it will remove this spaces. So it will not consider the spaces, the complete thing it will consider as a string. Hit enter. And this time instead of Chromium, it picked up Google Chrome, which is the real browser, and it will execute. One thing you will notice, by default it will run on incognito window. So no need to check whether the previous history is preserved, cookies, any information. No, it's a fresh instance that it is running on incognito. So that's another good part of Playwright. This is all one by one. What if I need to run two spec files? No worry, in that case you will, okay, I will remove this additional options. Okay, let me stop this. Just now we have seen, I'm using Ctrl+C to stop this. Let me make it clear. Yeah. So if you want to run multiple, yeah, then you can follow the same thing. Let's say I want to run verify error message.spec.js, and I also want to run this sample one. So I will say sample.spec.js. Again, rest of the things are still applicable. If you want to run in headed, you will say --headed. If you want to run a Chrome or Chromium or WebKit or Firefox, you will add project. So headed I will add, and project also I will make it Chromium. So this time two spec file will be picked up. It will check how many tests we have, run on the Chromium and in the headed mode. So for worker parallelly, you can see the test is running and it will be little fast and you will get the result. Yes, perfect. Total 7 tests, 1 is skipped, 6 pass. Now let me show you one more interesting point. Till now, in order to run a specific spec file, I was going till the test folder, then specific spec file, right? Now I can give the file name as well and I can continue. For example, again I want to run this sample.spec.js file, or maybe verify error message, login, Google, Dropdown. Instead of giving the complete one, I can just give the file name. So in this case, I will write npx playwright test and I will just give the file name. File name is basically just sample. Just type sample. When I don't mention anything else, by default it will run my test on two browsers, Chrome, Chromium, that too in headless mode, but I want to see headed mode. It is still working, right? I did not mention sample.spec.js, I mentioned only sample. Executed my test as it is. Another great way to run using file name. One more interesting point, suppose this particular spec file have 6 test cases. Maybe I don't want to run all of them. Maybe I want to run this particular test, which is my 4th test. Can we do that? Answer is yes. You can directly run a specific test from a specific spec file and you can execute. So in that case, just after test, use -g and in double quotes, you will mention the test that you want to execute. In my case, it's my 4th test. Again, I want to run in headed mode. Yes, Chrome and Chromium, 2 browsers running. And yes, this time only 2 tests executed. If you want to see, I will open the report. Only 4th test executed, 1 on the Chromium, 1 on the Chrome. So very straightforward commands and very easy to remember too, but don't get confused. I will give all the commands which I have written here. I will give you all in the comment section. Basically the first comment of this video, or in the description. You can go ahead and just change the file name or the spec file and you can continue. Now before we end the video, I want to highlight that if you don't mention anything, I just mentioned npx playwright test. The moment I hit enter, it is going to run all my spec files, okay, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now each spec file might have multiple test cases, so it will run all these test cases, that too in 2 different browsers, okay, Chromium and Chrome. So total number of tests into 2, and if I don't mention anything, everything will be running in the headless mode. So let me hit enter. Few tests might pass, few tests might fail. Okay, few tests I have written purposefully to fail, so it will fail for sure. So you can see test is running in the background. Okay, now few more tests is running. Yes, total 24 tests, 13 almost done, 14th one is running, 16th one, and it will continue as it is. So this is another great way to run the test. When you want to run the complete test suite, just mention npx playwright test and it will run the complete test suite. Since I did not mention any browser, it's running the same test on Chromium and Chrome. In your case, it will be either Firefox, WebKit, Chrome, Chromium. And finally, all the tests executed. So this Codegen.spec.js failed for Chrome and Chromium. Codegen branded again failed. Google one failed again. Dropdown spec file executed successfully on both the browser. Login also executed. This also executed, and error message. So when we get to know the failures, so I got to know that yes, these 3 tests are getting failed. I can go ahead and fix it and run these spec file on the browsers and rerun the complete test suite. Yeah. So yeah, that's how we can run it. I hope it is clear to everyone. If you still have any doubt, let me know in the comment section what issue you are facing, what is the exact requirement if you are not able to do that. If this video helped you in any manner, then please do support this channel, share with your friends, colleagues who are struggling with Playwright or planning to learn Playwright. Today in this lecture, I will be talking about one new method which is called hover. Till now we have seen how to type, how to click, how to handle drop-down, radio button checkboxes, right? And these are some basic things that you will be performing. But there will be a couple of scenarios in your application where you will be performing mouse over. Take this application example. This is available for use. I will share the credentials with you guys. You can give a try. The moment I put mouse over, then I have two options. One is called manage categories and one is called manage courses, right? Now, if I want to perform mouse over, I will be using one more method called hover. So this is a very straightforward method. Plus it has so many additional options. So if required, you can use these options. I will explain all these options at the end, but let's give a try how exactly this mouse over works. If you see one more example, take this eBay example. Let's say if I put mouse over, I will be getting more categories and most popular categories. I will perform mouse over. Maybe let's click on the deals, and these are the deals available for today. So basic click will not work. We need to perform mouse over. How we can do that? Let's quickly see. So I already have created one spec file which is mouseover.spec.js. I already created one test just to save some time. Now if you're completely new to Playwright, I would highly recommend you to watch my previous videos where I discussed how to set up Playwright from the scratch, how to write these files, what is this test, what is this async function, and so on. Now in order to continue, I will just do the logout from this application and let me show you how you can continue. Now if you see, this is the inspector that we have used, right? So either I can continue with this where I will get, this is the input tag, these are the attributes, type, placeholder, or I can use selectors hub, which will generate automatic XPath and CSS selectors for me. Now Playwright has come up with some very interesting built-in locators where instead of using traditional locators like ID, name, XPath, CSS, they have come up with get by role, get by text, get by label, get by placeholder, all text, title, test ID, and so on. So I will show you one of this in this video. So in case if you want to continue with traditional locators, perfectly fine, because our main objective here is to perform mouse over. If I inspect this closely, I can see there's something called placeholder, and the placeholder is enter email. And this, can you see this? Enter email, enter password. This is called placeholders. So I can take this and continue here. I will write await page dot get by placeholder, and now I will use dot type. You can use fill also. I will use type, and this is the email which is available for login. Now the same thing I can do with password as well. So if I inspect this password, again we have placeholder, right? So I can take this placeholder which is enter password. Let me use await page dot get by placeholder, and now use type again, and the password is admin @123. So it will do the type. After this I will continue with sign in. Now with sign in, if you notice, this is a button. We don't have placeholder, right? But I can see this button is actually a tag, right? So I can use something called get by role. So they have given a very beautiful example that if you get a role, let's say heading, checkboxes, button, then you can provide the name and you can continue. So along with placeholder, since we don't have placeholder in this case, I will go ahead and use get by role. So get by role is button, but the text is sign in. Again guys, if you want to use XPath, these are the XPath you can use, these are the CSS selectors you can use. But I'm trying to show you the inbuilt locator which Playwright has provided. So get by role. So what is the role? So you can see the list of roles which they have provided. Huge list, right? What exactly we are going to use is button. Now what is the name? So I will use name, and what is the name? Sign in, right? And then I will click. So these are some bonus points for you in case if you're completely new to Playwright, but if you already know, it's very good. After this, let's say I want to continue with mouse over. Let me log in once. I want to perform mouse over on the manage first, right? So if I inspect this and if I select this, now I can see there's a text. Now in this example, I will show you the XPath. So now what I will do, I will use this text and I will use selector sub just for verification. So I will say find a span tag which has a text called manage, and yes, it is able to find. I will use await page dot locator. I will paste the XPath here, and then I will use hover. The moment I put pair of parentheses, you can see we have all these options that you can use. You can use force, you can use modifiers, you can use position, no wait after, trial, and so on. So as of now, I'm just performing mouse over. After this mouse over, I will click on this manage courses. So for manage courses also, this is the text. Now let's take the auto-generated XPath by selector sub, because here I can see there's one space. So I have to use content text, or I can use normalize space. Okay, again, if you're completely new to selector sub or XPath or CSS, I have detailed video for each and everything. I will try to link everything in the description. Now I will use the auto-generated XPath by selector sub. I will paste here, and now I can do the click part. See, because once I do the mouse over, after this I have to continue with click, right? Once I click on this, I will be getting this icon. Now let's run this and see whether it's working fine or not. This is one existing session. I will close it. Let me run this once again and let's see what happens. So it's starting. It ended. It did the mouse over and it did the click, and we came to this page. It was too quick. Maybe I will execute once again and let's see. Yes. Right, hardly took few seconds and our complete test is executed. So this is how you can perform mouse over. And in case if you want to use any additional flags which is available here, right, like force. So what you can do, you can put curly braces. Let's say you want to enable this force to true. You can do that. Now let me quickly give you just one line definition for each and every argument. So in case in future if you want to use them, feel free to start using them. But before that, let's see what exactly this hover method does for us. So this method hover over the element by performing these 4 steps. First, it will wait for the actionability steps. Now what exactly this actionability check? If you see this hover method, so before doing the mouse over, it will make sure these 4 conditions should be true. It should be attached. When I say it should be, it means the element should be attached, it should be visible, it should be stable, plus it should have received all the events which is required for hovering. So once all 4 is done, then it will go to the next step, which is scroll the element if required. Okay, even though everything is done, but suppose there's some scrolling required, it will try to scroll. Then internally it use page.mouse, which is one of the method available in Playwright. What it will do, it will hover to the center of the element, or if you specify any position, it will go to that position. Finally, it will wait for initiated navigation to either succeed or fail unless you don't use this. So these things actually Playwright does before doing the mouse over. Now if you come here, it will make sense. So when you say force equal to true, it means forcefully it will try to click, it will skip this actionability checks which I mentioned here, right, which is this auto waiting part. You can also press do the mouse over with certain keys. You can press Alt Control Meta Shift. No wait after. Suppose you don't want to wait after this, you can make it true. By default it's set to false. You can also pass position, which is XY. By default it will be on the center. If you want to change the default timeouts, you can give the timeouts. This is the maximum time it will wait before throwing exception. At last is the trial. Trial means you will not perform any activity, but it will just wait for, or it will do the dry run for the actionability check, but it will skip the actions. It will only do the actionability checks. Today in this video I will talk about how you can upload a file in Playwright using JavaScript. So in our previous videos we already discussed a lot of examples, okay? So if you are new to Playwright, I would highly recommend you to check out my playlist where I have uploaded more than 13 videos on Playwright. In this video we will talk about how to upload files in Playwright. Now when you talk about file uploader, is one of the common scenario nowadays in any application. For example, this is one of the file uploader where you can select any file and the moment you click on upload, it will upload a file. For example, if I refresh this page and if I just try to upload a single or any image, and if I click on upload, it will take few seconds and it will say file uploaded. In your case, it could be any scenario where you need to upload a single file or multiple files. So very easy approach, looks a little tricky, but it's very straightforward here in Playwright. So what I have done, I have created already a separate file so that you can save some time. We already have a test block and now we can start writing. So I will start and I will write await and I will write page.goto, and here I will pass the application URL. So now this is the file uploader. So this is the URL which we have already have. I will pass it here. Now the next thing is you need to actually upload here. See, the moment you click on this file chooser, right, it will open this file chooser for you, or you can say file uploader. You don't have to click here, okay, because the moment you click here it will open this window again. Handling this could be a challenging task. So now we have an easy method to set the file path. What you need to do, just go ahead and search for one of the method called set input files. Set input files. And to be more precise, if you just search for Playwright, otherwise you will get directly. So if you go to actions, see, these are the actions that you can perform. So Playwright can interact with HTML input elements such as input checkboxes, radio button, drop downs, mouse click, type character, key shortcut, as well as upload files. Okay, so this is what exactly we are going to do. So this is one separate section where you can just use this method called set input files method. So you can upload a single file or you can upload multiple files, depends on you. This application that we are using right now, it supports single file upload, but if your application supports multiple file uploads, you just need to pass this in a form of array. You can see this bracket, right? You can upload multiple files. So we are going to use this. Now first of all, I need to inspect this. As I mentioned, you don't have to click, okay, you just inspect this. So right now this particular element have ID, type and name equal to file. So if I want to use name, I can use name, okay, I can use ID. Let me go ahead and take ID. So it depends on what kind of locator you have. So I will say page await page dot locator, and now since I'm using ID, I will use hash and ID name. So basically this is CSS selector now, and now I will say set input files, and you can see you can upload a single file or multiple files, upload files or multiple files using this, and it will support input type equal to file. So if you see, this is input type equal to file, so it should work. Now depends on what kind of file you want to upload. You can give the path here. So as of now I will try to give the complete path. So let's say on my desktop I have this, okay. So on my desktop, if I right click and get info, so this is the info I have. Let me copy this complete space. Okay, so this is the path, user, my current user, desktop, and the file name is image1.png. so make sure you give the extension also. If you don't give the extension, again it will not work. So make sure you give proper extension, whether it's a PNG file or PDF or Excel, whatever extension, provide the extension. Now let's give a try. So see, this is our file upload.spec.js. Now I can run this program either from CLI or I have one of the plugin installed. So if I go here, this is the file that we created, right? Verify file upload. I can run directly from here. So let's see. See, it has actually given that particular image, is image1.png. Let me close this and let me show you once again. The moment you click on it, it started, right? It will open that URL first and it will upload image1.png. Now uploading image is not the only task. We need to click on upload and we need to see whether we are getting this particular message or not, which is file upload, right? So first of all, I will also click on this. So once the file is uploaded, I will click on this upload. Now again, you have multiple options here, right? So you can use this value, you can use ID, you can also use class. Let me go ahead with ID again. Main intention of this video is to show you how to verify now after uploading, but depends on what is your preference. You can go with that particular locator. I took ID again and I will say click. Now once you click on it, let me select a file again and click on upload. I need to capture this, right? So again, if I inspect this, this is just a h3 tag. So heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, right? So it's a heading h3, which is h3 tag. I need to just cross check whether the file uploaded message is coming or not. What I can do now, I can use expect, okay, and again I will be using await page dot locator, and now since we have this h3, I can say double slash h3, and once it is done, I will use one of the existing method called to have text, and I will just check whether this particular text is present or not. So what I'm saying, first of all, find this locator and check whether this particular locator have this text or not. Now let me close this, run it once again, and let's see. So it's loading. Yes, it clicked on upload. We got the text, and yes, this is successful. Perfect. So now file has been uploaded. Now what I'm doing right now, I'm giving the proper path, right? So it is on my desktop, and tomorrow, let's say I move this file to some other directory, or maybe I change some locations. Obviously this test will fail again. So good practice is always keep your files in the same directory, because let's say tomorrow you are executing this complete test on some VM or some containers, so your file should be present in that particular system as well. So what I will do now, I will go ahead and create one folder here. This folder name, you can write anything, okay, like files, maybe I will say uploads, like these are the files I want to upload here. And now I will keep this particular image in that particular location. So for example, if I copy this image, okay, and if I go to this particular folder, which is basically this one, and I will paste here. Now if I want to give the relative path, how you will do it? So first of all, you will write one dot. So basically right now my test, which is file upload.spec.js, right, it is available here. So the moment I say dot, it will go to the parent directory. Then I will say go to upload folder. So basically it will come to upload folder. Now inside upload folder, now we have image1.png, and it will upload the same. So this time, instead of hard coding, we are saying first go to parent directory, then go to upload, and then upload this file. So in this way, even if you are changing some files, okay, so sorry, in case if you are removing some files, adding some files, make sure you maintain here, so that it will be standard across all the systems. Now if you run this, still it uploaded the same image1.png, and we're good to go. Just to cross check whether it's picking directly from here or not, what I will do, I will change this to image2, and now change it image2.png, and just run it once again. So this time you will see it will not upload image 1, it will upload image 2. Yeah, image2.png, right? And upload and file uploaded, and the test passed. Quite easy. Now I would highly recommend spend some time on the documentation. So suppose if you want to set multiple files, you just pass multiple files separated by a comma and you can continue. Suppose if you want to remove all the selected files, you can just pass the array, which is blank array, and it will remove the selected files. And if you want to upload from the memory, and there's some other options. So please give a try and let me know if you need any other help. When you start automating your web applications, there are multiple scenarios where you have to perform keyboard activities. And in this video, I will show you how you can automate any applications which involves keyboard activities. Okay. Let me show you some scenarios where you can actually use keyboard activities. Now it depends on your test requirement, whether you want to press single key, multiple keys, and I will show you both the examples. So in case if you want to solve any particular issue, or if you have to validate something using keyboard activities, how you can do that. For example, this is just basically a keyboard part where I will type something and now I'm getting multiple suggestions. Okay. Suppose I don't want to select anything. I just want to hit enter and I will be adding couple of options and then I will continue with my further test. This is one of the part where what I did, I just typed something and then what I did, I just entered enter. Similarly, let's say if I type one more time, now I can press 2 key parallelly. So suppose Control C, Control V, okay, or maybe Control A and then press the backspace. So this time I'm pressing 2 keys at once. Now depends on your requirement. Maybe you want to do Control C, Control V, okay, and Control A backspace, or maybe you want to press arrow down. There could be multiple things. So let's see how we can perform keyboard activities in Playwright. Before that, let me just type Playwright and just type Playwright keyboard and let's see what you get. So you can see the first option now, keyboard. If you open this link, you will see a dedicated class. Keyboard provides an API for managing a virtual keyboard. A high-level API is keyboard.type, which takes a raw character and generate proper key down, key press, input, and so on. And they have given a couple of examples. Okay, so let me show you how exactly it works. What you need to do, you just need to say await page.keyboard then press. Okay, so let's go back and try with one scenario. So again, I will go back and just hit google.com. I will copy the URL. I have already created one spec file and I already have one test. So if you're completely new to Playwright, I would recommend you to watch my previous videos where I have discussed how to download, install, and how to get started with the first spec file. Now once you're done, I need to inspect so that I can type something first. And you can see now this is the text area. And if you try to find out, you will also find something called name equal to Q. You will also find something called title, type, and a couple of other things. In case if you want to go ahead with others, you can go ahead. For the timing, I will go ahead and take Q. And let me quickly go ahead and write page.locator. Now I will be writing CSS, so it's a text area. So I will write text area bracket name equal to Q. And now I will say type. So you can type whatever activities or whatever text you want. For the timing, I will write my name. And now I want to perform enter. I will write await page dot keyboard. Okay. Then I will write press. So it's a separate method which will accept multiple keys or single keys. So the moment I put pair of parentheses, and now you can see we have multiple options. So name of a key to press or a character that you want to generate. And you can see here examples also they're given from F1 to F12. Okay, which digit you want to press from 0 to 9, which key 1 to Z, and again backquote minus equals. Right now I want to go with enter. These are the additional keys also supported: shift, control, alt, meta, shift left. So I'm using Mac for this demo. So once you move it, I will be using Control A, Control C, Control V, right? I'm using Mac, so I will say Meta A, Meta V. So for Mac user, you can use Meta. For Windows user, you can use Control. I will use Enter as of now. And let's see whether it works or not. So I will save this and let me run this. It should start the session. It will type and it will hit enter. The moment you see hit enter, we are getting all these profiles. So this is how you have to perform a single key. What if you have to perform multiple key? Let's see. So in this case, what I will do again, I will go ahead and type. Now I will press Control A, basically Command A from Mac. So Command A, then I will do backslash. This is what I want to perform. So in this case, again, I will go back and I will just comment this. Okay, and let me write two keys at once. So for this, again, I will write await page dot keyboard dot press. Now I have to press Control A for Windows, for Mac Command A. But if you are using Mac, you have to use Meta and A. So I will use Meta, then I have to press A, right? So I will say A. So this will press Command A for Mac, Windows, Control A for Windows. Then I have to do the backspace. For example, again, if I type, let's say Mukesh Otwani, then I will say backspace and it should remove, right? So again, I will say await page dot keyboard dot press, and now backspace. So in double quotes, I will say backspace, and now let's execute this. Again, I will execute. Did you notice it was too fast? Let me run it once again. So first it will type. Okay, then Command A and backspace. So it is deleting that. This is another example how you can use multiple. Again, if you want to use series, like first do selection, okay, maybe then you want to copy. So for copy, again I will say wait page dot keyboard dot press, again Meta plus C, then I will delete this, okay, because the moment I select, I am copying first, then I'm deleting, and then I want to maybe paste again. So I will say keyboard dot press and Meta plus V. So Control A, Command A basically, then copy, then backspace, deleted, and then again paste. Let's give a try again. It will be very fast, so watch carefully. 1, 2, backspace and paste again. So this is how you can use series of keys. Now one more example I want to take. This is what exactly they have given, so I will try to simulate the same thing. So for this, what I can do, maybe I can comment this, and all this example I will give you in the description. So in case if you want to just copy paste and continue, you can do that. Now let me show you one more approach, okay? So let me comment this. First of all, once we launch google.com, we will be reaching here, right? Now I want to perform some, maybe I want to put focus here, because the moment I refresh, right now control is here, but let's say if control is not here, focus is not here. So what I will do first, I will use this. Okay, this was the locator, right? First I will put focus. So call focus on a matching element. Now the focus is here. Now I will type. So till now we have seen page.keyword.press, right? Now I will also use type. So you can use keyboard type as well. So you can use page.keyword.type keyboard dot type and a text to type into a focused element. So first we did the focus, now we are doing the type. Now let me type again, which is Mukesh Otwani, and let me add this explanatory mark. Now if you see, it is blinking here, right? Now I want to remove not this one but only Otwani. So 1 2 3 4 5 6, so the output should be only Mukesh and explanatory mark. How we can do that? Let's try to do everything via Playwright. So I will say await page dot keyboard dot press. Now actually, in order to move left or right, I have to use arrow left and arrow right, right? So suppose I'm here. So if I say from keyboard arrow left, 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 right, 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 arrow left, arrow right. So when you type, the control will be here. First I will press left arrow or arrow left, control will be here. So again I will use arrow left. Arrow down, arrow right, arrow left. Okay, it's not showing here. Up, right, down. Okay, let's write arrow left. Now here's a very interesting catch. Suppose arrow down, arrow left will come here, again arrow left, arrow left, arrow left. But once I reach here, I want to press shift together, then arrow left, arrow left, arrow left, arrow left, arrow left, so that it will highlight. So now I have to press arrow left along with shift. How you can do that? First you will say page dot keyboard dot down. So basically you are pressing the key and you're not releasing it. You will release at the end. So the moment you say down, and now you can give the key. So which key we want to press? We want to press shift, right? Now shift we don't want to remove. Every time I have to use arrow left, arrow left. How many times? 6 times, because once I reach here, I'm pressing shift from my keyboard. 1 2 3 4 5 6. 6 times I have to press arrow down. So not arrow down, arrow left. So I will do a for loop. So let I equal to 0. How many times? 6 times. So 0 to 5. So I will put I less than 6 and I plus plus. Await page dot keyboard dot press, and we need to press arrow left, right? So this is done. Once it is done, I will release, because once I reach here, suppose 1 2 3 4 5 6, I can release the shift from my keyboard and I can press backspace. So once this loop is done, I can just say up. Right now it is down, it means it's already pressed. Now I will release it. So page dot keyboard dot up. Which key we want to make it up? Obviously shift, because shift is already pressed. And once it is done, I need to press backspace, right? So again await page dot keyboard dot press, and I will use backspace. Okay, now let's see what is this particular thing. First it will open google.com. Control will be on the text area. Then it will type Mukesh Otwani. Then arrow left like this. Then shift 6 times arrow left. Then it will release the shift key and it will press backspace. And let's run it once again. Just notice, pay attention here, it will be very fast. So it will type 1 2 3 4 5 6 and backspace, and if you want you can hit enter. So suppose if I hit enter, it's not showing even manually now, so same thing will happen with Playwright as well. So I hope it is clear now. For more detail you can visit this documentation, very easy to follow, and the example which I told you, it's exactly same. Here they have calculated the word length and I have given manually. If you want to make it exactly like this, so instead of giving this 6, what you can do, you can say 20 dot length, so basically 6, right? So instead of hard coding you can give this. The multiple examples, so please explore this. Most of the things we have seen, down, press, type and up. You can explore, insert text from your side. Handling auto suggestions or handling autocomplete is actually an everyday activity when you start automating any application. Now you find whether Google or MakeMyTrip or any other web application, this is the default thing that you will be facing every single day. In this lecture, I will show you how you handle auto suggestion or autocomplete in Playwright. So to get started, let me show you one scenario. This is the very basic scenario, but if you are able to understand this example, you can automate any application with a similar feature. For example, right now I have Google, so if I type anything, let's say my name, Mukesh Otwani, and I'm getting multiple auto suggestions, or you can say autocomplete. So now let's say if you have to select some option, let's say if you click on courses, it will redirect you to the couple of websites or the videos where the course is published. So this is generally what we do. We type something, we get some keywords, and then we'll click on it. Another option is I will just use arrow down from my keyboard. So Selenium, GitHub, course, interview question, and so on. And once I will come to a specific, options, I will hit enter. That is also another option to do it. Now we'll see both the scenarios, and at the end I will tell you which is the recommended one, which is not recommended one. But ultimately, as a automation test engineer, you should know both the approaches, because some might work, some might not work for you. But I will show you both the scenarios, and at the last we'll discuss which one is recommended. So I already created one spec file. This is handle autosuggestion.spec.js. I have one of the test, and I already have written await page.go to google.com. What we can do, first thing we have to do is inspect this element, and now we have multiple options. I can use any of the attribute, but since class looks very dynamic, data world and other fields are not looking that promising, so I will go with this name equal to Q, or if I want to write XPath or CSS, I can go with title, search or area label. Let me take name equal to Q. So I will write await page dot locator. Now CSS I'm going to write, so I will write XPath or CSS, everything is supported here. So let's say if I go with XPath or CSS, I will write text area, that is the tag name, right? Then bracket name equal to Q. So this will find that particular element. Then I will use dot type method, and I will write the keyword that I'm looking for. In my case, I'm writing Mukesh Otwani, but you can go ahead and write any other keyword that you're looking for, and that will give you multiple suggestions. So I'm going to show you the first approach, where I will use keyboard activities. Now for the keyboard activities, I have created a detailed video. If you see this, how to handle keyboard actions in Playwright. So this is a detailed video where I discussed how to handle single keyboard, multiple keyboard activities, arrows, shift, multiple keys. So please go ahead and watch, because in your application you might interact with keyboard activities as well. Now coming back to this scenario, if I type again Mukesh Otwani, I'm getting multiple options, right? So if I just use Playwright, and if I do not wait for something, it will be very fast and I will not be getting this suggestion, because the moment I type, it takes 1 second to show all these options. So I will wait until these options are not coming. I have to wait. So now what I will do, I will write a quick locator, which will wait until these items are not listed. So this is a div tag. I will go with li tag, and you can see role equal to presentation. So if you look carefully, let me scroll, make it small. And now if you look carefully, all these items that is listed here, right, are available here. So this is the first li, second li, third li. So this is li1, li2, li3 and so on. So basically I will wait until all these li's are not visible. For this, in Playwright we have a very handy method. I will say await page, not performance, sorry. Let me write page dot wait for selectors. Now here I will provide the locator for that selector I want to wait. So it returns a selector, a selector to query for, return when element is specified by selector satisfied. Okay, and it will return null if waiting for hidden or detached. Okay, so basically it will keep waiting until it is not visible or attached. Here I will write the locator. So how to write locator? So basically this is the li, right? So maybe if I go to div, I found more div, the multiple divs. This is area label, again further more divs. So basically we can wait for this. Role equal to presentation, and this is li. So I will press Ctrl F and I will say find a li, and you can see total 12, but here you can see only 10. And if you just search for 11 something which is here, which is not on the page right now, right? So now I will say find li role equal to presentation. So basically all this that we can see have a role called presentation, right? Still it is giving you as 12, but that's fine. We'll talk about some other time how to handle hidden web elements. Right now you can see that 2 hidden and 10 are visible. So now if I wait for 12, basically this 10 will be listed for sure. So I will say wait for selector. That's all. It means I will wait until all these options are not visible. Now once it is done, I will use arrow down. Okay, for arrow down, as I mentioned, we have a detailed video, but still I will give you one glimpse. Once you type, you can see the cursor is here. I will press one time arrow down, one time more, one more, and so on. So maybe I will give 2 times so that you will get to know. Page dot keyboard dot press. So basically I have to use keyboard, then press. And which key you want to press? All these keys are here from F1 to F12, all the digits you can use. So I will use arrow down, this one, arrow down. Okay, make sure you write the exact same. So it will do first arrow down. I will do one more arrow down. So page dot keyboard dot press again, and then arrow down again. And after arrow down, I have to hit enter, right? So let's say like this. So it will show my GitHub repository. So after this, await page dot keyboard dot again press and enter. So for enter again, this one. Make sure you write the exact same. So it's enter now, and let's see how it is working. So I will directly click on this. It's running my test. It will start a session. 1, 2, and here we go. See, if you notice this time, when I did manually, the second option was coming GitHub, but when I executed via Playwright, the second option was YouTube, and it selected YouTube. So again, if you type manually, the searches are coming differently. So using keyboard activities, you might get some different result if the application is too dynamic, right? Right now I'm using Mukesh Utwani. Maybe if I write, let's say Playwright, let's see how it works. So Playwright, and run it again. See, again starting. So second option is Playwright automation. It's selected, and here we go. So that's how you can handle this. If your values, you're not worried about which value it has to select, just press 2 times arrow down and hit enter. The second approach would be where you will find a specific element and then you will go ahead and select a particular keyword and then you will click. So in this case, what I will do, I will create let's say one more test. So in the same file I will do that, and I will write test dot only. So basically I have two tests, but it will execute only this particular one. First one it will not run. So that's how we can do using test dot only. So this will be same, this will be same. Now what I will do, let me do one thing. One second. Okay, it says duplicate title. I will say verify title using keyboard and using loop. So basically when the two tests have the same name, it will create issue. So I renamed the title. I will say test dot only. So basically run only this one. So till here it will be same. I have to wait till the locators are not coming. Now I will show you one approach. Please watch carefully. If you are doing anything else, please stop. Just focus here. Now I will be using $. So I will say wait page dot. You can see now we will use $. So basically what it will do, this method find all elements matching all the specified selector within the page. I will repeat again. This $. will find all the matching elements within the page. If no element found, it will return you a blank array. So basically, suppose if this particular thing is returning you multiple matching nodes, all elements will be within one array. So if I have 10 values, you will be getting an array of all the element, and if it is not matching, it will return you still array, but the size will be 0. In our case, we'll get one array and each element will have the elements. So this will be first element, this will be second element, this will be third element, and so on. So this is how we are going to get all this. So what will be our approach? Let me show you one by one. So first I will wait for the selector and then we'll find this. Now once we get this, obviously it is returning you one array of elements. I will store in a separate variable. Let me call this as element. So const element, basically that's an array. Now just a very small logic. The logic says I will find all the element and I will get the text. So get the text, get the text, get the text, and I will keep iterating one by one. The moment I find YouTube, I will click on it. So by using $, we'll get all the elements. Next thing, we'll run a loop, we'll iterate all these elements one by one. So pick first element, capture the text and check the condition. If this contains YouTube, click, otherwise pick the second element, get the text, check if this text contains YouTube. If yes, click, otherwise pick the third element, get text, condition and click. So 3 steps. Before that, let me show you one thing. Let me show you how to apply loop here. So write await again. You have to use await all the time. But before that, let me start a loop. I want to start a loop from 0 because index will start from 0. Now if you're completely new to JavaScript as well, I would recommend to watch my previous series where I discussed basics of JavaScript. Now I will use element. Let me call this elements. Then I will call dot length property. So I will get the length. It means if I have got 10 values, it will run from 0 to 9, right? 0 to 9. If I get 100 values, 0 to 99. So that's the reason I have written less than symbol here. Then every time I have to increment by 1. Now one by one I will get the element. So what I will do, I will again say await const elements, this is array, pass the counter which is I, and now call one method called text content. So what it will do, it will return you the text, and let me store this into a variable called text. So I will be getting all the text. Now if you want to just apply the condition, you can do that. If you don't want to apply the condition, that is also fine. But in our case, we'll apply the condition and click based on the condition. So let me write if condition, and again all this if else, all these things I have covered in my JavaScript series. I will do one thing, I will give you all the links in the description or in the first comment of this video. So the keyboard activity video and this if else you can watch from there. So basically JavaScript should be a foundation before jumping into Playwright. Playwright supports multiple languages, so depends on which programming you're using. Make sure you understand the basic fundamentals. Now I got the text here. Now I can write if the text that we got from the Google or from our web application, if that includes let's say YouTube. So this is what we're getting, right? YouTube. If that includes YouTube, then it has to click. Now click where? Click on the element. So all the elements are coming here, right? So the same element will say dot click. Okay, now this is optional. We want to put semicolon or not. It's optional here. And if it is done, I don't want further, I will break. I will repeat the logic again. First, this is as it is, you open the URL, type whatever you want to write, then wait for the options to appear. Once it is done, capture all of this, it will return you an array, run a loop, it will pick element one by one, capture the text, if includes YouTube, click, otherwise move to the next element, and so on. So I will type Mukesh Utwani here because then only it will give you all these options. Now this thing you can customize. In your case, this will be different. This will be different. Your locator will be different. And obviously this one will be different. Rest everything will remain same. Now let me run this and see how it works. It started. And it clicked on YouTube. Right, this time I have not hard coded it, press 2 times arrow down and all. No, this time it was dynamic. Let me change something else. Maybe I will search for Playwright this time. Since we are covering Playwright, let me write Playwright here. Playwright, and let's run once again. Okay, sorry, I did a mistake. I should have written Playwright here. So let me write Mukesh Utwani here, and let me change this Playwright. Yeah. Let's execute again. Type Mukesh Utwani. It will find Playwright at the last before JMeter. And here we go. Yeah. So that's how you can interact, okay, how you can handle the auto suggestion, autocomplete. See, there are multiple ways. These are just 2 ways. Please give a try. Let me know if you face any issue. Today in this lecture, we will talk about how Playwright handles JavaScript alert. Now, alerts are very common in nowadays in most of the applications. So it depends on what kind of alert you have to handle accordingly. So before I move ahead, I want to give you quick information about the different type of alerts that JavaScript have. Okay, so if I right click on any page and if I inspect, right now this is just a normal google.com. I'm going to open console, and the moment I type alert, you can see alert is a predefined function in JavaScript which will generate one JavaScript alert for you. For example, if I say hey Mukesh, So it is generating one JavaScript alert. Until you don't accept this alert, you cannot do anything on this page. See, if I cannot even type, I cannot even click. But the moment I accept this, now I can continue with whatever operations I want to perform on this page. So this is general basic JavaScript alert. Now if you type confirm, I'm sure you must have seen this many times, which is confirm box. Let's say if I say are you okay, and the moment I hit this, I'm getting two options. One is okay, one is cancel, right? And again, until I don't accept this JavaScript alert, I cannot do anything on this page. Notice here, the moment I say okay, JavaScript, like this confirm function, will return true. And if I execute again, and if I click on cancel, we're getting false. So basically JavaScript developers, they use this input, and then based on what kind of input user is giving, they're able to produce the next actions accordingly. Next thing is prompt. I'm sure this also you must have seen. For example, enter name. And the moment I execute this function, you can see this kind of prompt window. Whatever I will type here, let's say I will type some meaningful name, Mukesh Otwani. And the moment I click on OK, you can see the same string is getting received here. And in case if I execute again and press cancel, it gives me null. So these are some predefined JavaScript functions. We have alert, confirm, and prompt. And we are going to see exactly same thing, how Playwright handles this. I used google.com example, but feel free to use any other example because this is pure JavaScript. Let me stop this. Now consider you have application. I'm using this as a sample application, which is Internet Heroku app. It's by Element Selenium. Wonderful site for examples. Now, the moment you start automating your applications, you will come across these alerts many times. The concept will remain same. So whatever code snippet I will be providing you, you can use the same. Just change the locators and your messages accordingly. For example, I want to automate this application where I want to check all these functions. This button functionality is working fine or not. For example, if I click on this, as per my test case, the text should be I am a JS alert. I need to validate this and I have to click on OK. The moment you click on OK, it says you successfully clicked an alert. This is for the confirm box, which I showed you, where you will get two options. I am a JS confirm. Let's say I need to validate this as well. If I click on OK, it says you clicked OK. And if I say cancel, it says you clicked cancel. Similarly, third one, let's say if I type here Mukesh and click on OK, I should be getting here you entered Mukesh. So I will be doing the same thing with Playwright. Now depends on your test case what text you need to verify. As per this, I will verify the text is this or not. And if I click on confirm, I need to verify the text and click on OK or cancel. Similarly, I will be typing here and will verify the same. Same thing you will be doing in your application. Now good thing with Playwright automatically handles this alert. Okay, let me show you through example, then you will understand. It will automatically accept this JavaScript alert and it will continue to the next step. But suppose if I want to verify something, we need to capture this and then we can perform some validation. Okay, so I'm assuming you must be familiar with Playwright. If not, then I have a detailed playlist where in the previous videos we discussed all these things one by one. So I would recommend you to watch the previous videos, but in case if you're familiar, you can continue with this video. I will give you all the links in the description of this video. So in case you want to watch the previous videos, you can. So let me start with await keyword. I will use await page, and now I will call a predefined method called goto, where I will pass the URL which we want to automate. In our case, we want to automate, let's say, this application. Yeah, so I will pass this. Next thing that I will do is I will click on this button which is called click on JS alert. So if I right click inspect, this is a button and this is the text. So I can copy this text and I will write a quick XPath that find a button, / button. Right now 3 buttons, right? 0, 1, 2, 3. So I will use a text function. Sorry, let me write again. Text equal to I'm a JS alert. Click on JS alert. Now copy this. Now let me use this. So again, I will use await page dot locator. I'm using XPath, so I'm using this XPath, whatever we have written. I will copy paste here, and then I will call a click method, which will click on that button. Now let me first execute this so that I can show you Playwright handles this alert automatically. Now you have two options. Either you can run directly from here. In my previous lectures, I showed you that in case if you want to run directly from here, how you can run it. So let me show you once again. The moment I executed this, okay, it should run my test, and you can see it's running by default on the Chromium. It's executing this, waiting. Once the page will load, then it will click on it. And it passed. You could not see anything on the UI, right? It executed, and since we have not kept any assertions or anything, it's running successfully fine. Let me show you in a headed mode. So in order to show you in headed mode, let me show you some commands. This commands also we discussed. Right now I will directly use it. Let's say npx playwright test. This is how we run all the test. But right now I want to pick the test which is coming inside test folder. So / tests and use / here. Okay. Then which file I want to run? I want to run this one, which is handle alert.spec.js. This one, and let me use this / and if I execute this now, again you will not see any output, because the moment you run through command prompt also, by default it will be running in the headless mode. So you can see in the console it says 1 of 3, 2 of 3 and 3 of 3. So it started with Chromium, then Firefox, now WebKit. Let me run this in a headed mode so that you can see. Headed, and let me just only execute on Chromium. So now instead of taking all the 3 browsers, it will pick Chromium browser, that too in a headed mode. So it is starting. Pay attention, it clicked on it and it went very fast. It accepted the alert automatically. But let's say now I want to capture this alert and I want to perform some kind of validation. So before you click on it, you have to use now page dot on method. Now what this on method will do, let me show you once again. So this will emit when the page closes. What does it mean? So basically this will work as a listener, and it will kicked off automatically whenever you will provide certain events. For example, if I show you one of the event, which is dialog. So for alerts, we are going to use dialog, and now if this dialog appears, it will store that into one of the variable. Let me call this as D for the time being. Curly bracket open and close, and this is an arrow function. If you want to write a generic function also, you can do that. So this is the additional one, and this one for the dialog. I know syntax is little tricky. I will provide you this in my blog link you will find in the description of this video. So basically we are listening to one of the event, which is JavaScript dialog. If this alert comes, it will store this dialog into a D variable. Now I can play with this. Using this D, I can capture what is the type of the alert, what does it contain, what is the message and everything. Then I can perform some operation. So let me perform one assertion. I'm going to use expect. First of all, D, which we have captured, I want to know what is the type. So it will return me the type, and then I will check, is this type, whatever is coming on the screen, is it alert or prompt or confirm? I will repeat this again. Please allow me some time, because after this video everything will be clear. So we're using page, right, which is basically a page instance which is created for each and every test. Then we used one method called on. So it will be kicked off automatically whenever JavaScript dialog appears. And these JavaScript alerts dialog can be alerts, prompt and confirm. So in this example, the moment we will click on button, we will be getting something called alert, right? So first I'm storing in this into D, and now I will check that whatever dialog is coming, capture the type and make sure it is alert. Let's execute this. So again, I will execute the previous command. It will start, it will load. Now if you notice here, it's not accepting, right? Because now we have captured this event, and the moment I click on OK, it will pass because it's an alert. Now once you have captured this, it's your responsibility to handle this, right? Initially when Playwright was auto accepting, now since you have captured the event, now you can close this. So D, which is dialog, I will say accept. So you have to call accept method whenever you have to accept any alert. In our case, we are accepting this. So first we'll check the type, then we will accept it. If you want to verify the message, what you can do, let's say I want to verify this. Since we already captured this, I will say again expect D dot. We have one predefined method called message. It will capture the message, and once we capture it, we will check this message that we captured, does it contain this message or not, which is I am a JS alert. So we are putting two assertion. One is the type should be alert. The second assertion, that whatever alert we have, it should have a message called I am a JS alert, and then we will accept. Let me execute it again. Starting on Chrome. So started. Yeah, it passed because we have given all the valid values. Now let me forcefully make it confirm. This is a normal alert, it's not a confirm, right? What I'm saying, it should be confirmed. So obviously it should fail here. Let's execute one more time. Now it failed. Can you see this? It says received string alert. The moment you say d.type, it has returned you alert. what we are expecting is confirm. So definitely there's a mismatch. So it will say error, expected substring was confirmed, receive this. Similarly, you can put your validation. Generally, we don't verify this, frankly speaking. For you, the main assertion would be this: verify the alert should be present and capture the title, capture the text and verify. With this alert, we don't have much options, right? Because you have only one option called OK. So when it comes to confirm, you have choices. Do you want to accept? Do you want to dismiss? Or do you want to capture the text? So that we will show you now. I'm going to create one more test and I will show you how to handle confirm boxes. So multiple options. Either I can create a separate spec file and I can create one more scenario, or I can create one more test here. Okay. So this is test 1 and now I will create a separate test. And since these two tests will have the same name, this is handle alert and this is handle alert, I will change this to confirm box. If you don't want to execute this, you can say .skip. So next time when we will run, it will avoid running this and it will only run this particular confirm box. Now this URL is same, right? Because that's what we have to load. Only thing is, instead of clicking on JS alert, now I will click on this, click for JS confirm. Let me copy this text. One second. Let me refresh this. Yeah. Now again, I will inspect this, click on JS confirm. This is the text I'm getting. I will search, find a button where text is I am on JS confirm, and I will click on this. Then I have to capture this and then we can do OK or cancel. So same thing, and what we can do, instead of giving D, let's give some meaningful name. D was just for reference, so I will change this. Now what we have to do, same code, page.on, we are looking for a dialog, and now dialog tab will change from alert to confirm. Can you see this? We tried with alert, we have prompt and confirm. Let's try with confirm. So I will give here confirm. It means the type which I will get, it should be confirm. And let me make it dialog or dialog window so that it will be easy for you to remember. I will remove this from D to dialog window, and same here. Now I need to verify the text because it will capture the message as well. And for this, the message is I am a JS confirm. So instead of giving JS alert, I will say I'm a JS confirm. And good thing here, if you notice, in the previous example, we said accept because alert have only one option called accept, which is OK. Here we have OK and cancel. So the moment I say accept, it will click on OK. The moment I say dismiss, it will click on cancel. Accept we have seen already. So instead of accept, I will say this is dismiss. Dismiss is a predefined method and it will return when the dialog has been dismissed. And this XPath also I will change. So first handle confirm box, click on this. Guys, make sure before doing click, you have to use this listener, okay? So it will listen for the event dialog. Type should be confirm, message should be this, then dismiss this. Now I can execute. npx playwright test, run handle alert.spec.js headed mode project equal to Chromium. So it's running. One is skipped and one passed. Why this is passed? Because everything is working as expected. If I change here, let's say Mukesh, obviously this time it should fail because I'm expecting IMJS Mukesh, but what we will get is IMJS confirm. So let me run again. Fine. So one is skipped as expected. The second one failed because the received string is IMJS confirm, and what was expected IMJS Mukesh. So this is also working fine. If I give valid details, it will run as it is. In case if you want to accept, guys, please go with dialog window dot accept. Right now I want to show a different scenario, so I use dismiss, but I will write here and I will provide you as a comment also. Accept. Now the third and the last one is JS prompt. The moment I do here, I want to type something, then I will verify. Now in order to understand the last scenario, same thing I can write in the same file or in the separate file. Right now I will copy this and I will maintain this in the same file, and this one I will skip, otherwise when we'll execute it will also get executed. So test.skip for the time being. I will add one more test here, and this I will change to handle prompt. Now in order to understand prompt, let's inspect this one. Click for JS prompt. This is one, right? And already it's here the X path. The find a button which has the text click for JS prompt. Let's copy this. Make sure this one is matching with this. Rest everything is same. It is on the same URL, so I will not change the URL. Only this part I will change, which is click for JS prompt. Now this we will not change, right? Because again it will wait. Once we have this dialog, this will kick off and it will store all the information in this variable dialog window. First we'll capture the type. Let me change this type, should be prompt. If you want to validate message, let's see what message it gives. This says the message is I am a JS prompt. So you can go ahead and change this. If you want, if you type here, let's say Mukesh, now you want to accept or dismiss. Let's say after typing, I want to accept, right? So instead of writing dismiss, you say await dialog window, accept. And if you notice here, it also it can accept one of the argument called prompt text. If you see this properly, once again, prompt text, a text to enter in the prompt, does not cause any effect if dialog type is not prompt. It means if it is a general alert, it will accept, but if it is a prompt one, you can type here the string. I'm going to type Mukesh, so first it will type, then it will accept, and then if you want, you can put verification again. Now what I will do, I will add one additional timeout, because what happens with Playwright, once the test is done, it will immediately close the browser. I want you to see the execution, so I will put await page dot wait for timeout, a timeout for wait for. So I want to wait, let's say 5 seconds, so that I can show you the prompt message which is coming on the screen. Now in order to run this, again I will execute this handle alert.spec.js file in the headed mode and in the Chromium. So it will start now. This is the window. See, you entered Mukesh. So prompt came, it typed Mukesh, it clicked on OK, and you are able to see. It waited for 5 seconds because purposefully have added wait for timeout. So I hope this is clear now. Let me give you a quick recap what we did. And I can do one more thing. First of all, I will remove all the skips. So now when you run your test, it's going to run 3 tests. First, it will launch JavaScript alert. It will click on JS alert. We'll wait for this dialog window. Once it is there, contains alert, done. Verify the message, accept the alert. In the second test, we are handling confirm box and we are dismissing it. Again, 2 checks we have added, type and the message. Third one, we have handled prompt. One small disclaimer I want to highlight again, please call page.on before clicking. So not only clicking, any event which can cause alert confirm prompt, before you do that operation, make sure you call page.on. Now let's execute one more time. Since all are, for all the tests I have removed skip, so it will run 3 tests now. So let's see. So running 3 tests using 2 workers. This is 1, this is 2. 2 tests done, this is the third one which is running. And since here we added a wait for timeout, after 5 seconds it will close. So all the 3 tests pass, and if you want to see the report, just execute this command, npx playwright show -report. Okay, so all done. This is 1 which is running on Chromium. This is 2nd which is again running on Chromium, and this is 3rd one which is running again on Chromium. Why all Chromium? Because while running from command prompt, I'm mentioning, right, run only on project equal to Chromium. Let's say if I don't mention anything and if I hit enter, you will see it will be running on all 3 different browsers. So first it will run on Chromium, then Firefox and WebKit. Okay, this is all on Chromium. Once that is done, it will start Firefox. So this is Firefox. Again, Firefox. Okay. So once Firefox done, it will start WebKit. Okay, one more is running here. Last one, as you can see, WebKit. So this is running on WebKit. Let me drag here. I'm using 2 monitors, so one is coming on the primary, one is coming on the secondary. So yes, almost done, the last one, and total 9 passed. If I execute this command again, so if you see all 9 passed, first 3 on Chromium, again 3 on Firefox, 3 on WebKit. That's the power of Playwright. By just changing small arguments, you can switch between the browsers, you can run cross browser within a single command. Yeah. Okay, that's all about this video. If you think this is helpful, please do share with your friends and colleagues. Whatever code snippet I have shown here, I will consolidate on my blog post and I will publish. You'll get the blog link also in the description of this video. Yeah, if you're looking for any other topic, let me know in the comment section. Today in this lecture, we will discuss how to handle iframes in Playwright. So let me show you one application. What do I mean by iframe and why do you need to handle iframes? So as you can see, this is one of the Java documentation, and you can see the multiple sections of this page. So I will show you the DOM structure, and you will notice this particular section is coming in one frame. This particular DOM structure is coming in another frame. And this side, which you can see the main part, this is also another iframe. It means in order to work with different sections, you have to work on the iframe first, then only you can perform operation. In this example, I will show you with this, but the same concept will be applicable. If you are working with any other application, the concept will remain same. Okay, so let me show you. Let's say I want to click on this java.applet. Let me inspect this particular option. Okay, now if you see, this is a hyperlink, and if I just scroll it down, and now if you notice this particular section, this is coming in a frame. This frame have a dedicated source, this frame also have a name, and this frame have a title also. It means if I have to interact with this particular section, first I need to switch to this frame. Once I will switch to this frame, then I can continue with this section. If you're using selectors hub, then it will show you upfront that this particular element is in iframe. Now don't get confused with frame and iframe, they both are same. Similarly, let's say I want to perform some operation on this part. Let's say I want to click on this particular, abstract actions class. Again, you will notice here, if I scroll up, let me inspect again. So this is the hyperlink, right? If I scroll up, this is a separate HTML and it is wrapped with this particular frame. This frame has dedicated source, name, title, and so on. And let's say if I want to inspect this abstract action, and this has another iframe, which is this one. So basically this page have three different frames or iframe. In order to work on any of the section, first you have to go to that frame, then only you can start working on the elements. Now if you don't have iframe, no need to go through this, but in most of the applications you will find frames and iframe. In that case you have to switch and continue. Now technically, what is iframe? Let me show you one diagram. So suppose you have one HTML page. Okay, let's say this is your HTML page. If you have any requirement that you want to display, or you want to show another application or some part of another application in this page, basically in simple words, when you want to embed one application into another application, you can use the concept of frame. Let's say in this application, I want to show one part of the application on this side. I want to embed another application here. I want to embed another application here. So I can use the concept of frame. So this frame can highlight another application. This particular frame can highlight another application, and this iframe can highlight another application. Okay, so frame is nothing but a HTML tag which will allow you to embed another application. This is one application. Let me show you one more. Let's say this is Redbus. So Redbus is one of the site which will allow you to book bus and cabs and other things. So if I click on this login, let's say I want to enter some phone number here. If I inspect, wait, it's loading the page here. So this particular, if I put mouse over, this is my element. But if I scroll up a little bit, you will notice this particular model. If I scroll up, this one. So this complete model frame is highlighted, right? It means if I want to work with this model frame, I need to switch to the frame. Then only I can enter the phone number. I can click on this button. I can click on this button, and I can perform anything. So basically this is my iframe. So this application which I showed you, it was having frame tag. This has iframe tag. But when it comes to handling them with Playwright, the concept will remain same. Yeah. Like this, you can find many applications. I will stick to this one because the concept will remain same for other as well. So I have already created one spec file, and I already have one test here, and I have given the name is handle frames, and this is one of the page context. Now let's start. I will first open the URL. So as usual, I will use page.goto, and then I will provide the application URL. Now, once you load this URL, what I want to click on, let's say, java.applet. Now, first I will show you that if I don't use frame concept, how it behaves. So this is a hyperlink and this is a text. So if you go to selector sub, you will find that this is the XPath that you can use, right? I can use this, or I can write one more XPath. You can find hyperlink and where the text is equal to java.applet, and you can see it's highlighted. If you want to verify, you can copy, paste it here. Now here it's not highlighting. Sorry, it's highlighting now. It's highlighting one of two. One is basically here, right? And one more is there, which is this. So when I write the XPath, one is matching with this and one is matching with this. So we'll go with the first one, which will highlight this part. So copy this, and now I will try to click. So first I will use page.locator, then I will use this XPath, and let me try clicking. Obviously it will fail because this particular element is in frame. Right now I have not switched to the frame, directly I'm trying to click. Let's see what happens. Now let me execute this. I will be using this playwright commands. So npx playwright test, and inside my test folder, which is this, I'm going to run handle frame.spec.js, which is this file. I'm running in a headed mode so that you can see the execution. And right now I want to run only on the Chromium. If you don't provide any other additional argument, it will run in the headless mode. And by default, it will run in all the browsers that you have configured in your playwright.config.js file. Let's execute this first. So it will start running one test using one worker. And yes, it started. Now notice here, it's not clicking, because the moment it will click, it will go inside this package. Why it is not able to click? Because it is trying to find this particular element on the main page, but this particular element is coming inside a frame, right? So it will wait. Playwright have this awesome feature called automatic waiting. So it's waiting, and after waiting a certain interval, you will notice it's failing, right? And if I show you maximum time, it has waited 30 seconds, which is 30,000 milliseconds. Fine. So let me stop this. And if you want to see the report, it will show you a report like this, that timeout exceeded. It waited till 30 seconds since it was not able to find, and it finally failed. We know the reason. So let's quickly switch to the frame. Very easy concept. What you have to do first, you have to use await, then use page, and the moment you type frame, you will find one method called frame locator, which says you provide me the locator which will help me to find frame, then it will return you that particular frame. Okay, so frame locator, which will ask you selector, and this one return you frame locator. Basically using this frame locator, you can click, type whatever actions you want to perform, you can do that. So how to find selectors for frame? Very easy. Let's say this is the frame that we want to locate. So this is your web element. Scroll up. So this is A, this is li. If you come up, this is a dedicated HTML, and this is your frame. Now since you have src, you have a name, you have a title, you can use any of these locators to find your frame. So you can use title, you can use name, you can use src. Let me use this name. So I can write a quick XPath here that first of all find a frame which have name equal to package list frame. So it's highlighting that frame, right? You can copy this, come back here and use that locator here. And see, it says when working with iframes, you can create a frame locator that will enter in the frame. So basically when I say switch, it means you are entering inside that frame and allow selecting element in that frame. So once you get this frame locator, once you're inside the frame, you can perform any activity inside that frame. So let me store that into a separate variable. Let me call this as iframe. Now whatever activity I will do, I will use this iframe. It can be any other variable name. You can write abcxyz as well. I want to keep it meaningful. So I will use this iframe, and using this, I will now locate that element, which is our java.applet, and then I will perform click operation. And it will close immediately. So what I will do, I can use await page.pause so that it will pause the script and I can show you the output. Let me execute again the same spec file in the headed mode with project equal to Chromium. So again running, and yes, it started. Now notice here, it will click on that java.applet, and yes, you can see it clicked on it, and right now you can see all the interfaces. It's highlighted here. Now since I have added page.pause, you will also get this Playwright inspector. Basically because of this, now since we added pause, we have this inspector and it will be in a pause state until I don't execute. So the moment I resume this, it will complete my test, and now you can see test passed. We are able to click on this particular element which is inside this frame. Like this, you can switch to any other frame. You can go inside that frame and do whatever operations you want to perform inside that frame. Very easy, but very important. So please give a try and let me know if you face any issue. Today in this video, we'll talk about how to handle multiple tabs or windows in Playwright. So till now we have seen how to work with a single tab or the single page, and we're able to work with different kind of web elements. So this is the playlist which I have covered where we discussed everything in detail. And in the last few videos, we discussed how to handle autocomplete alert frames. So till now we have worked only with single pages, but today in order to deal with multiple tab or multiple windows, we have to use something called browser and the new context. So let me first show you this in a incognito window, what exactly we are trying to achieve. So till now, the moment I click on new sign up, I'm getting this page. If I want to do any activity, I can do on this page, and if I have to do sign in, I can do that. But the moment you click on, let's say, a new icon, in this case, if I click on Facebook, it's opening in a new tab. Same goes for LinkedIn. If I open LinkedIn, it's opening in a new tab. So now we have to switch from this tab to this tab. I have to switch my focus from this tab to this tab so that I can start working on this. By default, till now, we have worked on a single pages. But today we'll see how to switch and how to switch back to your primary tab or window and how you can perform operation. That is our main task for today. So what we have to do, let's jump into the VS Code. So here I already have one spec file, handle-windows.spec.js, and I've written a test function, and the test name is working with multiple tabs. Till now we have used only pages, right? Because we were dealing with single page. Since we have to deal with multiple pages, I am going to change a little bit, and we have to use something called browser. So browser is going to represent the Playwright browser that we will be working. Now once you got this browser, what you can do, just type browser, and now you have to use a new term called context. So what I will say, I'm going to create a new context, and if you put mouse over, it is going to return you a promise. So basically you will be getting a new context. So what exactly is the context? So you can consider like context is nothing but a separate environment that you will be getting. Okay, so you can use this environment for browsing. So if this context can have multiple pages, its own cookies, browser specific data. So whatever changes you have to make, you can make within this context. Okay, so it's a separate environment for browsing. Now once you get this context, you will create pages. You can create single page, multiple pages. So let me first store this into a const variable. Okay, so I will say this is the context that we have. You can use any variable name. I'm using context so that we can connect easily. So we have the browser, we got the new context. Now I can create pages in order to work with browser. So this is one page, this is another page, this is third page, and so on. So in order to create a new page, I will say context, then I will say new page. I'm going to create a new page where basically we will be interacting. So we're going to create a new page, and let me store this into another page variables, const page. So we got the context, we are going to create a new page. So page represents a particular tab or window. Now I can continue with whatever applications I want to automate. So let's say I want to automate this application. So I will use page.goto. Okay, so you can use basically await page.goto, and I will pass the application URL. Now once we are done, let's say I want to click on this Facebook so that I should get a new tab. So let me quickly write one quick XPath. I already have selectors of plugin, so I'm going to use that plugin so that we can save some time. Let me inspect this Facebook icon. Okay, so I'm going to use this hyperlink. You can see we have two Facebook logo here. One is this, one is this. So if I write one quick XPath that find hyperlink which contains href Facebook, find hyperlink which contains href Facebook. So it's matching two, right? This is one, this is two. Now I can further optimize this XPath to get the unique link, but the main motto of this video is to show you how to handle multiple tabs. So I will use index for the time being, that I am looking for the first element. Now come back. Now before we click, we have to use something called promises. So let me talk about what exactly is promises. Now let me use promise. So the moment I promise dot all, and if you see the description, an array of promises creates a promise that resolve with an array of result when all the provided promises resolves, or rejected when any promise is rejected. And what it returns a new promise. So basically in this all, we have to provide array of promises that we want either to be resolved or rejected. In our case, we want until all the promises are not resolved, wait, right? So let me just keep it in a structured manner. Yeah, and let's keep a wait here. So the first promise that we want, basically the moment you click on this link, okay, the moment you click on this icon, it is going to initiate a new page. It is going to initiate a new page, right? Which is nothing but a tab. So we are going to use context. This is the context that we have used, because new tab will be coming in the same browser. So I will say context dot wait for event which event we are looking for? Page event. No need to use await here. Okay, that's all you need to do. And once this promise will resolve, then you will be getting a new promise. So that I will store here in a separate variable, and it will return you array of promises. So we are going to use destructuring. So whenever this promise resolves, we will get a new page. So this is one promise that we are passing. Within this promises.all, you also have to perform this click. Okay, so we have used this XPath, right? I'm going to use this XPath. So I will use again page.locator, and I will pass the XPath, and I will say dot click. Now since it's an array, I will use comma here. So this is one promise that I want to resolve. This is another promise. Once these promises will resolve, we will get array. We don't want to store this into a variable. What I want is the new page which will be loading after clicking on this link, right? So once these two promises are resolved, we will get a new promise. So this new page is going to represent new tab for us. Okay, so this is our page, which is this page, and when the promises will resolve, this will be our new page. Now let's say I want to perform some activity on this new tab. So let's say I want to click on create a new account button, or maybe I want to inspect and type here. Let's do the typing here. So I can use this name attribute. So this is input box, this is span. Let me use this. Now if you notice, we also have this username and password here as well. Username, password, and login button. You might see multiple matching nodes. So let's inspect again. We got name equal to email. So I will type /input. We have 34 matching nodes. If I give find name attribute where name equal to email, we got 2 matching node. This is the second one, first one on the top. So let's say I want to type to the second one. Again, you can write better XPath that it should only match with 1. Just to save some time, I will go with second index, which is matching with email. I will copy this. See guys, if you have to work on the new page, you will use this new page. But if you want to work with the original page, you will use this. I want to type on the new page. So I will use new page now. And I will write await new page dot locator. And I want to type something. So I will use fill. And let me use mukesh@gmail.com. Okay, so let's try this first. If this works, then we'll continue with the next step. So quick recap, we have used browser and we called one method called new context. We'll get the context of this browser. Now within this context, I can have multiple pages. So we are creating a first page. We're opening the main URL or base URL. The moment I click on this, I will be getting a new page. So we have used promises.all. Once these two promises will resolve, we will get a new promise, which is nothing but the new tab. In the new tab, we are typing this mukesh@gmail.com. So in order to run, I will open terminal. Not this one. So this thing we have discussed earlier in the previous videos. What we are doing is this particular spec file is available inside test folder. So you're saying npx playwright test, go to test folder, run the spec file, and I want to see in headed mode. When you don't mention headed mode, it will run in the headless mode. So let me hit enter. Okay, so something went wrong. It says, okay, so I missed one await here. Okay, let's run it again. And it's done. It was too fast, I totally agree. So let me add some wait here just to show you. So before we type this, I will use await again. New page dot wait for timeout, and let me give 5000 millisecond, which is basically 5 seconds. So once we got the new page, I will wait for 5 seconds, then I will type in the new tab. Again execute. See, we got a new tab. After 5 seconds, it typed, and again it's closing the browser. So again, if you want to see what you can do, maybe add some additional waits of 3 seconds. This you can reduce to 3 seconds. These waits are just to see the it's working correctly, but once you are done, you don't have to do this. See, it typed, and we're done. Now suppose after this you want to come back to this and you want to type or do any activity on this page. Okay, so let's say this is input tag, name equal to email1, id equal to email1. So after this I want to come back to the main tab. So if I have to work on the main tab, I will be using page. So await page.locator. Since I'm going to use id, so I will use hash id. Then I can use fill. Let's say I want to type admin@email.com. And let's say after this you want to close the second tab that you opened, right? So you can use await new page dot close. So this will only close the new page that you created. Still the main page is active. So type wait close, come back to this, and again if you have to do any other activity on the main page, you can continue. So execute once again. It opened, wait for 3 seconds, type, wait for 3 seconds, close the tab, then it typed here. Again it was too fast to see this, so I can add here one more time. Type, yeah. So it says target page. Okay, so if you see this error, it says wait for timeout, target page context or browser has been closed. So I did a small mistake. Actually I'm closing this page right first, then I'm using the same page here. Since that page is no longer available, I will use page. Yeah, so let's quickly execute again, and this time it opened, type, wait for 3 seconds, close. Again it typed on the main page, and we are done. So it says passed. So yeah, that's how you can do it. So for the time being I added this, so I can remove it, because adding this waits purposefully will slow down the script. So that is the main reason why we are moving to Playwright, because of the faster execution. Yeah, so I will give you this code snippet either in my blog post or in the description of this video. So go ahead and try this. Let me know if you face any issue. Today in this Playwright video, I'm going to show you one very interesting scenario and what kind of test we are going to write and what issue you will get and how you can fix it. So I'm going to take this application for sample. Okay, so my requirement is I have to load this application and I need to click on new user. Let's say I need to verify there are 2 radio buttons for gender, the 6 checkboxes for interest, let's say 3 fields for name, email, password, and 2 fields for, let's say, Dropdown. Yeah, 1 button and 1 link. So whatever concept I will show you, that will remain same for all. Let's say I want to verify in this video that number of interest is 6 or the count is 6. So what generally we'll do, if I talk about simple actions, we'll load this URL, we'll click on this link and we'll verify, right? Now when you try to do this, let's see how it works, and you will come across one error, and I will show you what is the reason and how we can fix it. So I already created one spec file, wait for load state. This is the spec file and this is the test name. Okay, working with load state. Now in order to continue, as usual, I will say await page dot go to. I will pass the application URL. So let's say this URL. Now in order to reach to the next page, I need to click on this hyperlink. So what is the text here? The text is new user question mark sign up. Now I have multiple options. Either I can use XPath CSS or I can directly say get by text. So we have a text, right, which I have copied, which is new user sign up. I will click on it. Click. Now after this click, what I need to verify the number of checkboxes are 6. So if I inspect any of the checkbox, we can see this is a checkbox, input type equal to checkbox. So let's say if I write a quick XPath that find a input. So right now we have 11 input tags, so it says 1 of 11. Let me write @type equal to checkbox. So now it's matching with 6. Let's say tomorrow you want to deal with radio button, you will change it to radio, or if you have file uploader, file. Right now I will say checkbox. Yeah, so I got 6 matching node, 1 of 6, 2 of 6, 3 of 6, 4 of 6, 5 of 6, 6 of 6. Now how to put assertion? So I want to check first the number of checkboxes, then I will verify it is 6 or not. So if I say await page dot look, since I have used XPath, I will use locator now, and this is the XPath that we have written, right? Now if you put dot operator, you can see we have multiple methods. You can see one of the method which is count. What this method does, it returns the number of elements matching the target. This is exactly what we did. We call the count, and we will be getting the count here. So let me store this in a separate variable called count. Now I need to verify this count should be 6. I will use expect this count, right? It has to be, see, now we have greater than, less than. You can use this, but right now in this scenario I want to make it very specific. It should be 6. Now let me execute this. So for execution, again, this is my test folder. So npx playwright test, go to test folder, run wait for load state.spec.js, which is this, run in the headed mode. Plus I have only Chrome configured, so it should run on Chrome. Now it's running, and it was too fast, and you can see now failure. First of all, it says error, expect received to be expected. Basically it says expected was 6 but received 0. We were expecting 6, right? But count here it is matching 0, so now it failed. Same thing, if you come here, you will see the same thing, error. This object dot is equality, expected was 6, received 0, and this is where we have to make the changes. And same thing here, it executed all this further but failed here. So what could be the reason? See, we know Playwright handles this wait dynamically, right? So it should have done this. After a click it should have waited. Now what happening here, since we are getting the count, it is not throwing any exception. If it is not able to find these checkboxes, it is returning me count as 0, and we are verifying it should be 6, so it is getting failed. But why Playwright is not waiting? Ideally it should wait, right? So basically in this case you have to understand how application behaving, okay, how the application is behaving. Now you have to be very careful here. Notice the application behavior. It took 1 second. If you notice this, let me go back. Can you see the loading part? It was hardly for 1 second, and then we got this. So in this case, it's not waiting. There was some network calls happening. After the network calls, it was making some API to the server. We got the response. Then it loaded the complete page. So what we can tell Playwright, that wait for the network ideal state. It means until all the API calls are not getting finished, wait. Once the API calls are done, once the network is ideal, then you can execute the further statement. So when I say network ideal, in order to show you this, let me open the network tab. Let me stop this, like cleared all the previous one. The moment I click on user, see there are some network calls happening, right? And there's a dedicated request is getting made, which is fetching the category. So for the complete page is fine, but for this particular API, which is fetching the categories, it's taking some time. So what we can tell Playwright, that wait until the network is not getting ideal, and once the network is ideal, which means until all the APIs are not done, wait and then continue. So we can add a wait, type page and put dot. So we have one predefined method here called wait for load state, and you will see here we have load, DOM content loaded, and network ideal. So basically until the network is not ideal, you can wait. It means after click, once all the network calls are done, then you check the count and then verify. Let me try again. And now you can see just by adding one simple statement, it is able to wait once the network is ideal. Then it is getting the count, which is 6, and then we are able to verify. Very simple hack, but very useful. So whenever you find this kind of issue, always check how your application is making the calls. In our case, we found out this categories, basically this categories. If you see, this is how the categories are coming. So we have added once this API calls are done, once the network is ideal, then continue. This is one of the use case, but in your case the scenario might be different. But if you face this issue, you can give a try for wait for load state network ideal. Very quick video, but very important one. Please give a try. If you face an issue, let me know in the comment section. Today in this video, we'll talk about how to take test data from JSON file in Playwright. See, whenever you talk about test automation, this is a generic practice that whatever test you are writing, suppose you are writing 3 tests for the time being, every test need some kind of test data. For example, username, password, then some other activities, username, password, some other activities, username, password, and some other activities, right? So every test needs some kind of test data. Now let's say if you are hard coding the data in every script 1, 2, 3. Tomorrow, if the test data changed, then you have to update each and every script, right? Right now I'm talking about only 3, but in real time you might have 300 scenarios or maybe 500. If you hard code the test data, then it will create lot of maintenance cost. It will be very tough to update all the script because test data is very dynamic. The moment you change your environment, the moment you have to test your application with new set of data, you have to update. So what is the recommendation? Recommendation is whatever test you are writing, let's take again 3 scripts. Whatever test data you need, you can maintain in a separate file. So all your test scripts will take the data from this particular file. Now this file can be JSON file, CSV, XML, Excel file, database, or any other file. Doesn't matter. Depends on what kind of test data you're using, but the concept will remain same. You are not hard coding the values here. You are parameterizing the data from a different source. Tomorrow, any test data you want to update in the respective file, not your script. In this example, we will be dealing with JSON file. Whenever you work with any JavaScript based framework, recommendation is go with the JSON file because we have inbuilt JSON module which will help you to read JSON file with inbuilt methods. So in this video, we'll see how to take the data from JSON file. In the second part of this video, we'll talk about how to perform data-driven test in Playwright while making a small change in the code. Very easy, but you need to watch this video till the end. Step by step, I will explain you how it works in Playwright. Now let's see how we can take data from JSON file. So this is the application that we are going to automate. So basically in this application, we will be passing username and password. So right now I have already written a spec file which is login.spec.js. I already created a test and I added one statement just to save some time. Now let's say I want to enter some username and password. So if I right click on this particular element and inspect. So this is the input tag and you can see name, we have type, placeholder, ID. Now I can take any attribute or I can take this XPath. I'm using selector sub. Okay, so I can quickly copy this XPath, but if you want to write your own custom XPath, please go ahead and use your custom XPath in CSS. Our main intention in this demo is to show you how to take the data from JSON file and use it. So I'm going to use page.locator and whatever XPath we have written, I will paste here. And then I will use fill method to enter some data. So let's say this is the email ID which I want to enter. Right now this is hard coded, right? And we want to take the same data from a JSON file. So let's create our JSON file. Now if you already have an existing JSON file, you can go ahead and use it. Right now in my project, I don't have any JSON file. So this is the one JSON file which is actually for the complete project. We need our separate JSON file for the test data. So I'm going to click on new. It will ask me to create any new file. I will give this file as testdata.json file and it will create one empty JSON file for me. So let me enter, curly braces open and close. So this will basically have a JSON object. Now I will assign key values. So I'm going to create first key, which is username, colon, and the value. Let's say value is mukesh@gmail.com. Let's take one by one, step by step. So as of now, I have one JSON file which have only one record. Key is username, value is mukesh@gmail.com. Now suppose I want to use the same test data here, how we can use it, let's see. So first of all, we need to have to actually import this JSON file, right? So you can see we have first require, which is actually using Playwright test. Now I have to use this test data.json. So again, I will use require. And now I have to provide the path. See, right now it is in my home directory, right? So when I say home directory, as you can see here, this is my home directory. In the home directory, I have all these folders and files. In case you have this test data.json file in any other folder, you can provide the folder name. Since it is on my home directory, I will put dot dot. The moment I say slash, it will give me all these options. Right now I want to use this testdata.json file, right? So this I have imported. See, this is actually a file, right? Now in order to use this file, first I have to use a method which is coming from JSON module. We have to use a stringify method. Okay, inside this method you can actually pass this JSON file. So what this stringify method will do, it will convert a JavaScript value to a JSON string. Okay, so the stringify will convert whatever JSON file we have given into a JSON string. Now whatever test data you need to use here, now you need in terms of JSON object. Okay, so again you have to use JSON dot parse. So parse is again a predefined method. So what it will do basically, if you put mouse over, it will convert JSON string into an object. So basically we are doing two conversion. First we use require, which is basically importing this. Then we did a stringify, and then we did the parsing. Once you did the parsing, you will be getting everything into a JSON object. Okay, it converts into an object which I have stored into a JSON variable. If you think it's getting confused, change it to test data. It means if you want to access anything from this JSON file, you will be using test data object. For example, I want to use only one field, which is basically username, right? So I will first use this test data. Using dot, I will add which field I want to access. In my case, I want to access testdata.username, which is nothing but mukesh@gmail.com. Now first let's execute this so that we'll understand whether it's able to take data from JSON file or not. Now in order to execute this, I'm going to run this command. This we discussed in our previous videos. So you have to use npx playwright test. Then we are mentioning that go to my test folder, look for this particular spec file, login.spec. We can change this. Right now it's looking for login application.spec.js. I will change it. By default, when you run your test from command prompt, it always runs in the headless mode. So we have to mention explicitly that hyphen headed, so that whatever test we have written, basically 2 steps, login and open this application and enter this data. Let's execute this. The moment I execute, it says no test found, obviously because the file name has to be updated. Okay, so what I will do, I will go ahead, change this. Now it is matching login.spec.js. Execute this. And it was too fast that we could not even see. So I will do one thing just to show you this part. I will add pause. Okay. Now let's execute again. You can see it entered mukesh@gmail.com, and this is actually coming from our JSON file. Now let's use another test data. I will add comma and let me add another field called password. Let me enter this password as min@123. Now I want to fetch this password as well. So go ahead and inspect this particular field, which is password. Again, you can find name, type, placeholder ID. Just to save some time, again I copied the XPath, await page.locator, and now I can use fill. Since I don't want to hardcode, if I will hardcode, it will take the hard-coded value. Since we are taking from JSON file, I will use test data. Using dot, we will give the field name, which is password, and it should be within this parenthesis. Now let's execute again. Okay, so this is username, which you can see. This is entering the password, which you're not able to see basically because it's a password field. But very simple. First use require, then call a method called stringify, then finally call the parse method. You will get the data, and using dot you can continue. Let me take one more example. Just to show you this example, for example, if I click on new sign up or new user, in this page you can see we have name, email, password, interest, gender, state, hobbies, right? Now suppose again if I want the complete data for this particular page from JSON file, again I can maintain. So this is one. If you want, you can continue in this JSON file, otherwise you can create another JSON file. It's totally up to you. You can create another JSON object also. Now let's say I want to take few more details. For example, I will take name, which is not available right now. So I will call this as name. Let's call name Mukesh. Now I want to provide interest. Now you can see we have multiple interests, right? Now we can store all of them as an array. What I mean, come back. You can call this as interest. And now since you have multiple, so value can be an array as well. Right now if you see, value is actually a string, right? Now since I have multiple interest, I can keep all the interest as array. So this is one. Second will be your, let's say, Java. Third one will be API. And like this you can continue. Again, let's say if you have gender, you can mention gender. Again, one more field. You can have state, and you can continue in this manner. Now what I want to show you especially here, suppose you have a nested JSON value. What I mean, suppose instead of this, if I type address, okay, now address might have multiple fields. Since the value is another JSON, I can say this as first area name. Let's call this HSR. I want to have city name. Let's call this Bangalore. Let's say you want to have pin code. Now if you want to access, let's say, area name. So right now what we are doing, we are saying if I want to access username, I'm saying testdata.username, testdata.password. If I want to access area, you can use testdata.address.area. So let me show you. I'm taking the same example. Instead of entering username, in the same field I want to enter area. So I can say testdata.address. After address I want to access area. So dot area. See, it entered area here. I know it's not a proper example. Instead of username I entered the area name, but our main motto was to check if we have nested JSON value, how you can take it. Similarly, let's say you want to take interest. Now this interest have multiple values, right? So it's an array. Array will start from 0, 0, 1, 2. So let's say you want to take interest as Java. How you can access? So go ahead and type interest. Test data dot interest. And now if I give 0, it will take interest as Cypress. Let's execute. See, it took Cypress. And if I take 1, it will take Java. Now what if you say 3? When I say 3, it means I want to access 4th value, right? What we have 0, 1, 2. Total 3 values. What I am trying to access the 4th value. So whenever you try to access something which is throwing error, so here in this case it says error locator.fill. It was expecting a string, but since we don't have this value available, it is giving undefined and says I was expecting a string, I got undefined. Fine, so please use it accordingly. Depends how you have organized your test data. If you have a nested JSON, please use ... If you have array, you can use indexes. Now let's move to the second part of this video, which is data-driven test in Playwright. Now first of all, let's quickly understand what is data-driven test. Very easy. Again, to show you this, let me open this application. Actually, I closed it. Yeah. So when I execute my script one time, let's say if your test is successful, it will create one successful user. What if I have to create 5 users? Okay. I want to create 5 users through automation. In this scenario, what we have, either I can execute my script 5 times with different data. Every time I will go ahead and change my test data and execute, right? So it will take the new data, execute. Once the second one is done, you will execute one more time, change the test data and so on. So this is fine, but when you have only few number of iterations, what if I have 50 iterations? What if I have 100 iterations? It could be any number, and I want to execute same script multiple times. So first create user, then it should create second user, it should create third user, and so on. Let's say we have 100. Our script should run 100 times. So this scenario known as data-driven test, where the test is driven by data. Same script will execute multiple times. So this is what we are going to implement. Now in order to show you this data-driven test, I will take the same login scenario. Right now we have taken one username password, but now I will take 3 username password and our script will run 3 times. So this test data I can change. Okay, let me only pick username password, or let's do one thing, let's create a copy. Let me rename this to test login.json file. Let me remove this. See guys, now try to understand, this is one record. Let's say if I need 3 records, definitely I need 3 values. So this is one JSON object, right? If I want one more, I should keep like this. Let's say this is 1@gmail.com, mukesh2@gmail.com, and I need one more. So let me copy this. Since I have 3 JSON object, they should be within one array. Okay, so this is our first record, this is our second record, and this is our third record. And now we will be writing our test in such a way that first it should take this record, use this username, this password, execute my script, pass or fail. Then it should take second record, execute the script with this test data. It could be pass or fail. Then it will move on to the third record, execute, pass or fail. Since I'm taking 3 records, it will run 3 times. If you have 30, it will run 30 times. Now how we have to apply these changes? Step number 1, we will provide this particular path. Since we have created separate JSON file, right? I will use the new name. Now slight changes you have to do here. So first of all, write test.describe. Okay. So we are declaring a group of tests. When I say group of tests, basically we have 3 tests now. So using describe, I'm mentioning we have a group of tests. Let me give this as data driven login test. Now you can have anonymous function. No need to pass any parameter. So this is one describe that we have created. Since we have 3 records, we need to run a loop, right? I need to run loop 3 times now, but if you have 30, it should run 30 times. If you have 50, it should run 50 times. So next thing which I need to iterate this test data JSON object that we got, which is nothing but array of objects, right? So we'll run a for loop. This we have to iterate. So after every iteration, I will store in a const. Let me call this as data of test data. It means it will run 3 times. So first time it will take this set of records. It will store into a data object. So once I get data, I can say data dot username, data dot password. So this loop 3 times, every time we'll get one object. Inside this, now we can write our test. So I will write test dot describe again. Here I will provide the name. So I will say login with user, or let's say login with users. Then again I will provide anonymous function. Inside this I should write now proper test. So write test name, let's say login test. Now basically we can actually copy paste the complete one. Instead of writing same thing again and again, inside this you can copy paste. Now you can see still we have some errors. So let's quickly see. This one is completed here. Okay, this describe is completed here. What about this for loop? This for loop is done here. This one is missing, right? This one. So this has to come here. Now we're done. Come back. Now if you see, it is giving us one more error. It says duplicate test title. data driven login test, which is basically this, right? Then login with users, which is this, and then login with application. So what is the reason of this? See, when we run this, every time it will take same, first this describe, then this describe, and then the test name. So when you see the report, you will find duplicates. To avoid this, what I will do, I will add something called ID here. This is only for reporting purpose I'm taking, and I will give this as 1. I will add one more for the second record. Let me call this as 2. Let me add this as 3. Now I will use this ID. So when you see the report, now it will say ID 1, 2, 3. So while running our test, what we can do, here we can take the IDs so that we should not get the duplicate record. What I mean, I will use template literals, and now I will use $. What we have is basically data, right? This one. So data.id. Just a small change, instead of using single quotes, you have to use backtick, okay? It is just below the tilde sign. Now let's see how does it work. See, I will explain you once again. Let's execute this first. I will show you the report, then you will understand why we are doing all of this. So let me just remove some additional statements so that we can see properly. Now I can remove this pause, because pause I added just to show you. Now let's execute. Okay, so now here it says expected string got undefined. Username, username, username. Test data. Okay. See, instead of test data, we have to use data now, because we are actually using data. All three passed. If you see the report, this is the previous report. Let me close this. Yeah. Now let's try to map this. What is this describe? Data driven login test. Can you see? Data driven login test. This one. Then we have mentioned login with users, and from the JSON file we are picking ID1, ID2, ID3. When we were not adding this, it was saying duplicate test name, right? So it was giving us error. What we are doing, we are saying login with user, which is fix. Login with user, login with user, login with user. This 1, 2, 3 purposefully we are taking from this JSON file. We added one extra ID, right? It means while doing the first iteration, it should take ID as 1. This will be our test data. The next one, it will append this while generating the describe, then username, password. Come back again. Then we have login to application, login to application, login to application, because this is what we have mentioned here. So just to maintain the uniqueness, we have appended data.id, which is coming from here. Now let me give you a quick recap. When you have single record, you can just take this as a single record and say data.username, data.password, depends what object name you are giving here. But when you have array of records, in our case we had 3 records, so we executed a for loop. One by one it will pick each record, take ID, take username, password. Again execute this, take the second record, ID, username, password. Execute one more time, take the third record, ID, username, password. That's how you can perform data-driven test here in Playwright. I will give you this code snippet. So after this video, you will find the code snippet either in the description or in my blog. You can directly go ahead, try this. Let me know if you face an issue. In this video, we are going to talk about how you can generate Allure report with Playwright. In our previous lectures, we have seen, right, the moment you run your Playwright test, you get one standard HTML report from Playwright. Now, basically, Playwright have multiple reporters, which I will show you. But what we are going to see today, we are going to generate one Allure report, which is the advanced report. So if you go to Google, search for Allure report and open any of this report. Just a minute here. So you can see this is an Allure report example. This is just an image which I am showing you, but we will generate the same report now in this video. Again, no need to write code here. We have to do a basic configuration. We have to install one Allure report package and we can generate this kind of report. This is advanced report where you can see trends, charts, categories, environment details, and overall percentage, how much is the success ratio. Okay. So we'll see this kind of report now, and before we jump into Allure report, I want to talk about the default report which comes by default with Playwright. Okay. So right now, if you notice, if you go to my test folder, I have a couple of spec files. So let me run all the spec files so that we should get a report. And once you understand this basic reporter, I will show you some other reporters as well. In future, if you want other reporter, you should be able to do that with the help of basic configuration. So let me write this npx playwright test. Basically, we are running all the tests directly from the command line. So the moment you say playwright test, it will detect all the spec files and it will execute all of them. See, it executed all our 10 test cases, and this is the default report we're getting. So if you click on all, it is showing you all the spec files which has executed. So if you notice here, total 5 spec files, and if you come back here, total 5 spec files. For this one failed, remaining 2 skipped. Similarly for this one is failed, this one is success, this one is success, and this one is success. If you click on pass, these are the passed spec files along with the test cases. 2 failed and 2 skipped. So these 2 are skipped one, these 2 are failed one. So let's say if you click on failed one, it will again show you 2 options. What is the error? Why it is failing? It is not able to find this particular web driver after 10 seconds. And which step is failing? The same step. How Playwright is generating this report? So let me stop this by using Ctrl+C and type clear. Now if you open this config file, playwright.config.js file, and if you come down, you will find reporter HTML. So basically it's using a default HTML reporter and it is able to generate report. Along with this, they have many reporters. Okay, so now if you open this is the reporter section. This is the official documentation of Playwright. Introduction: Playwright comes with few built-in reporters, and these are the built-in reporters: list reporter, line reporter, dot reporter, and this is the HTML reporter by default, which is taking from your configuration file. Okay, so if you want to go with list reporter, either you can mention while running your test or you can mention in your configuration file. Similarly, let's say you want line reporter, either you pass from command line or mention in your configuration file. If you come down here, custom reporters, in case if you want to create a custom reporter, you can do that. And this is third party reporter. So depends on the requirement, you can go with the third party reporter. what we are going to discuss today is Allure. So if you open this, we just need to install this. Okay, so we just need to execute this command. It will install this Allure Playwright package, and then we have to do some basic configuration and we are good to go. So copy this command, npm -d for save dependencies, I for install. If you want to write install, you can write install, otherwise use shortcut I. Same -d. If you don't want to use -D, you can write -save -dev dependency or -dev. So I will copy this, come back to Visual Code. So this is my working directory, which is Playwright video. I'm using terminal directly from VSCode, but let's say if you're using Windows, you can do the same thing from command prompt, and if you're using Mac, you can use terminal. Right now, this is what my package.json file looks like. Right now I have Playwright test and types node. The moment you hit enter, it will take some time. It will take few seconds. If it is able to install, it's fine. Otherwise, if you come across this issue called your cache folder contains root owned files due to a bug in the previous version of npm. So they have already given a fix, okay, how you can do this. Otherwise, you can just type sudo npm, then type cache clean. It will try to clean the cache, and you can add one more flag called force. Forcefully it will clean the cache. Hit enter. Since we are running sudo command, it will ask for the password. Now it has cleared. Clear it once again and hit this command again. Again, if you come across this issue, as you can see, it says if you believe this might be a permission issue, and as you can see here, it says it does not have permission. So you can add sudo here first, okay, and then copy the same command again, and this time hit enter. And now you can see it has added this dev dependency. See, sometimes these issues that you're getting, okay, try to read what kind of issues you're getting and then try to fix it. The first one was the cache, so we cleaned the cache. Then we executed, it was giving the permission issue, so we just added sudo and the command. And now we can see we have Allure Playwright dev dependencies. Now once you're done, go back to this documentation. Now you have two options. Either you can go to the Playwright configuration file and change the reporter to Allure Playwright. It means for every test, it will not use the HTML, it will use Allure Playwright. But let's say you want multiple reporters, you can create one array and you can mention multiple reporters. For example, you need line reporter, Allure Playwright reporter, plus you need HTML reporter, you can mention all of them. But let's say you want, for this particular scenario, only you want to use Allure Playwright. Then while running from CLI, you can add --reporter equal to Allure Playwright. So let me copy this and add this. This time I just need Allure Playwright. So I will remove this line reporter. I'm only interested in Allure Playwright. Execute. See, by default it's running all in headless mode, okay. So if you go back to my previous videos, you will notice that when you don't mention anything, it runs headless. But let's say you want in a headed mode and in a specific browser, you can mention from the CLI. So if you are completely new to Playwright, I would recommend go back to my previous videos where we discussed. And now you will see a folder called Allure results. So it is having the result, and if you see, this is the result in JSON format. If we don't have HTML report, this contains all the results. So if you're getting this results, we are almost done. Now go back to the documentation. Now once you have the results, now it's time to generate Allure report. So you can use Allure generate, and this will be the folder name. So you can give any name, okay. -no Allure report, and in case it has previous one, it will clean. So in our case, this is the directory which is nothing but Allure result, right? So instead of giving my Allure result, I will just pass Allure result. So I will copy this and paste here, and let's make few changes. We want to generate Allure report, and our results are available in which folder? Allure results folder. Output we need in this folder, which is Allure report, and we are using one more flag called -clean. The moment you execute this, reports generated successfully to Allure report, and this is the folder we got, right? Inside this folder, you look for HTML, and if you want, you can reveal in Finder. Let me open this. So when you open this manually, this is how your Allure report will look like. Okay. So you have to run one more command called Allure open and Allure report. So let's use the final command. And starting the web server. So this is how your Allure report will look like. So first of all, it says total 10 test cases, 6 pass, 2 skipped, 1 broken and 1 failed. And while running our Playwright test, we are running only on Chromium, right? So it says Suite Chromium. In case if you have Firefox, Electron, Edge, then it will show you accordingly. If I click on show all, you can see all the spec files, right? If I click on it, 2 tests passed, 1 passed, 3 passed. This one is the skipped one, right? And this one is the failed one. If you click on the failed one, it will show you what is the error, severity, duration, parameters, test body, and so on. So this is the overall page, which is overview. This is the category. Then you have suite, which I just now showed you. Apart from this, you have a graph. It will show you the duration, severity, status, the total timeline, behaviors. Okay, so out of 10, what is the total behavior? And this is the packages. Now if I go back and if I show you, let's say I want to see the screenshot, which we don't have right now, but this is a default expectation that whenever the test failed, we need the screenshot, right? So that we can identify what went wrong with our application. If it is application issue, definitely we have to raise a bug. But if it is some scripting issue or some sync issues or any issues from our side, we have to fix it. Now come back here. Now if you want to stop the server, you can press Ctrl C and you're done. So let me repeat. First of all, you need to install this particular package. During this, we found 2 issues. So first, clear the cache. Then you have to run with sudo in case if you don't have, that user does not have permission. Then we discuss while running the test, if you want to pass directly from the command line, just add -- reporter equal to which package you want to use. In our case, we want to use Allure Playwright. Then we have seen how to generate. So you can give the folder name where the results are available, which is your folder where you want to generate the report, and do you want the previous reports to be clean or not. Once it is done, you can open the Allure report. Now I will show you that in case if you want to make this as a global changes, that all your Playwright tests should use Allure Playwright. So in that case, we'll go to this configuration file. So come back, open this configuration file. Right now we have only one reporter. So use array, and this should be Allure Playwright, and again this you have to add in bracket. That's all. So now by default, for whatever test you will be running from CLI, it will generate HTML report along with Allure Playwright. Now if you come down, we don't have many options, right? But let's say I want to attach a screenshot for any failure. We can make a small change in the configuration. So come back to this use. It's a shared setting for all the projects. Right now we have only traces. So apart from traces, you can say screenshots, and you can now decide how do you want a screenshot. Do you want a screenshot on for every single test? Do you want to keep it off or only for failure? I would recommend keep only for failures, so that in case test case fails, then only capture the screenshot. Playwright have very interesting feature called video as well. So let's say you want the video as well. You can get the videos, and again we have on, off, first retry, retain on failure, retry with video. So I will say retain on failure. If any failure, retain this video. And if you want on, you can on for each and every test. So anyways, I showed you this only on failure. Let me enable this video for each and every test. Save this. And now instead of mentioning from CLI, since we have mentioned in our configuration file that use HTML and Allure Playwright both, no need to mention here. Execute your test. Now you can see, since my test is getting failed, it captured the screenshot and it captured the video as well. So this is the default report which is coming, right? And if you see, the video is already available for each and every test, because I mentioned video on for each and every test. But if you want only for failures, it's up to you. So this is the default HTML report. What we are interested is this one, right? So once you're done, again execute this command. Again I will change, instead of my Allure result, I will say Allure generate Allure result output directory Allure report. It's taking some time. Report successfully generated. The last one, open Allure report. Now if you go back, open this failed one. So first of all, you can see the screenshot, and now with this screenshot you can easily identify what went wrong. Actually, why it failed? Because we were expecting total count 6, we found 13, and you can see previously when I designed this test, I was expecting 6 checkboxes. Now it has 13, obviously it should fail, and it failed. We got the screenshot. Plus we have a video as well. So if you open this video, only 1 second video because it's a very small test. But the main concept was to show you that how you can generate report, and we are able to generate successfully. Now these 3 commands which we are running, right? First run the test, then generate the report, and then open the report. If you want, you can create a batch file, or you can create a shell script which will run these 2 commands for you. And in case we're using any CI server, you can also use this command to generate report. Okay, that's all from my side. I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope this video was helpful. Today in this video, we are going to talk about page object model in Playwright. This video will be divided into multiple parts. We'll talk about different things in this video. So first we'll talk about what exactly is page object model. Then we'll talk about why do we need page object model, and we'll also talk about how we can implement. So until you don't understand what and why do we need it, how part will be a little challenging. So let's talk about what exactly is page object model, and the short term of this is POM, which is again page object model. Now again, there's a misconception that we have to use page object model only with Playwright. It's a design pattern. It's not a framework. It's a generic design pattern. Now if you ask me what is design pattern, it is nothing but basically some set of rules, best practices that we have to follow so that we can achieve maintenance and reusability. There are multiple design patterns in the market, but mostly we use page object model for automation. So we'll use page object model with Playwright. Now when you talk about page object model, it's not only you have to use with Playwright, irrespective which tool you're using, which framework you're using, you can still use page object model. So we can use page object model, we can use with Selenium, we can use with Playwright, we can use with Cypress, we can use with WebDriver IO. Irrespective which framework and tool you're using, you can implement. So once you understand page object model, once you have clarity, so in future if you switch to any other tool or framework also, you can use the same approach. Now why do we call this as pages? First of all, we need to understand. Mostly we use this design pattern whenever you have to automate one web application. It totally depends how many pages you have in your application. Now let's say this is your web application. Now your web application definitely will have multiple functionalities, multiple features, and you will have multiple pages. Now when I say pages, let's say this is my web application. I will have login page for sure. We will also have one registration page. Along with this, once you log in, you will have definitely the dashboard page, right? Suppose you're dealing with e-commerce application, then you will have category pages, payment pages, and multiple pages, depends on what kind of application you automate. So what we do here, we try to replicate pages in our programming. So suppose if you have a login page in your application, we'll try to create a login page in our programming. So in terms of programming, we will create classes. These classes will have locators and the methods which you will perform on these locators. So if I have to replicate the same thing in programming, what we will do, for every page, we will create a dedicated class. So let's say this is my login page in application. So we'll create login page class here. If I have home page, I will create home page class. If I have, let's say, payment, I will create payment class, and so on. Depends on the application, you have to design pages. Now the question comes, what these pages will have? These pages will have mostly locators. Suppose if we're dealing with login page, username, password, login button, and all the elements which is available in the login page, you will create locators. Then you will have methods which will perform operation on these elements. Similarly, when you deal with home pages, home page, you will have locators and you will have methods which will perform operation on these locators. Let's say this is payment page and so on. So locators and the method. Once these pages are ready, you will design your script. So let's say I have to design one test script, or let's say test methods. I will be using these pages. For example, this is my test script 1 or test case 1. My test case has to go through complete flow. It will go through the login page, then it will go to home page, then it will go to payment page and subsequent pages. So what exactly we will do? We will use these pages. Now depends on what kind of operation you want to perform. You can create methods and you can access them. That is the whole idea of page object model. But the question comes, why do we need it, right? We discussed about what is page object model. Why do we need it? Because of two main reasons. There could be multiple, but these are the two primary reasons. One is called reusability. And the second reason is called maintenance. Now how we can reuse and how we can maintain, let me show you. This I will write down on the next page. Now suppose you are creating multiple test cases. Now each and every test by default it has to go through login, right? So this also needs login page, this also needs login page, this also needs login page. Now we have locators here, we have methods here. So let's say this is TestScript 2, TestScript 3, TestScript 4. I'm taking one example. The concept will remain same for multiple scenarios, multiple test scripts. Now it has to log in, it has to log in, it has to log in, and this has to log in. What we have done is we have our username locator, password locator, and button here, right? If I create a method in this particular page, which is login page, method is already created. So anyone who is designing these test scripts, they can directly call this method, right? Because method is created, they just need to call, pass the required parameter. Let's say your application supports multiple credentials, basic username, admin username, password, super admin, user with less restrictions. So you will have multiple credentials. So basically you can call this method and all this script can reuse it. So that is the first point. Why do we need page object model? So whatever theory I will show you now, we will try to replicate the same in the second part of this video. So I would recommend you to watch the video till the end so that you will have more clarity. So the first part is reusability. Once you create a method, all the other test cases, test scripts can reuse it. Second is maintenance. Now how maintenance will be coming into picture. Now definitely every application has to go through multiple changes. Now it could be enhancement, it could be bug fixes, it could be the new component is getting released. So maintenance is part of the automation. But how we can reduce the maintenance, that is our primary goal. So again, let's consider this part. You have stored locator, username, password, and the button part. And all these scripts are using this method, right? Or using these pages. Tomorrow UI changes, or let's say locator got updated. Initially here ID was email 1. Now it is email 2. Now in this case, you don't need to modify all the script. What you can do, you can come to this page, update this locator from email 1 to email 2. I'm just taking one very basic example. Focus on the fundamentals as of now. So instead of modifying all the scripts, I will go to that login page. I will update this locator and all these test scripts will be using the same locator, right? So no need to update individual test cases. You can go ahead and modify the pages. So that's how you can reduce the maintenance. I took example of login page, but the same example will be applicable for every page and every locator. So page object model is a design pattern. Using this design pattern, we will be building our framework. In this case, when we talk about Playwright, we will create certain JavaScript classes. We'll have constructor which will initialize the locators. Then we'll have methods which we will reuse in our multiple spec files. So this is the theory about page object model. We started with what is page object model, then why do we need it, and how to implement in Playwright we'll see now. Now let's try to understand how we can implement page object model in Playwright. Now before I explain how to create pages, how to create tests using page object model, I'm going to use this application which is Freelance Learn Automation. Very basic application to log in, log out, create courses, create category, and we'll be using this. But this page object model is independent of any application. It means you can go with any application, but the concept will remain same. So what we'll do, we'll try to first do one login scenario. So you can also use the same username and password. I will share this at the end of this video. The moment you log in, then it will navigate to the home page. So that was our login page and this is our home page. In home page, now you can do multiple activities. You can see the multiple courses. You can enroll for these courses, right? These are dummy courses, but what we'll do, we'll try to reach till this home page. Now this home page, you can do multiple activities. You can create courses, categories, cart option. What we'll do, once we reach till this home page, then we'll interact with this navigation pane and we'll try to do sign out and we'll come back to this page again. But if you want to explore further scenarios, you can automate this complete end-to-end application using the same approach. Yeah, so let's start with this. Since in this process I will be dealing with two pages. This is my login page and this will be the home page. But let's say you want to go to manage courses, you will have one more page which is manage course pages. Let's say if you deal with one more page, this is category page. Okay, manage categories page. So I will show you with two, but more than two, the process will remain same. Okay, so now I will go back to VS Code. So these are the previous examples that I have written, and already these videos are available on my YouTube channel, so you can go ahead and watch the playlist. Now I have to create one separate folder where I will maintain these pages. All our tests will be in this, right? These are the tests that we have written in the past. I'm going to create a new, not inside the test, select the complete base directory and click, and let's say this pages. Inside this folder will maintain all these pages. Let me start with our first page, which is login. So I'm going to create a dedicated JS file. Let's call this as login page.js. Now this JS file will have the locators and will have the methods which will perform operation on these particular elements. In our case, we have to manage username, password, and this login button, right? Now in order to implement this page object model, you should have a fair understanding about what is class, what is constructor, what is method, how to export. In case if you're not aware of these concepts, then I have a dedicated playlist, so you can go to my YouTube channel and watch this series. But as of now, I'm assuming that you are comfortable with this OOPS concept. So I'm going to create a dedicated class. I will use class keyword. Then I will create a class called login page, start and end. Okay. Now next thing is you need to create a constructor. So basically once we create object of this class, the constructor will be called, and whatever locators we will mention, that will be initialized. So I'm going to write constructor. So type constructor, and this will be parameterized constructor, and we will accept one argument called page. That is the first step. Now I need to initialize this page, which we will get from our test cases, to this particular page. Now once your constructor is done, we will be using this page, okay, and this page will be coming from our test cases. But we also need page in this particular class, so I will be using one keyword called this, and I need page here, so I will say this dot page equal to page. It means whatever page we will get from the test case will assign to our current class, which is login page. So it means whenever I have to access page here, I will say this dot page. Now we need certain locators, right, in order to continue. So let's say I want to type something here. So now you can see we have ID, we have name, we have placeholder, we have type. So now you can write XPath, you can write CSS selector. I'm using this ID directly, so I will copy this and I will say this, and I will use something called username. You can go with any name. I'm going this dot username, and since we're using ID, I will use hash, and what ID we have, email one. But if you have any other locator, XPath, CSS selector, you can write directly here. Next thing that is password. So let's say I want to type here. Now again you can go with ID, but let me show you. Let's say if you want to go with XPath, how you can use XPath. Now you can write your XPath, or I'm using this selector sub plugin where this XPath will be generated automatically. If you want to write your own XPath, you can type here. Let's say I will say find the input tag, and you can see we have a placeholder called enter password. So I will say placeholder equal to enter password. So this is getting highlighted. Can you see on the screen? So I will copy this. So this is just to show you I've created XPath, but in case if you want to go with direct IDs, you can go ahead. So I will use one variable called password, and I will enter this XPath. Similarly, I have to interact with login button or sign in button. So if I go ahead and say we have a sign in text, I can go with class, I can go with type equal to submit. Now again we got XPath here, So you can go with normalized space, or you can directly go with the text. So if I write XPath, that find a button where text equal to sign in. So this is highlighting. So I can copy this and I will say this dot login button. You can give login button, submit button. I'm using login button, and I will use double quotes and I will paste this. So now I have three elements. One is username, one is password, one is login button, and one is the page which will be coming directly from the test cases. Now once your web elements are done, we need to create a method which will work with these locators. So I'm going to create one method, and you have to use async keyword, and you can give the method name. Let's say the method name I want to write login to application. So whenever somebody will call this method, we will be using these locators and will perform operation. Now let's perform some operations. So I will write await. I need this page, so I have to access via this dot page. So I will say this dot page. Now in order to type, we use fill. So I will say fill. So first it will ask me basically the locator, and then what values you want to enter. So I want to enter to this particular field, which is this dot username. So I will say this dot username. What I want to type, I want to type as of now admin@email.com. Same thing I have to do for password, because first we have to enter username, then password. So I will say await this dot page dot fill. For which element? This element. So this dot password. What to type? admin@123. You can use the same password, or if you want to create your own account, you can create your own account and use the same. Once you type password, I have to click. So I will say await this dot page. For click, we use click method, but where to click? This dot login button. That's all. Our page is ready. So simply we created a class, and I have given class name is login page. We created a constructor which will accept page as an argument. Then we are initializing page in the current class plus username, password, and login button, which is nothing but locators. Then we have to use this locator and type values. Now once you're done, you need to export. See, now when you talk about JavaScript, you can export a particular variable, you can export a particular method, or you can export this complete class. So this class which we have created, which is basically login page, I'm going to export this so that I can use into different classes. So you need to write module dot exports. Okay, please remember it's exports, and what I want to export, login page. That's all. Now let me use this page to create one test, and once you understand how to create one page, then we'll create another page, and then we'll create a link. So go to this test folder and let's create one more file, login application .spec.js. Now just to save some time, we already have written multiple times this script. Okay, so I will import. First of all, we need this require, which is Playwright test. So I will copy this. Then we need at least one test, so I will copy this. Now we can continue with the application. Now if you're completely new to Playwright, I would highly recommend you to go through the basics first, because once you understand basics, then only you will understand page object model. Okay, so now this is the default URL, which anyways we don't want. We want to automate this one, right? So I will copy this and I will paste here. Now the most important part, once we load the application, I want to log in, right? And everything we have written already in this login page. So we are exporting here something called login page. So definitely we need to import here. So either you can use import or require, it's up to you. So I will say first require. Now what we want, basically I want to go to current root directory. Then we created something called pages. If you see, we have created pages, right? So I will say go to pages, and what you want to import, we have this file, right? Login page.js. So we want to import this. Now once you import, you have to store in a variable, let's say const variable, and I will call this as login page. Simple thing, we are exporting from here and we are importing here. So using this login page, we can access the method that we have created here. So once you are done with this importing, you just need to create object of that particular class. How do we create object? Using new. For which class? Login page. And in the constructor, we will pass the page. So whatever page we have, so page is nothing but isolated page instance. For each and every test, this will be created, and this is isolated between the test. So whenever you pass this page, this will be basically passed here, and it will initialize to this particular class which we are using anyways. So once you create object, you have to store in a variable. So we'll store in a variable called login page, and now using this object I can access the method. So if I say login page, the moment I put dot, you can see I'm able to access this method, which is login to application, and we are done. So we created our first page, we imported this page here, and we created object, and now we are calling this method. Now before we execute, you need to also use await here. Now let's run this. If login works, then we'll create a new page. Now you can run from here. Okay, so the moment I run, it executed in headless mode. So now if I want to run in headed mode, I can use CLI commands. So I will use npx playwright test. I want to run this particular file, which is login application.spec.js, which is available inside test folder. So I will say ./test then login application.spec.js. So from CLI I'm running this. Now when I don't mention, again it will run by default in the headless mode. So I will say ---- headed, hit enter, and it was very fast and it executed within a second. Like it took hardly 1.4 seconds. So if you want to see this report, you can execute this. It executed, right? It entered email, password button. It captured the screenshot and the video. So let's say if you see the video, right? It entered username, password, and it did the sign up. If you want to pause and see, you can do that as well. So let's say after login button, I want to pause. So write await this dot page and pause. Again, stop this first, clear, and run in headed mode. Yeah, so it did the login, and the moment I clicked on pause, now until I don't click on resume, it will stay here. And after the login, you can see it landed to the home page. So when I execute this, the test is working fine. It means page 1 is correct. Now let's move on and let's try to see that how can I click on this, then how can I click on sign out. So obviously now in order to deal with home page, I need to create one more page. So go to this pages folder and let's create homepage.js file. And again, we need a class. So I will give this class as homepage, and again I need constructor. So I will write constructor which will accept page, this dot page equal to page. Now in the home page, I want to click on this menu, right? So let's inspect this first. This is actually an image which has source, which has one alt attribute. So I'm going to use this alt attribute. This is the XPath which I got, /img find alt attribute value equal to menu. I will copy this XPath, and let's say I want to call this as this dot menu equal to XPath that we have written. The moment you click on this, you can see we have sign out. So let me inspect sign out. Now sign out is having a text. So I can use basically text now, or I can use normalize space function. I copied the XPath and I will say this dot logout option equal to. Now I have to create method which will basically work with these three locators. So let's create one method and let's use them. So come down, write first async and the method name. I want to write method name is logout from application, start and end. Now I have to use these two. So again, await this dot page dot click, where we have to click this dot menu. Similarly, I have to click on sign out. So await this dot page dot click, and I will say this dot logout option. This page is also done. Come back here. We need to first export, right? So just after this class, write export. First you have to say module dot exports. What you want to export? Complete page, home page. And once you export, you have to import here. So again, I will say require. First I will write double dot. Then I want to go to pages. Which page? Home page. What we are exporting? Home page, right? So we'll receive home page. Use const home page. Now in order to access, I need to create object, right? So I will create object now. So again, new home page. I will pass page, and now we'll get home page object. I will say home page. And once we get this home page dot logout from application, and let's use await here. So we're done with two pages. Now let's execute. You will see a couple of challenges which we will fix one by one, but let's execute this first. Okay, I have not removed pause. So the moment I removed pause, basically after pause it executed this method. It did click on the menu and then it did log out. So let me remove this pause and execute once again. It was too quick, right? So we can add wait, but again adding wait will not make any sense. But if you want to slow down, you can do that. Again, if you execute, right, it passed. And if you see the report, so it started with username, password, button, then it clicked on menu, clicked on sign out, and we got the video too. If you see the video, it's very short, but you are able to see the execution. Now how you will verify? See, writing test is not only type and click. Basically you have to verify that after login, are you able to log in successfully? After logout, are you able to log out successfully or not? So basically we need to add assertions. So let's add some assertions. So first of all, I will do Control C. I will clear everything. Now my first check would be the moment I do, let's say, login. After login, I want to verify this manage, because notice one thing, this menu is always available, right? So I cannot rely on this menu because this menu is available before login also and after login as well. But manage, cart, all these options will come once we do proper sign in. So I have to verify this manage. So again, inspect this. So this is a text, again manage text, and I got the XPath. If you want to write your own XPath, say /span text manage or normalize space manage. I will copy this. Now go to home page, because this element is coming on the home page, right? So I will come to this homepage.js file and I will say this dot manage option, and I will use this XPath, and I will write a dedicated method which will check basically whether this manage is present or not. So again, async, and I will check verify manage option. This is the method that I'm creating. Now I have to use something called expect, which comes by default with Playwright. But if you notice, we are not importing, or we are not using require statement to import Playwright, right? So right here call require. What we need basically Playwright. So use double quotes @Playwright test, and you can store this, and we will only get expect. You can get many things from this module, but we are doing is we are extracting only expect. Now I can write here await expect. What we are expecting, this particular element. So I will say this dot page. First I want to locate. See, I don't want to perform any operation, I just want to locate. Which element I want to locate? Manage option. And what is my condition? That it has to be visible. That's all. So I'm expecting this particular element to be visible. Now let's use this. Come back to your login application.spec.js. Now coming back to this, we created this method inside homepage. So using homepage object only I can call. So I can say await homepage dot verify manage option. Now let me cross check. This is getting closed here. We need one more. Not here, and method is actually locator here. Now how do we use this? Since it is coming in a home page, so using this home page object we can access this. So I will say homepage dot verify manage options, and I will use again await here. Let's execute. Perfect. Now we have a proper assertion. If you want to see the report once again, open the report. Yeah, so it is to be visible. If it is not visible, definitely assertion will fail and the test will fail. So we are able to verify after login, but we also have to verify after logout, right? What if we are clicking on logout button, but the logout button is not working, or maybe it is not navigating to the login page? So we'll add one more assertion that after logout, it should come back to the main login screen, which means if I click on sign out, I can verify anything. if I can verify this sign in, or maybe this login button, or maybe this link, it will give us surety that yes, the logout is working. So I can inspect this and we can verify this too, right? So let's say again, if I write XPath, it's a h2 tag and the text is sign in. So I can copy this XPath, or if you want to write /h2 text equal to sign in or normalize space sign in. For this, you have to come back to login page. We already have email password. Let me also store this as header. And this is the XPath. Now I have to use this particular header, right? So I will use. Now for home page, if you notice, we have used this statement so that we can use expect. Now I need to expect in the login page as well. So I will import the same thing here. And now I will use await expect. Now what I'm expecting, that this particular element, which is header, again it has to be visible. So again I will use this dot page. First locate that element, so locator. Which element? This dot header. Then it has to be visible. That's all. So now I can call this method. Come back here. After logout, await. We added this in a login page, right? So I will say this object, which is login page, and verify sign in. Clear, execute. And here we go. So after sign out, again it is verifying. And this is the quick video. Perfect. So this is how you can implement page object model. I will give you a quick recap. Let me close everything. So first we created login page. So initially login page, we created a login class. Then we created a constructor. Constructor will accept page as an argument, which we will initialize to this particular page, which is login page. Then we use username, password, login, and we created one method, and we are using send case. In Playwright, we call fill. In Selenium, it's send case. Then we added one more method. Okay, we want to verify that after login, we should go back to manage, and after logout should come back to here. So in the same class, we added one more method called verify sign in, just to make sure that we are coming on the right page after logout. And we're using expect here, that this particular element should be visible. Once we are done, we have to export. This is important, otherwise you cannot import. Same thing we did for home page. We created constructor, whatever element. This method is verifying manage option should be present and visible, and this is logout. We are also exporting this home page class directly from here. In our test, we created a test which is login to application using POM, and we are using Playwright module. Then we are using two pages, login page, home page. We started the application, created object, called the method, created object, called the method, and then we are using these methods for verification. Now if you notice one thing, that right now I'm hard coding, right? So in this login page, this username password is hard coded, but ideally it should be parameterized, so that whoever is using this particular method, they can pass any username and password. So now instead of using 0 argument, I will take 2 argument. This argument, which is user, I will pass here as it is, and this argument, which is password, I will pass here as it is. Now coming back to this, instead of just calling login to application, we can pass the credentials. So admin@email.com, password is admin@123. Right now again it's hard coding, but I'm not hard coding in a page, I'm passing from my test. And we can also pass this data directly from our JSON file. Right now this video we have already discussed already, right? So I'm not using it, but in case if you want to take data from JSON file, you can do that. In our case we have parameterized username password, which you can pass from here. So let me execute one more time. So this time functionality wise still same, but we are passing test data from our test cases. So that's I will not say quick video, it's a little lengthy video, but I hope this gave you clarity how to use page object model in Playwright. Now please give it a try. If you find any issue, let me know. Today in this video we will talk about how you can push your code from local system to GitHub. Okay, so till now we have made a lot of videos on Playwright. So far we discussed what is Playwright, how to install, how to write test cases, how to do multiple operations, how to run the failed test cases, drop downs, multiple things. So till now we have seen till page object model. Now before we integrate our Playwright with Jenkins, we need to push our code to GitHub. In order to build our test pipeline, we need the code on one of the repository. We are going to use GitHub. So in this video we'll talk about this in detail, and I will be talking about in two different ways. First we will talk about HTTPS and one is SSH. I will show you both the ways. Now depends on your requirement, you have to pick one of this. I would personally recommend SSH. Now let's continue. So this is my repository. Basically this is the complete folder which I have, and here we have everything which is our pages, multiple tests that we have written, some example tests, and we discussed about fixtures. So basically this is everything which we have already. So I started a terminal. So if you don't have terminal, you can start the terminal from here. And in case we're using any other IDE, doesn't matter, because we are going to use simply get command. That will be universally same for everyone. If you don't want to use this terminal, you can directly start the terminal. And I'm using Mac operating system, so I'm using terminal. But let's say if you're using Windows, you can use Windows as well. Only thing is, make sure before you watch this video, make sure the Git is installed. And if you're not sure how to install Git in Mac, how to install Git in Windows, I have a dedicated videos which I will give you the link in the description. So you can go ahead, make sure Git is installed before coming to this. Fine. Now let me close this mail so that we should not get any interruption. So let's go ahead and create a new repository. So click on plus icon. Now you can create a new repository. Now this is coming under my username. If you have created organization, you can create organization, and under organization also you can have the repository name. As of now, this repository will be under my username. Next is repository name. Right now I'm giving our repository name, which is Playwright demo, but in your case you can give repository name which should match as per your project. So it could be project name, the module name for a specific client, or if you are creating a generic framework, the name will change. Description is optional but good to have. So as of now, the description which I'm using, Playwright JS for web automation. You have two options. One is public and private. Public means anyone on the internet can see this repository. Since I'm just creating for my courses and for my YouTube channel, I want to be it public, but if you're working within the organization, you can go with private. This is the README file. This is basically the description about your project. Let's say somebody wants to use this repository, how they can use it, what is the preconditions, and so on. So we can add this later on as well. This is your git ignore file. This is also optional as of now, but we are going to create this git ignore file. Basically this git ignore file will have the information about the files or the folders which you don't want to track. Choose which files you don't want to track, and these are the list of templates which they have given. So if you don't want to add any specific file, you can add what kind of files you don't want to add. So you can give a folder name or a file name. So we'll create this file, but as of now, I will just quickly create this repository because I want to show you certain command. Now you can see this is a fresh repository. Right now we do not have anything, so it is giving us two options. Create a new repository from the command line or push an existing repository from command line. So we'll go with the first option, which is create a new repository on the command line. See, this is the project which we want to push, right? Now we can start executing this command, but before this, let me add this git ignore file. So I'm going to create a new git ignore file. And now inside this git ignore file, I can mention what thing I don't want to track. See, we don't want this node module because depends on which system we want to run. The node module should be downloaded accordingly. So I will add node modules. Suppose I don't want to add this Playwright reports. This will be again available on the client machine or the specific machine where I will be running. So this will not be tracked. Test results, I don't want to be tracked. So I can come to this file and add here. Similarly, Allure reports, this will be on a specific machine where we will be running. And finally, the Allure results. Add this. Once this file is done, now we can continue with the commands. So I have listed all these commands and some additional commands, which anyways I will share. Let's start with git init. Now before we jump into git init as well, now we have two ways. Either you can do via HTTPS. The moment you select HTTPS, you can see the protocol is HTTPS and this URL is changing here. If I go with SSH, the protocol is git and this will be changing. Now personally, I would recommend SSH, which is public and private key, which we will see in the second part of this video. Part 1 will be focusing on HTTPS. Now previous versions, or I will say previously we used to have username and password, but with the recent changes we have username and the token. We have not discussed about token. So once we get some issues, I will show you how to create a token. Then you can go with HTTPS. Later part of this video will go with SSH. So as of now, click on HTTPS and let's start with the first command, which is git init. So I will go back to our VSCode. Now make sure you are on the right directory. See, basically I want to push this complete project. So right now I'm in this particular folder, which is Playwright video. If you want to cross check, type pwd, which is present working directory. So it is my local system path and I'm already inside this folder. If I type ls-al, you will see we don't have .git folder. It means local git is not available yet. So the first command that we will execute, which is git init, it will create one empty repository. And it is giving you certain hints that right now, by default, the branch is master branch. We can rename it, which anyways I will show you. If you want to check whether .git is available or not, the moment I say ls-al, this git folder is there. Now the next part is add these files for tracking. Now you can give a specific file name. In our case, if I type git status, these are the files which is available, which we can push. Okay, so right now Git is not able to track them because we have not added them to the staging area. Now one thing which I noticed, this .ds._store file, this is actually only for Mac users. I don't want this also to be tracked, so I can add here. If I type git status, you can see we don't have. So these are the files and the folders which will be pushed. Now I will say git add dot and type git status again. Now these are the files which is available for tracking. Okay. Now the next part is git commit. Before commit, I will show you something called git log. It says by default you are on the current branch, which is master branch, which does not have any commit, and it makes sense because we have not done any commit so far. So once you are done with the final changes, you will do git commit -m, which is for message, and you can provide the commit message. Let's say in my case I will say first code push double quotes, and the commit is ready. If you go ahead and check git log, this is the commit ID. You can use this commit ID for various reasons. You want to revert, you want to do cherry pick, many actions we can perform using this git commit ID. As of now it says only one commit, author is Mukesh Utwani, date and the message. Now this is additional command. Basically -m will be for renaming. So if I show you the current branch which we have is master branch. So when you don't even create a branch, you will always get a master branch. So what this particular step will do, it will change the branch name from master to main. See, now this changes is recent one. Initially we used to have master branch. Just to look more user friendly and generic name, they renamed it to main branch. But even if you go with master branch, it works. So -m for move or rename. If I type git branch again, the master branch changed to main branch. Now this is to add remote origin. So git remote, add origin and your repository URL. Hit enter. Origin has been added. Now the last part is git push. So let me clear all this command. Let me enlarge. Git push -u is basic for upstream, origin and the main branch. And it's done. The moment you refresh, you can see the code has been pushed. Now very important part, if you are doing anything else, please stop, because I will show you some important commands. Sometimes if your token is not set, you will be getting authentication issues. In my case, token is already set, so it's not giving me any authentication issues. So if I show you how to generate a token, click on your profile, you will see this option called settings. Come down and you will see one option called developer settings. If you click on it, and if you click on personal access token, click on token classic. You can generate a new token from here. Let's say this token name I will give Mukesh token. Let me give this token name Feb 2024. You can also set the expiry. Let's say I will say no expiration, and I will select all the checkboxes. Okay, this is to give the permission. Right now I will select everything, that this with this particular token user can do all these activities, whether it's creating repository, deleting repository, copilot, project, admin, and all this SSH keys activity. Generate a token. This will be the token which you can use. So you can copy this token and you can save it somewhere. Once your token is ready, if you are getting any authentication issues, please you need to add your token. Now in my case, see, I'm using Mac, so I will tell you where exactly you will be getting this. So if you go to keychain access, and if I search this GitHub, and if I click on show password, one second. One second, let me type again. So this is the token which already set. So in my case, it did not ask any password, okay, or the token, because it's already set for me. In your case, if it is not there, what you need to do, first you need to execute this command. I will give you all this command. So git config -- global credentials.helper store. Then you will be using this command and you need to give the token which we have generated. Okay, so this is what will be the final command. I will give all this command so you can just replace with a token. So this will be your final command. Let me copy this. Execute, hit enter. Now we can go ahead and make further push. So basically this steps is only needed when you do not have proper authentication setup. This is required for HTTPS. Okay, so I hope the first part is clear. I will again show you. First we did git init so that we got the local repository. Then we said git status just to check how many files are still not added for the staging area. Then we added all the files. Then we said commit, we checked the log. Then we renamed the file, renamed the branch. By default it is master, then we changed to main. We checked whether the branch name got updated. Then we have given the proper GitHub URL. So we need to add origin. So git remote add origin and the URL. In our case it was this. Okay, then we said git push -u origin main. In case if you get any authentication issue, you have to set the token. So when you do it first time, it will ask you username. Username will be this username. In my case it's Mukesh-50. A token we have already set. So once it will authenticate, you can do any push pull once you're done. Now talking about readme file. Readme file is optional, but as I mentioned, it's good to have. So we can add a readme file, that if somebody who wants to use our repository, how they can use it. For example, I want to write precondition. Precondition is node 14 plus above should be installed. Right now, in order to run Playwright, so we can add the Playwright commands. For example, they just need to run this. See, in our case, we already have everything in our package.json file. So basically, if you go to our package.json, we already have that dependency. So what user can do, user can just execute a command. First, I can say clone above repository. And I can give the commands as well. For example, I want to give this command to the user. So I can add here like git clone. Then I can say execute below command npm install. And to execute the test, they have to use npx playwright test. Now if you notice, our test is available inside test folder, right? So I will use this test, and then they can provide their specific file name. So this will be a generic one. I'm just creating a sample readme file. You can change it. So this is how the readme file will look like. It's not that good. If you want a proper readme file, let me know. I can show you how to generate an awesome readme file. Now if you go to some good repositories, for example, if I show you, let's say Selenium GitHub. This is how the the standard repositories looks like, right? First you will see the image, then section, then preconditions, which command we have to run. So if you need this kind of readme file, let me know. I can create a video on this. As of now, our main focus is how to push your code from local to GitHub, which we have done using HTTPS. Please let me know if you face any issue, and I will try my best to make a dedicated video on this. Now to show you another one using SSH. I'm going to create another sample repository, okay? But you need only one, either HTTPS or SSH. So again, I will go to my username. I will create another repository and let me give this name Playwright demo SSH. Same thing, public, create repository. Now I will go with SSH. Now I want to put the same project. So basically this one is already connected. So what I will do, I will delete this particular Git repository, local Git which I have, so that I can use a new Git to this particular repository. We have a short way as well. You can change the origin, but I want to show you from the scratch. So I'm going to delete this Git folder. So if I say ls-al, we already have .git folder. So I'm going to remove it. So I will say rm-rf recursive forcefully and .git. So now I don't have. Now I can follow these steps again, but this time I will go with SSH. Now before we go into SSH, you need to add public and private key. This is very important, so please listen carefully. We need one public and private key value pair. Public key I will add to GitHub. Private key will be on my local system. Now how to generate public and private key? I'm going to open terminal, or you can generate from here as well. Type SSH -keygen. Keygen stands for key generation. So we want to generate SSH key. Hit enter. It says in this particular location, it's going to generate public and private key. It says you already have this. Do you want to override? I will say yes. It says, do you want to enter password? No. Same password again, no. And it generated one public and private key. And this is the location where it has generated. So let me copy this particular location and let me show you. So I will go to this particular folder. So just now you can see few minutes back it has created one public key and private key. Public key I will open. Let me open this in 1 second. Text editor. So this is the key which I have. I will copy this. Next step, you will be going to again profile, settings, go to SSH. You can see I have so many keys added. Let me add a new key. Let me give Mukesh Mac Feb 2024. You can give any name and paste the key here. And the key has been added. Now we are good to go. You don't need any further username password. That's the advantage with SSH keys. So let's quickly execute these commands. First of all, git init, then I will say git add, then I will say git commit -m code push via SSH. Then we will rename the branch to main branch. Now click on HTTPS if you want. Right now we are in SSH, so I will just copy this. And finally I will do the push. And it will take few seconds. We are good to go. So this is via SSH. Again, you can add the readme file and so on. So this one with HTTPS, this one via SSH, both are straightforward. Here you need username and the token. Here you need public and private key. Public key you will be adding to GitHub. Private key will be on your local system. And to quickly summarize two options, for SSH you will go to settings, go to SSH and you will add here. For token, click on developer settings, personal access token, token classic, generate a token, and you can use these commands. So all these commands I will just add some description. I will structure them and I will add them in the description of this video. So yeah, that's all from my side. I hope this was useful. In this video, we are going to talk about how you can execute your Playwright test using Jenkins. Now, if you're completely new to Playwright, then I would highly recommend you to watch this series. We started this series and I have covered almost 25 videos on this, right from the what is Playwright, how to download, how to continue. So I'm assuming that you must be familiar, but if you're not familiar with Playwright, I would highly recommend you to go through this playlist. Because right now, whatever test we have done, I have pushed already on my GitHub. So I will show you how you can run your Playwright test. Part 1 will be how you can test run locally. When I say locally, forget about the GitHub part for the timing. Suppose I have some tests on my local system which I want to run via Jenkins. Part 2, I will show you how you can pull the code from GitHub and run via Jenkins. And before we do that, I'm assuming that you must be familiar with what is Jenkins, how to configure everything. But if not, then I have another series on Jenkins as well, where I discuss again from the scratch what is Jenkins, how to download, install, configure and everything. So around 25, 26 videos on Jenkins as well. So these are the two prerequisites. I'm assuming you're familiar with Playwright. You already have some tests locally or on GitHub. I'm using GitHub, but again, you can have any, I will say repository. You can use Bitbucket, you can use Azure DevOps or any other cloud repository where your code is available. Okay, I'm using GitHub, but it could be anything. So I have everything in place. So I will show you how to create jobs, how to execute and how to execute with GitHub. I will be sending all these links in the description of this video. So in case if you want to directly copy paste and give a shot first, then do that. Then you can continue with your example. Throughout this, I will be using this documentation of Playwright. So this documentation is all about how you can integrate your Playwright test with CI tools. So they have mentioned how you can get started with GitHub Actions, Docker, Azure Pipeline, Circle, CI, Jenkins. What we are going to use is the Jenkins one. They have mentioned with the pipeline. So pipeline also you can do that. First one, I will show you how to run without pipeline as well. So let's go ahead and let's continue. So I already have a lot of jobs and lot of views created. In your case, you might not have a view, so you can create a new view directly from this. Or if you have existing view, you can click on any view and let's create a new item. And before we do that, basically what I'm using Playwright with JavaScript. You might have Playwright with Java, Playwright with Python, Playwright with C#. So your tool will change, but how we run the test will remain the same. I'm using NodeJS, but in case if you have a Java, Python and C#, the commands will change. In case if you're using Java, then definitely you will be using Maven or Gradle. If you're using Python, then you will be using PyTest, right? So let me create one first job, which is Playwright GitHub. This is one job which I'm creating, which is Playwright GitHub. And since I'm using JavaScript, right, make sure you have JavaScript installed. So in order to run JavaScript, you need to install Node.js. So before I do that, I will quickly check whether Node is properly configured or not. So at the time of recording, I'm using Node version 16.16.0, but let's say if you have latest version, there's no issue. Make sure you have Node.js 14 plus above. I'm using 16, so we are good to go. So I'm going to create one Playwright GitHub job and I'm going to create a freestyle project. I will click on this checkbox, which is add to current view. So this is my repository, which is under my account, Playwright demo. First, I will clone this so that I can show you from the scratch. But before we do that, once you create a job, let's go ahead and first we will check whether it is able to pick the node or not. So I'm going to select one thing called execute Windows batch command. Now listen carefully. I'm using Windows for this example, so I'm using Windows batch command. But let's say if you're using Mac, if you're using Linux, then definitely you will be going with execute shell. Okay, for me, since I'm using Windows, I will go with Windows batch command. I will use node space hyphen version, right? The same command which I executed here. I should get this output, which is 16.16.0. So let me click on save. Let me build this. It will build. If it is able to execute my node ---- version, I got 16.16.0. It means my Jenkins is configured with Node. Now before we make any changes, let me clone this code. So I will go to my GitHub, click on this code, click on this copy URL to clipboard. So on my desktop, I have one folder created called PW code, which is Playwright code. And this is the empty folder right now. So let me clone this code first. In case you already have code, you don't need to clone. Since I was not having it, I cloned and I got this repository, which is Playwright demo. And I got the complete repository. So basically this repository have multiple examples. If you go with test examples, okay, this is the sample test which Playwright provides. And if you go to test folder, you will find many tests. So you can run single test, multiple tests, depends how many tests you want to run. For this example, I can take any test and I can execute. For example, I want to run this example.spec.js. Basically, it have two tests. So test 1 is focusing on the title, and test 2 is focusing whether this get started link is visible or not. So I already cloned this. This is what we got, right? Now I want to run this test. Now once your repository is cloned, now let's quickly execute certain commands and see how it works. So these are certain steps that you need to perform, and I will share all these steps one by one. So step number 1 is basically you need to run npm install. So what this command will do, if you go to this repository, you will notice you will have one package.json file. Okay. So in this JSON file, what you have, if you open this package.json file, this have basically the project information. So you can see your project name, version, description, right? Right now, I'm not using any specific command here. I will run everything using CLI commands that I will directly pass on the Jenkins, but you can put all the commands under this section as well. So basically you can create a test and you can mention all the commands here. This command will basically make sure all the dev dependencies that you have mentioned in your project is getting installed. So the moment you say npm install, it will install all these dev dependencies. So let's execute this. So I will go back to our job that we created. Click on configure. Now scroll down. So this is the command that we executed, right? Just to check whether everything is configured or not. Now what I need to tell Jenkins first, go to this particular directory, right? So I will type cd and I will give this location. Part 1 is basically make sure the Playwright test is running. Once you are comfortable with this, then we'll directly clone our GitHub repository. Once you move to this directory, then we are going to execute npm install. Now whatever commands I'm explaining you, either you can keep in one single Windows batch command, or you can create multiple. So let's say the first two steps, which is npx install Playwright and the npm install, I will keep under one. So npm install will mention will download all the dev dependencies. The second command npx Playwright install will install Playwright on this particular system. Right now I'm using Jenkins on my local system without any agent, but let's say you will be running this particular Playwright test on particular agent. You will be running all this command on the agent. Once this step is done, now we need to tell Jenkins that go to this folder, run this particular spec file, use this browser and use headed mode. So npx Playwright test will basically start running your test. This particular options tells Jenkins that go to test folder. In our case, all the tests are available inside tests folder. In this we are telling execute example.spec.js file. So basically it will run this particular spec.js file. Right now I want to run my test on Chrome, so I'm using --project Chromium. If you want to run on WebKit, if you want to run on Firefox, you can mention that. And by default, Playwright test will be running in the headless mode. I want to show you the execution part, so I'm mentioning --headed. Let's execute this command. So as I mentioned, you can keep all the commands inside one. To show you another part, I will create one more build step. I will say in execute Windows batch command, and I will mention this. Again, a small disclaimer, I'm using Windows as of now, so I'm using Windows batch command. But let's say Jenkins is running on Linux server or Jenkins is running on Mac OS server, then you will be using execute shell command. So basically you will be using execute shell. I'm using Windows for recording as of now, so execute Windows batch command. Let's click on save and let's click on build now. Okay, let's click on proceed. So it's running our build. So step number 1 is npm install. It is downloading all the dev dependencies. So it's done. Now it's running our Playwright test. So npx Playwright test, going to test folder, running the example.spec.js file, running on Chromium. And when I say headed, okay, so it says error project Chromium not found. Okay, let's see. So for this we will go back to our configuration file, playwright.config.js. Let's open this with Notepad++. It's already available. Let's go back and check what went wrong. Project -chromium -headed not found. Okay, so we did a small mistake. Project demo. See, when we executed this cd command, right, what happened? It went to the Playwright demo folder, which is the actual folder where our test is available. When I executed the second command, it is running on the parent folder, which is still project GitHub, which is basically it's cloning here, right? So it's trying to find that configuration in the home folder. So what we will do, we will execute the cd command again so that it should reach till that particular location. So just to quickly fix this, option number 1, I can keep this in this particular Windows batch command, or again I can execute the cd command first. And now let's click on save. Let's click on build now again, and let's wait. So first is npm install, then it will install Playwright. Yes, done. Now you can see it went to the actual folder, which is Playwright demo. It executed npx Playwright test, headed mode. Okay, now it says running 2 tests using 1 worker. Why 2 tests? Because example.spec.js file, which I showed you, right, it have 2 tests. I will show you that as well. Now it started on Chromium. This is our test 1 completed, and now it will again run the second test. Yes, almost done. Yeah, 2 tests pass and success. So this example.js file, if you go to, sorry, not pages, test, if you open this, so this is our test 1. This is a very sample test, a basic sample test where it checks the title should contains Playwright. And this is another test where it checks the get started link. The get started link should be visible. Now it doesn't matter whether you have simple test, complex test. What Jenkins is doing, go to that folder, run this particular file, run in this browser and run in the headed mode. So this is part 1, where we clone the repository into our local workspace first manually, then we execute it. Now in the second part I will show you how you can directly pull this repository and run the same thing. Just one minor change you have to do and we're good to go. And guys, during this practice, if you face any issue, feel free to reach out to me. You can let me know what issues you are getting in the comment section. Now in order to directly pull this, I will click on the code and I will get this cloning URL. So I copied this. You can use SSH or HTTPS. I'm using HTTPS. Now go back, configure. Now for part 2, just you need to mention the source code management. So click on this Git option. It will ask you for the repository URL. So we already copied this. Let me copy one more time and I will mention this repository URL. If you have a private repository, make sure you provide the credentials. Since it's a public repository, credentials not required. Yeah. But let's say if you're working for a company, you already have organization, then private repositories, you want to clone a particular private repository, credentials are required. You can add the credentials from here. Now the most important part, which branch? So still when you work with Jenkins, it will give you master branch. But with GitHub, you will see mostly main branch, but still if you're using master branch name, please mention the master branch. In our case, it's main branch. So I will change this to main branch. Now all these are not required. We don't need to do CD part. Okay, you just need to mention npm install, npx playwright install, and this also not required. Same thing, but this time you will notice it will first clone the repository. So it's running our build. Yes, it's doing this npm install. This is just a warning part. You can skip this warning. Now it executed npx playwright test, and now within few seconds your test will be executed. Now notice here it says started by Mukesh, running as system, and this is where it is downloading that particular repository. So I told, right, when it clones in a specific directory. So in my case it goes to C drive, users, this username, .jenkins, which is a hidden folder, workspace, and the playwright GitHub. So this is where our code is getting cloned and the test is running. So 2 tests executed fastly, and yeah, done. So this is how you can run playwright test using Jenkins. Right now I'm running on the local system, but let's say if you have multiple agents connected, make sure you have agents connected to Jenkins, and whatever settings I'm telling, this has to be done on the agent part. Now third part is optional but good to have. So what is happening, guys? Right now if I have to run another spec file, for example, maybe I want to run this Windows handle spec.js, login.spec, login application, page load, or wait for. Every time I have to go to my Jenkins job and I have to keep changing the files. Option number 1, I create multiple jobs. Job 1 is for this, job 2 is for this, job 3 is for this. And the second option would be we can parameterize. When I say parameterize, I will be getting one option that which file you want to run. Do you want to run example.spec.file? You want to run login file, you want to run regression, depends what is your file name. You can pass parameters. Now how to pass parameters? Let me show you. So this is part 3, part 1 locally done, part 2 through GitHub is done. Now part 3 is Jenkins with GitHub, but this time we are going to configure our job with parameters. Very small thing, and how to create parameters, different type of parameters. So in case if you please pause video. So now you will see one option called this project is parameterized, right? Click on this and says create parameters. So choice parameter, active parameters, choice reactive parameters. What I want is simple choice parameter. When I say choice parameter, it's kind of a drop down. For example, I want to give spec file. This is the parameter name I'm giving. You can give any name. Make sure you just use the same name while mentioning your steps. I'm using a spec file. And now you can give all the choices in the next line. For example, I want to run this particular file, which is example.spec.js. I will give one more option that user can run this particular spec file as well. And in the description you can say please provide which spec file you want to run. Now this part is hard coded now. Now we created parameter. So come back to your step. Instead of hard coding this, you can give the parameter. Percentage, parameter name and the percentage. So if user select this particular option, example.spec.js, it will be replaced here with this parameter. And if selects other one will be replaced here. The same thing you can do for project as well. Let's say right now this job is running with Chromium. Let's say you want to run with Firefox. Let's say you want to run with WebKit. You want to run with any other browser. You will keep changing this, right? So if I don't add this as a parameter, every time I have to come and change my job. So I can create one more parameter. Again, I'm using choice parameter because it looks good. It looks as a drop down. But if you want to give string parameters, you need to type. I'm creating one more choice parameter called browser. Now, please guys, remember, we have certain names which you have to use. For Chrome, you have to use Chromium. For Firefox, Firefox. For WebKit, WebKit. And if you want to use all, you will use all. So I will select these options. Chromium, Firefox, WebKit and all. Again, I can write description. Please select which browser you want to use for execution. Now once you're done, copy this. Instead of hard coding, percentage and the parameter name. Just check once what will this percentage works with Linux and Mac as well. If not, then you have to use $ symbol. Now click on save. Now notice the moment I save, now I'm getting build with parameters. Initially only the build option was coming. Now since I added 2 parameters, it says build with parameters. Now it says which file you want to run and which project you want to select. So whatever file you will select, it will take this particular options and it will run. So if I build again one last time, it will start the build. Okay, wait. Yeah, this one, 7 number. Yes, it's pulling. It cloned the repository, it's executed npm install, and perfect. See, it replaced here. What we selected is getting replaced here with the actual values, and it will run the rest. So that's a quick video about Jenkins with Playwright. I'm using Playwright with JavaScript, so I have performed this step, but in case you're using Python, Java or C#, the more or less steps will be same. Okay, it got failed. Let's see. Okay, see, again I did a small mistake. If you notice this command, Chromium, there's no space and directly says hyphen headed. So it is not able to understand what is this project, Chromium hyphen headed. So a small space we need to add so that it should consider this as a second option. Log and make the changes accordingly. Still loading, and all the commands that I'm using is this headed browser, but let's say if you want to use any other options, these are the list of options that you can pass. So I can come back, see this one is space, so add a space, save. Yeah, it triggered. It will take few seconds and it will start. Yeah, same thing. So let it run. Let me quickly revise what exactly we did. Step number 1, Jenkins should be configured. Step number 2, your test should be available. Once that part is ready, we will start executing these steps. npm install, which will basically install all the dev dependencies. Second command, npx playwright install, it will install Playwright. If Playwright is not installed, it will take couple of seconds. It will download the latest browsers and everything. Then we are running a specific file. You can replace this with any file that you want to run. You can give any other folder if you have a different folder. If you want to run on the different projects, you can change the project, which is basically the browsers. If you want on the headless, just remove it. But if you want to run in the headed mode, just mention -- headed. Step 3, we have seen in case if you want to pass parameters, how to pass parameters. For Windows, I'm using %%. Just check once with if this % is not working with Linux and Mac, then you have to use $. So this job is also done, and this is with parameters. Yes, all these parameters got replaced. Now before we end this video, I want to highlight a couple of things. Not this one. Not this one too. 1 second. Yes. So when you do this first time, this is how the installation process will look like. The moment you say npx playwright install, in case Playwright is not available, the latest browsers are not available, this is how it will download. So it downloaded latest version of Chromium, latest version of Firefox, latest version of WebKit, and then will execute. This process only happens when you don't have browsers, when you don't have Playwright installed. Okay, so that's all about this video. I hope this video will help you a lot when you start working with Jenkins. But in case you're using any other CI server, the concept will remain same. Your steps will remain same. Only the tool UI will change and certain options will change. So if you like this video, please share with your friends and colleagues. And if you need more videos on Playwright or on Jenkins, let me in the comment section. And see you in the next video. Till then, bye bye, take care.